tune back into the music. You know how to do this. Don't second guess, just not a test. It's not a race, no black or white. Everything's great. No yesterday, never tomorrow. Only the present, that is your gift. It benefits you only if open. Everyone's chosen, beauty of choice. You can stay silent, forget your voice. You can malign them, hold a grudge, or stand before judge, just stay in your case. Top of the notion that you were just a mere drop in the ocean. This is your moment, fear is a Trojan horse. When you open or close your doors. Just when you feel like it's too much, just when you feel like you've had enough, take a step back from the edge and take a deep breath and dance like you'll never, dance like you'll never, dance like you'll never, ever gonna live again. Sometimes you don't like where you live, sometimes you don't really like your kids, sometimes you grow out of your friends, sometimes it's your fault, just admit it. Finger point in the mirror, 3-point back, that's the tearjerker. You can wallow in sorrow, depressed of the past, afraid of the unknown tomorrow, or you can just live in the now. We all trying to figure it out. The rhythm inside of your chest that's keeping you moving, that's the solution. The ball on the floor is hard to ignore. Endorphin rush will flush your brains while you dance your pain away. Just when you feel like it's too much, just when you feel like you've had enough, take a step back from the edge and take a deep breath and dance like you'll never, dance like you'll never, dance like you'll never, ever gonna live again.
Hello, everybody. Welcome back to North American Challengers. It's playoffs, baby. We've already dealt with 2 weeks worth of group stage action, and all of it amounted to a battle at the top for who would be the first seed, and then an absolute chaos mosh pit of who would be the final 2 teams to make it in for our 4-team double elimination bracket. The results were dicey, and that means that this playoff bracket's about to be extra hot. My hold shift. Joining me, speaking of extra hot, what's up, Dream Crazy? Welcome to the stream. Good to see you. I know you're on EU earlier. Happy to have you here from North America.
Oh, and I'm so glad to be here, Alan. I'm so excited for these matches to come tonight. And as we know, yes, they are extra spicy today. Bear Claw, Texas Nation, UAU, and Stallions. I'm excited, and I'm happy to be here.
It's going to be nuts, man. It really is. North America has been in just chaos really since the beginning of Challengers this year with how tight the region is. But these final 4 teams, you couldn't even slip a slim piece of paper between them. It's how tightly close together they are. Bear Claw Esports up top will be squaring off against Stallions. That one will be off stream, happening simultaneously as our main focus, which will be Texas Nation and UYU. Ellen, it's a repeat of the winners and grand finals from season 1, although UYU's roster is just a touch different this season.
Oh, indeed. And might I say that Texas Nation squad, they are still dominating. I mean, let's be real, okay? At Texas Nation, as we take a look at that squad, still the returning champions from stage 1, of course. 6-1 this stage and 18-7 in that map count. Bressie still with that 1.15 KD. And honestly, Alan, they look good across the board.
Oh, yeah. The biggest thing from season 1 was this team was being just completely overwhelming in the hard point. Respawn really as a whole, not just the hard point. Respawn in total, this team was solid. But then the playoffs came around and the search and destroy looked extra nasty. That has now continued in towards season 2. And I think a lot of the reason why is you look at a player like Bressie. He's been running that flex role. He can get it done with an AR. He can get it done with an SMG, which is good news because you have a really solid main AR in general and a super solid main SMG in Havoc. So kind of the glue that keeps both pieces together has been Bressie. And one of the biggest reasons that I would say that this Texas Nation team is as good as they are. On the other front, though, UYU, for the most part, I'll say this, comfortable through season 1 as they were looking really solid in their search and destroy. But some team dynamics actually led to a change. You no longer are seeing Scrap in the roster. It's Jintroid. And, well, he has not necessarily filled in for where Scrap was as a 1-for-1. And maybe that's one of the reasons why they only found themselves 3-4, Ellen.
Oh, yes, I agree. And that's tough, right? You know, you haven't had essentially as much experience as you had with your player. But yeah, Gentroid hasn't been putting up those numbers, but they still somehow managed to scrape by. So what I'm going to be looking for today is any mistakes, or like Gentroid obviously stepping up, but all of those mistakes and those weak points, are they going to be able to turn it up the notch here in playoffs? Obviously, you kind of need to.
Yeah. 100%. And I think the interesting thing is in this matchup, we haven't really seen UIU put up a fight versus this Texas Nation team really since Winners Finals. That one went to 4. Grand Finals was a clean 3-0. And then in the Season 2 groups, really it wasn't close outside of the control that went to round 5 in favor of Texas Nation. So it's interesting when you look at this team overall because you expect them to still be a competitor, which obviously they have been. Making it to playoffs is no small feat for 2 straight seasons in a row for Challengers Elite. However, cracking the code of this Texas Nation team has been something that all teams have struggled with, maybe except for Bear Club. We can touch on that later. So it's really kind of now down to, does this formula actually work for UIU when it matters most, trying to get into the Winners Finals on their first attempt?
Right. And, you know, for that X Factor player, too, for this squad, I'm really looking at Johnny. But I also look at Phantoms, too, because obviously he's been that main AR that has just been dominating all like for years, obviously. But he's going to be the one that's going to really be able to set up for those subs to be able to get those entry plays going and just overall locking those lanes down. Phantoms, he can do it. And of course, Rex just flipping the script, doing whatever sub or AR. Hopefully just be a really good addition, but we really need, of course, Gentroid to step it up.
I like that call. Let's see where exactly we'll find ourselves for this best of 5 winners round 1 matchup. Again, as mentioned, it is double elimination, so this will not be the end of the road for either team as of yet, but losers round will take place immediately after this matchup. And as we see the match, it's a Gavudu to start, Bocage for the second. Of course, some pretty significant bomb site changes to that map, and then a triple hit of Tuscan to finish things off. I'll say this much, both teams definitely enjoy Gavudu on respawn, so I think it's really just down to who can take map 1 right here, because it really feels for UIU, if you're going to be able to beat this Texas Nation squad, it's going to have to be by taking both hard points like Bear Claw did just at the end of last week.
Yeah, and it's just, you look at Gavudu, though, and you look at this Texas Nation squad, and we just know how consistent they have played on this map, even in control, right? So, yeah, going into this, you're right. It is a toss-up. It's going to be hard, obviously, but got to take down main Slayer, main AR general. That's for sure. Yeah. It's going to be those AR battles, and really just, can you take him out? Maybe just Johnny, I'm going to be looking at for UIU, really kind of working those flank positions. As we know with the sub, he likes to push those cuts. He likes to get around the enemy, get around those ARs, and just try to isolate, get those players off the map, if you will.
I think I will. I think he would as well.
If
you look forward, the Bocage Search and Destroy is an interesting one. I think generally because of the change first and foremost, as we had just kind of touched upon. But how about this? We have yet to see this Texas Nation team play a Bocage Search and Destroy this season. There's really not too much to take away from that, simply because they did actually kind of rely on this map to be part of their map pool in Season 1. They played it 5 times, but only won it a single time. So I think the curious thing here is, what UIU is going to bring to the table after watching them not just only play it through Season 1, but they've also continued to have this as at least a part of their map set here in the second season of Elite. But you have to think that those X factors that you had mentioned are going to be the ones that continue to watch and search, especially Johnny coming out of the Search and Destroy scene. That's kind of his bread and butter. So I think if you're UIU, you look at these first 2 maps, and I think you can kind of rest your head on Johnny first and foremost, as far as where do you look to potentially change this dynamic of this one-sided affair that has been Texas Nation beating UIU.
Yeah, no, that's a good take. I agree with that. And Johnny's really going to be that factor as well for the Bocage. You're right. For the first 2, but I mean, granted, let's say UIU does take the first 2, right? It's just Tuscan. I don't know. Yeah. I look at Tuscan and I'm just like, man, that for essentially, I guess that for Texas Nation, it has just, for the most part, predominantly just been so successful. I mean, all across the board this stage, even Tuscan, win. They're only losing it once in Search. So, I mean, if we do get to that map 5, that would just really be to that deciding factor for me.
Yeah, and I think the thing, too, for UIU even when they were really lights out in Search and Destroy in Season 1, they did not have an answer for Texas Nation on that Tusken Search and Destroy. So I think for me, if you're UYU, one of my win conditions going into this series was extend this series as long as you possibly can. Now I kind of got to go back on that. I think you need to get this done in 4. So I think in certain regards here for UYU, you need to take 2 of the first 3 at least. That much is for sure, just to be able to guarantee the potential map 5. But even if you were to get there, I don't know. I think that with what we've seen from UYU, or really what we haven't seen from UYU in the last couple of weeks, is that Tusken Search is by no means a guarantee like it had been in Season 1 when they were running the roster with Scrap.
Yeah, and that would make a big difference, right? So that, again, would just be where we need Gentroid to step it up and fill in that, that a statistic realistically. So
sure.
Hopefully between last week and this week, like I said, review some VODs, go through and figure out what mistakes that you need to clean up. But realistically, yeah, if it's just one player that essentially makes that big of a difference, you got to turn up. You got to turn up during playoffs time, baby.
Agreed. And the thing, too, is just, we haven't even mentioned this. Not only are Texas Nation the defending champions, nobody has been able to beat them in a major tournament setting, whether that be playoffs from Season 1 or the other cups that have taken place over the course of the last month and a half. So it's not just beating them once on the day. It's how do you defeat this team in an elongated tournament that I think all the other 3 teams from North America are going to have some sort of an answer, or at least an option for an answer for. That said, though, obviously we're waiting on to get into map number 1. Initial thoughts just kind of briefly on the other matchup. Stallions, Bear Claw much improved into this stage. Stallions, newcomers for the large majority of that team to Elite period, let alone Elite just this year. Where was your headspace at kind of watching over the other 2 Challengers playoff teams before we get into this map 1?
I'm so glad that you asked that, because I look at that Stallions roster and I'm telling you, the teams that they beat to qualify, the match they won with the match that we cast, I think it was for Strike X. I was like, how is this happening? I just felt like it should have been a clean sweep 3-0. I will tell you what, I think they can pull through. It's going to be hard, but they can pull through. But honestly, Bear Claw looking mighty fine, like Chris Radio. Oh my God. Every time I turn in the stream, I see that guy dropping 50. So, I love the boys at Bear Claw. I love the guys at Stallions. Honestly, it's so hard because it's like, you grew up playing against these guys. These guys are like your brothers, I cheer them for all of them. But realistically, again, I'm all about momentum, and I'm all about that, the energy. And I think the Stallions, I don't know, they got Zuma behind them, man. I think the Stallions, they might just have that energy just to even get here, Alan. It just was a bloodfest. Like, how the hell did they qualify? Weren't they like 5th? And then I looked at
they started
like 6th, like the whole stage. Yeah, exactly. It's like, huh? Sorry, I over exaggerate everything, so never take me serious. I always do it, always.
It's a 5-way tie to get into the final 2 spots. There is never really any kind of a guarantee for any squad. But again, we cinematically watch over Gavudu, which will be map number 1 for our featured match, which is Texas Nation UYU. Paradox and Cleaner giving us the overhead views. And I think the biggest thing is it's hard to put a full-on guarantee as far as how either team wins this map. I think for both of them, obviously we hit the stat line that both teams prefer to see this map in the overall best of 5, particularly for Hardpoint. But both teams have had tight wins and also blowout losses. So it's one of those maps that I feel like tempo is going to be everything, and that's where I really worry about UYU comparatively to Texas Nation, especially due to the fact that you've got a really good solo SMG and Havoc that on this map against this team at Grand Finals dropped like a 1.9 KD. So I don't know. This is a tall ask for UYU in my book.
Yeah, no, I agree. And of course, on the couple losses, let's say that Texas Nation did have, if you look back, at least in terms of against I think it was Bear Claw, it was Brezzy that was shut down, right? So it's just like, as long as he doesn't get shut down, they'll be okay. Texas Nation will be okay.
Yeah, that's fair.
But if you're UYU and you can shut them down, then of course they have a chance. But of course, Johnny would be the one that could easily do that, because he's another one. I just feel like this is his playground.
Well, it's interesting. The Johnny conversation is, I think particularly special because the expectations were that it was going to take a while for him to get kind of on par with playing high-level Respawn. And that has not been an obstacle for him this year. I mean, throughout the majority of last season, he was carrying like a 1.3 in hardpoint. It was just like, dude, that is ridiculous. Now, this stage has been a little bit more miscolored, and I think largely that's in due part because of the fact that you've got a substitution in the first place, let alone the fact that I think the overall competition this stage for North America is much higher than it was in Season 1, as indicated by the 5-way tie.
Yeah.
But it's just, you know, you look at a player like that, and I think, you know, for those that are out there watching that don't know the story about Johnny, he's got to be, I think, in a lot of people's minds, the next up-and-comer out of North America. First year competing, he's putting on a hell of a show in the first 2 seasons, and he has the same kind of route that's been taken, kind of like your Celiums and your Simpson Abizis, where you start in the S&D scene, you get a good team to play with in the very beginning of your first competitive year. It's all looking roses for a player like Johnny right now in my mind.
Yeah, and that's good. What a good time to shine, that's for sure. I'll tell you what, but hey, speaking of Johnny, we were just hopping on board with him for a second there, but hey, nonetheless, either which way, it's Texas Nation. They got the lead.
Yeah, really good start for them over this first hardpoint. Colors will be yellow for UIU, white for Texas Nation, and also you'll notice that the acronyms will be a bit backwards, but listen to our voices as we guide you through. Into the second hardpoint we go. Jintroid, who really does need to step up, a solid start for him, but cannot win a crucial 1v1 with Kismet, who's gone prone and turns that into an opportunity for maybe 3 kills. Rex able to shut things down, but Brezzy still contending, allows Texas Nation to keep this hardpoint neutral.
Yeah, that is indeed the case, and realistically, I mean, if you are UIU too, you just need to back up. You do have spawns and the side of the control for that back green area, but either which way, the problem is you can't get the players off the point, and General is locking down the boat. But as I say that, Dylan Rex does take him down, and you see Havoc rotating that P1 side, which is a very, very important. They're going to come in contact with 2 members of UIU, and Johnny, of course, puts a stop to that. It's really Kismet, last alive.
I will say, though, for Texas Nation, this is what I was talking about. Tempo and pace is favoring them. It's actually forcing UIU to have to kind of tactfully retreat and concede a significant amount of time here in the scrap of the second hard point in favor of trying to get power positions around the third. Now, I will say, as far as taking an L on the chin, they have recovered and put themselves into a perfect setup to try to deal with this Texas Nation break attempt as we do open up this third hard point. Rex from the inside will largely be responsible for what's happening towards top ring. Phantom's looking to see if he can clean up the spawn, but General just kind of climbs up towards Red Tower. That'll be enough to open up an alleyway, which Dylan Rex will come back and have a response as UIU shut down that path completely.
Oh, and just as he turned too, but hey, Phantom's there with the pickup now, and UIU, really, really good hold as you see Johnny zoning out forward, and this is so important to hold this P1. So you see kind of dodging bullets from General. Does make it. And use of the automaton. If you are Texas Nation, maybe just back down from that fight and get set up at the new. And you see General just do that. And Havoc set up deep in the beach. Johnny is actually not going to be able to spot him. Does get taken out his back. And now Dylan is going to try to pick up the slack. But realistically, he does need to wait for his teammates, as all members of UIU are split, pushed very far back. But good point is that Jintroid does take down Havoc, at least opens up the beach side, and you'll see the push start to happen on that beach, and Kismet locking down the boat, kind of just watching the spawn point from that back green. So only one member of those Phantoms back there.
This is perfect for Texas Nation. You're controlling your spawn to actually be away from the hard point. They're looking to actually force UIU into a spawn trap. Problem is they do lose Kismet up towards the ship, so now this all of a sudden turns into a bit of a pinch opportunity for UIU, but Texas Nation off the proximal respawns can deal with one part of the problem. Now the second, largely relying on General to lock down the front. He will have a couple of friends to help him, and as they do come forward, UIU largely gets shut down. The kill's good, and Texas Nation put together a perfect first 40 seconds.
Oh my goodness, and might I say, what a crazy rotation kill there from Johnny as he does shut down, I believe that was Kismet. So General gonna try to rotate on here, but UIU is set up at the new. Just looking to break through this boat side. Just making sure all members are cleared away. Slowly inching forward, but realistically, this is a good setup if you are UIU. They just need to stop the push.
they've given a lot of pressure away here with nobody actually contesting topside boat. Kismet can just walk forward. This is way too loose for UYU. Texas Nation essentially walk forward saying, wait a second, you're just going to give us the boat? Okay, sounds good. We'll take that high ground. Nobody from UYU able to challenge through green. And now Havoc has an SMG to help clean up the re-hit coming out of UYU, and it's a perfect four-man feed. And on top of that, UYU is going to be spawning in the worst position possible as you look to rotate over towards the first hill. Trying to guard against this is Brezzy from one side. Havoc around the back will be a bit of a problem if he ever even gets needed to be a part of this play. Apparently he doesn't, as all of the action from the front is held by Brezzy. 5 in a row, gonna get the 6th, and has a really good idea on where UYU are spawning as he tries to get number 7. Finds it, glide bomb earned, and doubling up on the points is currently Texas Nation as we finish the first rotation of hills.
Yeah, what a heads up break there from Kismet controlling the boat side, and of course Brezzy just streaking out right now. Absolutely. Just early, great plays from him on that early rotation getting set up. So now just a great hold from Texas Nation, really running away from this, about to hit that 200-point mark. Havoc just completely catching the enemy off guard. So this is just looking so comfortable, Alan, for Texas Nation. Every single point locked down, and although UIU do break in, still it's locked up on that boat side. It's Havoc just making a havoc of the enemy team. Finally, they do take them down in the rear, but still, Texas Nation are going to flood on through still to contest this time. And again, Havoc on that early rotation. And of course, if you're UIU, you're going to secure all the time and rotate early. But Brezzy with a huge two-piece. Okay. And Phantom set up here. It's going to make it quite comfortably to be set up for P2.
Yeah, Brezzy's double is an important one because it actually thins out UYU's approach towards P2. They have to be worried about that constant pressure that could come around the back. The fortunate bit is Phantoms is able to find a double from on top of the ship itself. So as they solve one problem on one side, they have to deal with an issue on the other. And for the most part, they've done pretty well on this. You've got some good mid-map control. Phantoms watching over the mid-cross while the rest of the SMGs and aggressive ARs start to sneak forward into the second hard point, but maybe getting a little bit too over-aggressive. General's able to find a double, and with that, the kill feed once again turns to Texas Nation's favor. That will get them over the 200-point threshold, and the bad news here is not only do UIU need to break through this hard point, they also need to work over towards the next hill, which would be in the top right of the map. Not a good situation for UIU at the moment.
Indeed, it's not. And Kismet, of course, still controlling that P1 side. Does a great job, and Brezzy still getting actions onto Phantoms, does back away, so there's 10 seconds left. Securing every last bit of second. Brezzy still going off, does get taken down by Dylan Rex, and the rotation in for General over to this beach side. He's already set up. The only player he has to worry about is Jintroid, who is on that P1, and gonna try pushing off that anti-air gun. He comes! He gets taken down by General. Not spotted, tucked away, hiding with his life. And there, yet again, Texas Nation have the scrap. But the problem is, there's the spawn flip. Indeed, Alan. And let's see if General can hold on. But realistically, they just have to hold their line.
Yeah, this is really good news for UYU through and through. It's going to force out the glide bomb as there's really nobody to follow up off of this. So this will help keep the time neutral. But largely, this is a W for UYU. That said, it's a marginal win in the larger scheme, which is a 100-plus point comeback they have to put together. And interestingly enough, Texas Nation don't just want to give this away. They're going to try to push forward and really punish UYU, who has to fight the war from here on out on two fronts. So this scrap time, even though it will not allow Texas Nation a win, it does put them pretty darn close. Over the 230 mark they go. UYU will have the opportunity to get to the fourth hard point first, but this is just such a tall ask, and it's a greedy call for Texas Nation, but it works out for them as now they're just 12 points away from victory.
Yeah, and of course it works out too when Havoc just essentially did have an opening pick, but still, there you have two members of Texas Nation flooding through the boat side and Kismet flooding through the beach. He does get a kill, and now Phantoms, he's the last one on this point to hold. So still, at least he does have the spawn of Jintroid in the back of the North Jungle, and Kismet looking to break, does slide on through, and all members of Texas Nation are flooding in, and now that is 2 down, now that make it 3. Havoc completely popping off, and now still, it is UIU who are spawning in the back, and Texas Nation, all they have to do, Ellen, here is hold.
Yeah, it's looking good for it. Even if they don't win it here, you've got the P5 rotation in hand, but it's not going to be needed. Texas Nation dominate UIU for what feels like the 5th time that we've seen these two teams square up. It feels like we get Kavudu almost every single time, and the results just as convincing as ever. And I think the biggest problem here was the simple fact that we highlighted Johnny doing so darn well throughout the entirety of the first 2 seasons. He went nearly double negative in that affair, while on the other side, Havoc almost went double positive, just being a thorn in the side, rotation after rotation with that MP40. Flawless play from Texas Nation in my mind.
Oh yeah, absolutely. You always saw them set up. And then there were certain points too where UIU gave away certain positions, like you mentioned, that boat side. Kismet had free reign breaking into that P5 hill, and they just walked right in. There was no cover specifically on that certain side that just allowed easy access, easy entry for Texas Nation. And Texas Nation, what do? They take advantage of that. They got so confident, Alan, that they pushed that P3 hill, that jungle hill. They pushed it. And you don't normally see teams do that, especially if they are very close to winning. Usually they'll just give it up, they back away, and they can, they just hold the new. But what do? They just played so aggressive and controlled the whole entire time.
Yeah, I like the call, too, from Texas Nation, because not only is it a bit uncharacteristic, but I think when you really dig into the analysis of why you push for that scrap time, the last thing you want, if you're Texas Nation, is UIU to guarantee themselves 30 seconds at P3 and win a 60-second rotation on the 4th, which is something that is not atypical to happen. So instead, you full-man hit the old time at P3. It gets you 18 seconds. And now you just need to find 12. So even if you never break the 4th hard point, you could sit there, concede it, and then put yourself in a position around the ship in the 5th hard point just to find an easy opening 12 seconds and win the game. So it almost guarantees you a win condition just because you want to suck every last second out of that 3rd hill. It really puts the pressure on UIU to win the battle on multiple fronts, and at no point was their tempo or pacing ever going to allow that to happen. So good awareness from Texas Nation, a great late call. Not that it was really super necessary because the win was significant, and that means that Texas Nation now go up 1-0, and a very unfamiliar map set coming forward for them next, at least for this season. Bocage Search and Destroy has not been played at all for Texas Nation. It wasn't a significant margin of victory at all for them at all through this first season as well. They went 1-4 on the map mode combo. So really the long and short of what I'm getting at here, Ellen, is that UIU have to show us why this map is in the pool.
Indeed. Yeah, indeed they do, because essentially, yeah, we don't know what we're gonna get if we haven't seen it. Essentially, Texas Nation, they had time to practice it at least. We don't know what to expect, but UIU have to be the ones that catch them off guard on this one, and they have to take it. And we mentioned again, Johnny kind of taking over these first 2 maps. He didn't do it in map 1. He's got to do it and step up in this map too, because again, now that they're down. They have to push a map 5. We didn't want to take them to Tuscan, but you're going to get there if you can push it. Again, we're still, of course, here in Bocage, but yeah, gotta have to step up.
I mean, I'm still going to kind of hold it in UIU. If there's win condition in the series, you have to get it done in 4. So obviously what that means is, in my mind, you have to win the 2, 3, 4 here. And the thing about it is, even though we've seen UIU play this map in this season a bit more, I don't even know how much we can really hang our hat in the statistics, simply due to the fact that the map has now pretty significantly changed with the A-bomb site moving towards the platform. So those normal kind of point of contact defensive setups that you largely see teams like UIU and even Bear Claw do on this map, how much success are they actually going to get now that the offense has a little bit of an easier time getting in towards the A site?
Yeah, and that's really where I'm going to look at Phantoms maybe set up on that AR back tank. Like it's we saw it earlier when Rocker played it, and it realistically just favored the A site, and it was just kind of like a slow game. Work your way into barn, maybe look at those ARs to get the opening pick, or just have those subs aggressively play through mid, which we saw Journey do. So realistically, it's a little bit different. Strategies, of course, might change. I don't know, Alan. I want to see something different other than the slow A play and just sit in barn. Like, I don't know. I want to see something crazy. Maybe a 4-man hit downriver. I don't know. But either way, it kind of changes things up, of course, with the Bocage and that bomb site changing. And, of course, the control now. We got the ticks. So
the ticks progression, I think that's going to be actually, out of the 4 teams that we have, I think that change is actually mostly going to benefit a team like Stallions, who play with a lot of creativity and unorthodox hits that usually results in major stacks. Well, of course, I'm sure we'll see them later on in this bracket. We'll talk more about it, but it'll be interesting, I think, just to see how both of these 2 teams can utilize that change and adjust and adapt quickly to try to find a way to benefit with that most recent gameplay core competitive change. Now, of course, we'll save that conversation when we get to map 3. The other thing that I really want to point all of your attention out there to is when we saw UIU in season 1 dominate Tuscan Search and Destroy, when we got to playoffs, Texas Nation was able to feel out UYU and adjust to them by way of utilizing their utility in a way that no other team was doing versus UYU. So that's what I'm really curious on with this bomb site moving towards the outside, where you expect that flashes and nades will be able to be relied upon on both sides to get clearance of that A site. Who's going to find more success with those initial setup plays? I'm really curious about it because I do think that there is an advantage here for UYU in this map mode combo, but the ability for Texas Nation to adjust and adapt on the fly has been shown before and was one of the key reasons why they got through this UYU team both in the winners and also the grand finals. So it's just difficult pretenses, I would say, for UYU, even though I think that there is a natural advantage to them going into this map mode combo.
Yeah, and realistically, like you said, they're just going to have to find a way to counter it. Those stuns, those nades, maybe wait for them, play a little bit more patient, or play more aggressive, catch him off guard. That's where we look at that sub pressure. It's Bocage. What do we say, Alan? It always gets mixy. So make it more mixier. Either which way, it's just how are they going to respond to the adversity of Texas Nation? Because yeah, across the board, I mean, even in that Gavutu, we saw Havoc with an AR. Like he's pulling out a sub, he's pulling out an AR. It doesn't matter. You have to have that ability to flex no matter what situation that is given to you.
Yeah, no, I think you're absolutely right. And just to continue to put myself on this little fence line, maybe even now on like a little bit of a gangplank, you have to have a good series here if you're Johnny. You cannot go double neg this time around. You have to find value. So I think if it's UYU, have you found the way to kind of adjust your current playbook to the change on the bomb site at A? And can you get Johnny comfortable on the series? I don't think it's really an uncomfortable situation for him. He's now been more experienced and challenged lead over the course of the entirety of the year. Should be fine as far as the nerves are concerned, whatever else you want to try to insert to the narrative. I think the biggest thing is he has to be established as a threat on the map for Texas Nation to have a response to. That's what I'm really looking at if UYU were to find success here in this map, is off of the nades and it's off of what Johnny can do. Those two things have to be there if UYU take this map.
Yeah, and you look at Johnny, I'm going to be looking at Rex because I know overall this stage, his S&D KD hasn't been the best. So I know with the 42% first blood percentage, I want to see that a little bit higher, maybe in the playoffs. So, I mean, granted, that's still not terrible, but regardless, I'm looking at you, Dylan. Let's see what you could do. So step it up in the search, you and Johnny, and I think, maybe we'll force Texas Nation's hand either which way. I know it's still Texas Nation's such a hard team to beat regardless.
Yep. No, it's very true. I mean, it's been a problem for everybody. Small update as well. Stallions win map number 1, 250-97. An absolute smoke show of Bear Claw Esports, who technically come out of this group stage as the number 1 seed with that head-to-head tiebreaker over Texas Nation. So the sauce, it's being cooked up for Stallions.
I'm telling you, they got the dark horse team. They got the sauce. Woo!
Yep, it's gonna be nuts.
That's crazy.
But we
That's
take
spicy.
our cinematic approach through Bocage, and we jump on in. Texas Nation will be on the appropriate sides here in the yellow this time. Overlay will be fixed here in a moment for you, so hopefully the confusion is mostly mitigated. And the opening set nade for Kismet will connect. That's on to Rex over towards the A side, leading to a 4v3 defensive advantage until Johnny can counter, keeping the hopes for UYU's offense alive.
Oh boy, and that's going to make it definitely much harder with that first blood, of course, intact, but still, evening up the odds. Havoc is going to try to make some damage in. He does get Gentroid down, and Kismet, Johnny on the other side. So that was a clean sweep from Texas Nation, opening mid-break there to start off. Wow.
Okay.
I think,
I'll say this much. Texas Nation already showcasing utility dominance. Nades over the backside towards tanks, stuns out the main doors as they try to catch UYU in a bit of a rotation towards B. So as far as the establishment of those kind of win conditions that we had, let's just credit 1 to Texas Nation for now. Early days, of course, but Kismet on 3 is something to keep an eye on depending on how this round goes, as Texas Nation will now get their opportunity to hit the offense, and Brezzy just pre-firing through the walls. Team shots coming up top allow Gentroid to be taken down for first blood. Havoc following up, and Rex trying to save the interior of Grandma's house will at least respond with 1 elimination.
And that'll definitely make it easy enough. Dylan Rex does pick up 1, and of course Phantom's the other. So now in a 2 versus 2, Dylan Rex back on this take head. He might have 2 members of Texas Nation. Does tag up General, and the problem is they know where he is at, and he is isolated. So he does get taken down. So now that leaves Phantoms left in a 1 versus 2, and the bomb is down on the site. This is going to be very problemsome, but there's still 45 seconds left.
Timing could be good here, though. Phantoms for the first. Prezi down low. Immediately takes the second challenge, not allowing a regen or anything further to occur. A decent fight back for UYU in a 2v4 situation, largely speaking, getting it to a final 1v1. I think the biggest problem here is you didn't expect the bomb necessarily to be dropped immediately as it was towards that A site. So difficult pretenses for UYU to work off that information or lack thereof. And with that, Texas Nation taking early advantage to go into their second defense.
Very, very convincing one indeed. But off the break, we saw Phantoms get stunned. Let's see. He does again, indeed. And he thought it was the stun check, but still, it's Havoc with the first blood. And Johnny for the trade does not come through.
My.
And Havoc gets two. My goodness, with the help there of his teammate, of course, Prezi getting Dylan. So this is Phantoms already left in a 1 versus 4. They're making mincemeat of this map right now.
Yeah, UYU does not have an answer for this aggressive play right from the front doors of Granny's. That time it's Havoc with an automaton, by the way, not an MP40 through the A-bomb site windows. So it just kind of begs the question, if you're UYU, I mean, we've seen from Texas Nation offensively, they're waiting for that aggressive play to come out the front doors. UYU are not. They're trying to get forward as fast as humanly possible, and it has not worked out now for 2 straight rounds. So that, for me, if you're UYU, has to be addressed as you get in eventually to your next offense. But the same could still occur here defensively. I don't want to see UYU dropping a first blood in front of this A site. Play passive, wait for Texas Nation to heave their nades, and then get yourself some sort of an adjusted defensive setup.
Yeah, that's a good call because immediately, like, we've been seeing that. But still now, it kind of seems to be the play. But Havoc cooking that nade up, of course, with his teammate.
Second nade hit a tree, came back right in Havoc's face. So that kind of fails.
Well, Prezi opens up the first blood, though, onto Dylan Rex, and that definitely didn't fail. So now with that bomb inching its way kind of around Grandma side, Phantoms is holding down the B site, but it's Johnny. 40 seconds left. Still, Texas Nation working their way towards A site. 3 members in contact with Jintroid, and the nade does come out, but does it connect?
Oh! The timing just marginally off for Johnny, but at least Phantoms can convert. Good set nade also coming over the top to soften up this play towards A. Bomb did not get fully planted. Havoc able to take down Jintroid, make safe all of the house, leaving Phantoms to what would need to be a 1v2 and technically an ace. Bomb starting to go down. Phantoms having a little bit of trouble mantling on top of the tank. Does not see the plant, but is able to catch General off of the exit, leaving a 1v1 with him and Havoc. And he's seen him. Topside shots decent, but cannot finish things off. Havoc killing time. And Phantoms is going to go on the hunt. Oh, boy. And Havoc has read this. He's created all the separation he needs. He's going to check the bomb here, see no one's defusing, and that gives an extra lifeline now to Havoc, as Phantoms is waiting for a peek from some angle, but he's got absolutely no idea where Havoc has gone, and now they're just above one another. Phantoms looking to possibly stick on for a defuse, but Havoc is there to keep it safe, and Texas Nation stay flawless so far in the search.
Oh my gosh. And that was so close too. If you were Phantoms, that would have been clutch. But regardless, if you're Havoc, that's all you need to do. Let the clock run out. And what does he do? He runs around Grandma, peeks it, runs away, plays his life. It's too many times you see that teams chase kills, but not here. Great plays from Havoc though. Overall, he's on a 4 streak, 6-1 too. But see on the defensive side. Let's see if the UAU answers that aggression. But still, they are playing passive. They are waiting for those nades and those stuns.
And Havoc is in such a good spot. You obviously see General over the top is kind of watching his back, and then look at the angle being held by Kismet. You can kind of see it off of the radar, but he can actually see through the woodwork to give the information to Havoc if there's going to be a challenge from his left. That is so brilliant from Texas Nation, and Havoc nearly exits the door by finding a double, but it eventually does get squared to more even margins. 2v3 situation still favoring the numbers defensively. But as Jintroid starts to creep forward towards A, he's got a lot of room to work with here through Water Wheel. A big 1v1 possibly with Prezi as soon as he turns the corner.
And the problem is he can't die. He has the bomb. So the challenge does come through, and Brezzy, of course, takes him down. So not only is the bomb down, but Johnny is left in a 1 versus 3, and he has only 30 seconds to do so. Does get a couple of tags onto Kismet and takes him down. This is very doable, but he's got to go fast. There's only 24 seconds left, but there's Brezzy on the take, and he does get spotted. Not enough time if you're Johnny. What do? You kind of just got to run around, maybe jump off the map, but no, of course, Brezzy there gets taken down. Texas Nation is making this look slight, up currently 5-0.
And it's these little set plays from Texas Nation that are really creating so much opportunity. It's just to kind of immediately exemplify the previous round. Like, Havoc forward into the gatehouse is not something you often see defensively, but the help that he gets just by the looks from General to his left and Kismet back towards the A bomb site make him feel that much more secure, and he nearly turns it into an opening double. So it's these small little things you're seeing from Texas Nation that are really causing a headache for UYU. This time through, though, Johnny not going to wait for any help, just wants to catch a piece of timing, and he does beat the initial rotation from Texas Nation. Although the trade does come out, leads us to a 3v3, and that is actually, I believe, the only SMG that UYU have in hands that has now been taken off the table.
Yeah. My goodness. But now a couple of tags in, but still, of course, it's just Havoc. Havoc there, but at least Dylan's there for the trade to even it up for 2 versus 2. The bomb site is swinging towards that grandma side, but still, regardless, Kismet does manage to get away from his life. He does get spotted, so the swing in the tunnels over to B, and General did get cut down. So now Kismet goes for the plant, and now left in a 1 versus 2. There's 35 seconds left. Bomb goes down.
Choose where you want to play this. MP40 in hand, you really don't have a lot of luxury to sit passively. You have to kind of be the one putting the initiative play in. And as he does try to get around the back, does not anticipate that Jintroid was long wrapping through the defensive spawn. So a quick defuse will come through, no problems there. Jintroid on the board, eliminating the goose egg from the scoreboard. Leads to at least 1 for UYU, but look, we have to try to somehow set up a full sail in this search and destroy if UYU were to do what is required in our minds, which is win this second map. Well, we have a lot more to go before we could really consider that even being a potential possibility.
Oh, yeah, indeed. And, I mean, shout out to at least Johnny getting the first blood there. And although he did get, Havoc took him down, Dylan was there at least for the trade. So maybe if we can at least keep doing that momentum, round by round, go in. But at least the stun check comes in for Phantoms, and that bomb is aggressively going towards A. And Johnny gets the first blood, but it does get taken out by General. Now Phantoms looks down that midline sight, and it's Dylan there. They got the bomb over at A, and they have set up potential plant here, Alan.
They don't know where Havoc is. That's the only problem. They knew General was playing backside street. This should be a free plant, but they're worried about where Havoc has slipped off to. Little do they know that he's playing really conservatively over towards the B site, and as General joins him, the retake is going to have to be from behind this A bomb site. 3 members of UYU still standing, a lot of them still inside the interiors of the house. And as Texas Nation will get full clear of the back of the tank fields, they will start to recognize that this post plant setup has to be on the interior, but the problem is Phantoms from this power position on the backside tank will deal with General and then turn the attention to Havoc. UYU stringing together 2 in a row.
Yeah, and I mean, beautiful. I mean, that was such a hard, it's so hard to take that post plant setup, especially if you're set up grandma's side, because there's just so many angles that you can, maneuver around and hold. And obviously Phantoms had that tank's side, which is crazy. Heady, but regardless, great opening round for UAU, still inching their way forward. Let's see if
It's coming out for UYU to try to block any initial play towards A. None will connect. Texas Nation just kind of feeling things out of touch. And look at this. Look at this immediate response. You got to remember back last defense, Johnny got aggressive through the B side of the map, and look how many arrows for Texas Nation are worried about a potential river flank. That is just an adjustment from Texas Nation saying, UIU is trying to play fast on us. Let's make sure we kill off some clock before we make our move. Good stuff.
Yeah, but he's on the front, so of course he takes down Kismet. Johnny with the first blood yet again. Now, and the problem, the bomb is down for Texas Nation, but still, Dylan Rex might be able to spot 2 members as he peeks out that grandma window, and still, it's a trade in there for General as he takes down Jintroid, and now Johnny's still holding down that A site, and Dylan holding down top grandma. But What the turn on? 1 versus 1.
Bomb's going to get picked up freely, but Phantoms is making the wise play. He's going to go topside window, and yep, he'll catch General just as he makes his move. That's just a good heads-up awareness of who are you playing the 1v1 versus. What is General likely to do? He's not going to chase me down. You know that for pretty much a guarantee. So take off the backside of the bomb site from a safe angle. Brilliant awareness from Phantoms, who now goes to 8 and 6, nearly 1,200 damage. And hold on a second here, Dream Crazy. That's 3 rounds in a row for UIU. This would potentially be the first full sale that I've seen on any sort of a competitive COD broadcast. So we'll see how things unfold. Also important to mention that someone from Texas Nation apparently has lagged out. And it looks like that is actually a significant problem, as a second member will also drop, and so still will the lobby. So we'll have to kind of wait to see what the competitive operations team decides to do about this. But at the moment, 5-3 and UIU, a significant change in tempo and pace has led to an advantage in these last 3 rounds.
Yeah, and definitely. And you all mentioned Johnny. He started stepping up. It seemed he started getting those first blood kills, catching members of Texas Nation off guard. And you said it. They kept turning around, wondering where he was at. Of course, he was on the bomb site. So, Johnny really stepped it up for the squad, and Phantoms did as well in the last couple of rounds, holding up that top grandma side, and then, of course, holding down the lanes at the tank side. They really did a great job of capitalizing on that A site and then holding that post-plant position.
It's UIU making the needed adjustments, but I think the biggest thing that I'm going to go back to, depending on the result of this map, which I still think the probability odds are heavily in favor of Texas Nation, is that those adjustments came too late. Yeah. Texas Nation, we saw them really dominating the conversation off the first 30 seconds on both sides of the bomb. Defensively and offensively, they were setting the tone as far as what parts of the map are we going to control and cause to be an issue for UIU. Offensively, it was a lot of aggression getting straight up in towards A and dominating largely the outside of that tank field. Never did we really see a first blood come through for UIU over towards tanks. Then you get to the opposite side of things where Texas Nation are also taking away the mid gates. That's a problem for UIU. You cannot allow that to continue to happen when you're not winning on one side of the map up top in the northern lane, nor are you actually finding any rotation potential through the middle of the map. So the call that comes out is Johnny takes an aggressive stance, just runs forward, plays in a BZ style life where it's just, I'm going to get one and that's enough. And you saw that immediately for Texas Nation having to worry about that presence that Johnny started to establish on the map. My worry is that came through a little bit too late. So it's 5-3. We are going to restart from that margin. Ellen, is there anything in potential that you're looking at for UIU to potentially still capitalize on these last 3 rounds, or is it just too far gone at this point?
Honestly, that's going to be kind of hard now with the reset, because I'm sure that's going to kind of mess up the momentum a little bit that they just started to have, taking that advantage. But you're absolutely right. They started making those adjustments too late. But realistically, kind of just not let this falter and just keep doing what you're doing. Just keep making those small adjustments and taking it round by round, realistically.
Well, it's going to be interesting. I think all of the furtivity of UIU setups have largely been figured out. So I think it's kind of now on to does Texas Nation just immediately come out and find a response to it. We'll see. The chess game, though, has been fun to watch, at least for these 2 squads in the last 3 rounds in particular. The difficult pretense, if you're joining us here late, though, is the simple fact that for UIU, you cannot go down 0-2 versus this Texas Nation squad. In fact, due to the nature of how big you got blown out in the first, it doesn't really fringe out nicely for you to come back and be able to handle this team in the control or the second hard point, even if you get to that point. So needs to be a 180 turnaround here for UIU, not just in this search, which clearly we need to get them the map, but just in the series overall, because the dynamic, I think, heavily is leaning towards Texas Nation just based on what they put together for us today.
Yeah, and it seems like the big factor of that has been Havoc. So if you're UIU, I'm going to be looking at, man, Havoc, shut him down, because he was, like you said, getting those first opening bloods, getting those first picks, and then even in the Gavutu, he was always there on rotation or finding a way to break in. So it's like, if you could maybe look at, if you want to look at a player from Texas Nation that kind of seems to be like on the consistent side and kind of just like a thorn in your side, for me it would be Havoc. So isolate him, shut him down, like you said, take those mid engagements. Johnny kind of started playing that Simpa Beezy like style and follow up with the trade. There was Dylan there with him. So if maybe we'll see Dylan maybe even pull out a sub, because he had an AR that side. So regardless, maybe we'll see a little bit more pressure. I don't know. Maybe we'll see 3 subs. But regardless, we got to see something different. We got to see something to inch their way back into this and not let the momentum factor from the reset affect them.
I think you bring up an interesting point, even if it was unintentional. Talking about just the weapon layout that both teams have preferred, it has been largely 3 ARs with 1 SMG, which is different from what we normally have seen when the map was a bomb site on the inside of the house. Typically, you had 2 SMGs, 2 ARs defensively, where you just kind of, again, played point of contact defense. You never really had to go too far forward because the information will eventually be given to you once the offense starts to attack that A site because they have so many doors to break through. But now that that's not part of the equation, we're actually largely starting to see the defense run 3 ARs where you've got a player watching out towards B as you normally do. The player backside tanks by the defensive spawn, watches the water wheel push, and then you've got an AR that typically plays upstairs inside the mannequin window. So it's interesting, I think, to see how the dynamic of the map has largely changed, not just because of the bomb site move, but what that means as far as the weapons that players are choosing to bring with them. And of course, that obviously influences the tempo and pace of the map at large. So 5-3 is the current tally, still favoring Texas Nation. And UYU offensively opening Nate, looking to get over towards A quickly. Jintroid up top, though, gets picked by General. And really, these trades are not good news for UYU as they go into a 3v3.
Indeed, and I don't even understand why that 3v3 happened. Make it a 2v3 because now Phantoms is taken out. So now Johnny on the flank does take down General and might have a second onto Bressi. Saves the day and evens it up at least. Excuse me, not evens it up. Because Dylan got a kill. So now it's Havoc left in a 1 versus 2, and Dylan has the bomb, but the rotation's going towards B. Here's Allen. They might come in contact with Havoc, and there it is, but it's again Johnny with the trade and the save. What on earth is that round? UIU do take it, and now it is 4-5.
Yeah, good news here. And it really is just the big heads-up play from Johnny after losing Jintroid. His victimizing loss does not actually change what your play is supposed to be, which is getting in towards house. So good awareness from Johnny to continue forward. Turns into the double as seen, and then the third final cleanup puts him on 3 in a row. And 4-5. Now the current tally still favoring Texas Nation. And the question will be offensively, what do they want to do here? By the way, this is the normal defensive setup that you would see if the A bomb site was on the interior. Johnny jumping, checking the window through kitchen. Jintroid watching the front door cross. And then you've got ARs to help out watching out of the outside. And it is one of the ARs to find first blood. Rex taking down General leads to a UIU 4v3.
Indeed it is. And there, of course, Dylan has shots in. Johnny does get the kill onto Kismet. So, of course, Johnny again onto Havoc. He's on fire right now as he does push his way through Barn. And he's going to isolate Bressi in the back and shoot him in the side if he gets contact. And there it is again. Johnny is completely lighting them up, Alan. And now we have a tie game.
5-5, round 11. Johnny's one off a glide bomb, Ellen. Okay, here's the thing. If you're UIU, you cannot just go into this round thinking, get 1 kill, get a glide bomb. Do not change your game plan that dramatically, because what's happening right now is Texas Nation does not have a response for this double SMG threat that Johnny and Jintroid are putting together. So this is now 5-5, round 11, Johnny on 6. Nade's starting to come over to the top through gate. Counter stun will be there, so information for Texas Nation will be gained. And with that, how about this read? Havoc's going to play right on top of the B bomb site with General watching over the top of him. It's a gut check blind counter call, but the gamble may pan out as Johnny starts to make his way through gate.
Indeed, and you see the bomb too as well. Originally they got stunned and they waited instead of pushing forward here, but you see the bomb rotating towards A. And now breach has been made. So 3 members of UIU are in that bottom grandmas and just inching their way forward. Essentially, the intention here, Alan, is to clear out that back site. But Kismet, he's going to try to nade the A bomb site. No contact. So members of Texas Nation know there's no one at B. There's no one on the A site. They have to know that they're trying to be isolated. So now you see Johnny.
He's one bullet away from a glide bomb, but instead it's Kismet who comes up from behind to find the kill. 3v2 as Texas Nation flanked through the middle of the map will allow them an opportunity to use numbers, but Jintroid, gut check call. Icy in nature, sets the bomb down. 2v3 now. Post-plant situation for UIU will be in pieces. Jintroid one direction, Phantoms the other. Texas Nation largely looking to retake from the back stairs, but Jintroid able to find it. Turns aside Bressi. Now from the front door, Jintroid gets the second. All you need is Kismet for the full sale. Bang! UIU! 6 rounds in a row. Square us up in the series, 1 apiece.
And that is the definition of never chalked It is never chalked, Alan. Oh my goodness, the comeback from UIU, and credit to Johnny, man, for really kicking it into gear, because he originally set up the pace, getting those first bloods. He started streaking out. He did die off the glide bomb, but Jintroid, I think he had one kill the whole entire map until that, well, essentially before reset, and then that last round right there, clutched up for the squad.
It's the same exact moment that we saw UIU start to open up the offense. It's the double SMGs. Both of them focused on clearing out the front rooms of house, and it works out every single offense. Texas Nation tried to counter by throwing nades into the middle of the map, and a couple of the stuns and nades landed, but none of them found eliminations like they had in the first set of the Search and Destroy before we reset. Kismet had, I think, 1 or 2 nade kills even in the first 3 rounds. There were none to follow afterwards. So all of the things that we were looking at for Texas Nation that were going so well for them in the first, we'll say, half of that Search and Destroy were completely missing in the second. And for a team that usually you credit to playing really aggressive and kind of in a clinical way, it's UIU that get the double SMG advantage out of nowhere, really. I mean, they had no success at all through the first 5 rounds getting the SMGs involved. And then all of a sudden we reset, and the 2 SMGs are the reason they get 6 in a row. It's unbelievable.
Yeah, no, unbelievable stuff. Complete composure. Like I said, crazy stuff from Johnny. And again, Havoc was one of the ones that were shut down because he was getting those opening picks, working his way towards the middle map as well in the earlier rounds. So yeah, crazy turnaround from UIU, and going forward, now we got Tusken, Alan. Like, oh my gosh, it only can get spicier from here.
Well, the thing about it is both these 2 teams have seen kind of mixed results across the controls, largely speaking. 3 attempts for UIU on this map mode combo, resulting in a 2-1 total record, where on the opposite side, Texas Nation have seen Tusken control 5 times this group stage and have come out on top of them 3 different times. In fact, when it comes to control, largely, they don't lose unless it's around 5. That was kind of the narrative we had from season 1. Mostly that was true through this second season. That said, when both these 2 teams had played each other in the group stage, they actually played Gavudu, and it was a 3-2 affair in favor of Texas Nation then, but that was way back, what feels like a year ago compared to how this series is currently unfolding. And I think, Ellen, the biggest thing that I'll let you take this point away is I'm still looking at UIU. You've got to put this game away in 4. You got to win both these upcoming Tuskens.
Yeah, and I mean, realistically, we said that we needed Johnny to step up from that first map, right? So I'm going to be just, again, looking at that sub pressure. Can Johnny keep that consistency and not have a complete shutdown like he did in the first respawn? You did it in the search. Carry that momentum forward. Statistically, yes, okay, we're mixy for both teams. Don't look at that, but yeah, again, I'm just going to be really looking towards those flanks, those opening breaks, working his way towards maybe back church area on those offensive sides. Because like we know, of course, controls, they are based on ticks and not kills now this time around. But still, how do you kind of make, when you're attacking rounds and make things a little bit mixy, you're going to have those entry subs kind of being annoying, working their way towards the back church area, maybe working their way towards patio, but either which way, trying to find openings on the map to get behind the enemy lines and get things spicy and mixed up for them and their spawn. But on the defensive side, of course, we know that B is favored. Find ways to hold B, of course, and give up A if you need to. But I don't know. It's just it feels like a different game, Alan, because of the fact that we are going to see teams change a little bit in strategies because it's not kill progression. It's based off ticks.
The thing too is that is going to dramatically change. I think it's challengers especially, but also when we eventually implement the patch into the CDL, how teams want to stylistically approach not just the offense, but also defense, I think is the important nature, because you're absolutely right. Obviously, the B defense is much more common to find on a map like Tusken, but I think with this change, you're going to start seeing defending halves not want to give away free A sites anymore. I think you're going to start to see more overwhelming defensive pushes to try to make sure this A zone does not just get conceded for free. So that'll be interesting, I think, just to see if that is immediately going to be a factor for both these teams, or is it something that will maybe be in play as the teams have more time to adjust and learn off of one another. Other small update in the Stallions game against Bearclaw. Stallions take the Desert Siege Search and Destroy 6-4, if I'm not mistaken, which leads to them now up 2-0 in that series. I know a lot of people were thinking Bearclaw, Texas Nation, they've 3-0 their way through these winning rounds. That has not been the case whatsoever so far.
Yeah, no comment. We'll talk about that later. But Stallions up 2-0 for me, like I said. I'm not surprised. I'm really not. I'm not. I don't know. I just, in the qualifiers, I've watched the team. I'm telling you. Cryptic. That's that player for me. But anyways, back to this game, Alan. You are absolutely correct when you were talking about the defensive pushes, because we've seen that in the past, have we not, in Black Ops 4? If I remember correctly, I know I did stop competing that year, but defensive pushes was quite common. Being aggressive also on that side, so I do expect to see that. We're gonna see a lot of those fire pushes, a lot of those fire planks, back Ivy. So here, but hopping on board with Kismet, it is Texas Nation on the attacking side, and already working away towards a little tick there.
Yeah, this will be a difficult pretense for UIU. With Havoc finding a kill over towards the B side of the map, it's going to thin out this UIU defense pretty considerably. So the first tick will be locked in. And now for UIU, it's all about where do we send our numbers from here, because they still have not found Havoc yet. Kismet up top, trying to do a little bit of parkour through the rooftops, not able to quite find the timing. And with that, UIU actually do significantly retake the A zone. They get all 4 members down, and that will lead to not just a defensive aggressive setup, but they also deplete the second tick of progress today.
Indeed, I was going to say Johnny could have created a problem there, but he does get taken down by Kismet. So now that opens up a little bit, at least to work towards the B site, but still UIU not able to successfully hold A. Texas Nation do manage to break on through, but still, now it's Jordan General that is pre-aiming that back church area, holding it down, and Phantoms does take him out. So now this is pretty good if you're Texas Nation. You do have at essentially almost a third tick at A, and you're working your way towards B. Havoc, you see, running towards that grandma side. This could be really good, but there's still only 47 seconds left.
Yeah, there's going to have to be a special individual play being made, and it may come out of Havoc. Wins a second gunfight over towards the B zones. You see UIU members kind of sporadically making their play towards A and B simultaneously. Third tick of progress is going to be locked in. Rex wants to challenge it. Johnny right behind him, but neither can find Kismet. A double up for Kiz. And a third as he gets the backside of Phantoms in his rear window. It's Phantoms who does find a double of his own, largely stopping Texas Nation from freely moving straight over towards B.
Yeah, of course, and Havoc has just been completely just annoying over here, setting up, though, waiting for his teammates, does take down Dylan, and now that opens up for Texas Nation to flood through the patio side and essentially control this radio, but Bressy here knows a player of UIU is around, is just gonna look and just hold the pinch, so Gentroid gonna come in contact with him, gets taken out. So now this is the opening pick that Texas Nation needed, as 2 members are on the site, and UIU is gonna look to break. It's realistically Kismet does get taken down, and what a save from Johnny and Gentroid. Now realistically they're going to push on forward and get control of patio. Havoc, can you make a stop?
Major advantage here for UIU. All the high ground in your control, less than 60 seconds and a 9v9. You feel great about this defense if you're UIU. Nades from Texas Nation forced to come out as they have to break through these key positions, and none of it is going to be for free. More help coming by the way of UIU members throwing extra utility in towards the 5th hard point here at Command Center. Johnny with the first opening elimination. Gentroid seeing that he's going to be challenged by 3, not able to take anything with him, meaning that Rex has to try to hold on to patio. And as the trades come out, Texas Nation have retaken the high ground control. 6v5. Gentroid hindered up, but not fully dealt with initially. Allows an opportunity for UIU to get out of spawn and help out just in time. 4v4, last hit from Texas Nation.
Yeah, and there's only 14 seconds left, so Phantoms, it's really just basically a game of quick searches. He's going to hold down the back line. And that patio push is going to come on through. So Dylan, the nades do come in, and the team kill from Bressy. So now this leaves Texas Nation in a 3 versus 3. So at least he's able to take down Phantoms. Going to slide on in, and then stops the clock. So there's 2 seconds left. Alan, that's 2 kills. That's 2 from Bressy. Even with the team kill, Texas Nation flood on in and get the kills and take it up 1-0.
Too much panic for me for UIU. You've got 2 players that could use this patio position for a pretty extended amount of time. There is no progress being made at B at all. So the last 2 members for Texas Nation, they had to survive on the point itself, giving an opportunity for UIU from that patio position to try to reback over to radio, or pardon me, to radio if they did not find those members below them, which they didn't. But instead of trying to keep the high ground in their favor, both UIU defenders dive into the site, and it costs them their lives, as General and Brezzy get the job done, just finessing their life for what felt like an eternity, I'm sure. So a huge opening offense for Texas Nation. Immediately puts the response required for UYU to do the same. You would hope to do off the initial offensive attempt, but as Havoc makes the play around the flank, it looks pretty dire for UYU to capture the A zone in this attempt.
Yep, indeed it does. But Havoc could be the one to stop it there, of course, as he's kind of holding the pinch and still waking his way towards middle, still going actually on a 3 streak right now. So Havoc doing exactly what he needs to do as that sub player who works his way around fire, and it kind of just cuts off the spawns. But although his teammates do die from the front, so this leaves Havoc kind of last alive, and all members of UIU just kind of slowly working their way towards A. Havoc is just realistically going to just try to be annoying and maybe catch a couple of members off spawn. But a minute left. You don't want to invest too much time into doing that, as essentially, especially if your teammates keep falling. But
Well, the thing about this for UIU is you're kind of stuck here at the top side of the map. Texas Nation have gotten clearance through the 5th hardpoint and command center. They've got numbers there, and they feel confident enough that General can lock down their back spawns by himself. So UIU have a lot to do here when it comes to even getting themselves a look at this B zone. A couple of good eliminations will give them a chance to gain the high ground. But for Texas Nation, because General's anchored up position will allow some free respawns, they can contest this, resulting in what will be favorable trades for Texas Nation. Even the rewrap from Kismet trying to put the pressure on these players to isolate over towards patio side. But honestly speaking, for UIU, you kind of have to be careful of what you want to do on this hit. You don't want to get stuck around column, but you also don't want to be sitting on top of platform. And, well, that's the reason why. Havoc comes up from the back, and that will clear the majority of pressure from UIU's offense.
Gosh, that's COD timing to it. Its finest if you're Dylan Rex, because he was actually anticipating that. Turned just as soon as Havoc came in, but still Jordan General there for the stop on the Gentroid, at least with the defense. And if you're UIU, slow down your gameplay a little bit. You see kind of Dylan doing that, and just regroup here. But now Kismet clears off that point, and Bressie, of course, holding this back and take area. We know how important it is. At least 2 members of UIU are going to work their way towards Church. But it's just a kind of a patient game, and Texas Nation doing a very good job at holding the line. Kismet has 2 members coming in through radio, does lose the gunfight. Gentroid floods on in, and then Phantoms wins the 2. So at least realistically, Jordan General there for the stop. It's kind of getting mixed. These 2 members of UIU are isolated on the point, and of course, Texas Nation clear them all out. Alan, it's 29 seconds left. They have to figure out how to do this, and they got to do it fast.
Yeah, and the problem here is a lot of that hit for UIU was relying on Johnny, number 6, to get around the back and win the 1v1 onto Bressie, or force more Texas Nation members defensively to have to worry about the flank. But that's not the case. In fact, they should be worried about General. 10 in a row, 21-10 overall, as the round will come to a very anticlimactic conclusion unless your name is Jordan General. And with that, oh boy, danger starts to loom now for UIU, who really only had one good look at the B zone, and it came in pieces. And now you're down 0-2, and you have to survive up against a glide bomb that could be freely used by General whenever he so sees fit to use it. Yeah,
that's tough. That's tough. Realistically, General has just been holding everything he needs to, and then Havoc, of course, working the flanks, and then Bressie, of course, doing what he needs to do and locking everything down. He's on a 4 streak as well. So all members of Texas Nation right now, Alan, are streaking out.
I would love to see General use this glide bomb right here, by the way, for what it's worth. Throw your nades and then throw out the glide bomb, but that may have to come to a pause here as Kismet drops way earlier than anticipated. UIU with numbers to help deal with this play over towards B, including Johnny on the flank, who will clean everything up. The only piece they're missing, though, is Havoc, and with this win, this is going to put some pressure onto UIU, but Havoc, instead of choosing to play his life, tries to come back to the fight, and that will result in his eventual death and an opportunity for UIU to have killed off more than 30 seconds with the time without giving away a single tick of progress anywhere yet.
Indeed, and then the work, of course, that mid play from Bressie. Gonna kind of like isolate the middle parts of the map, and doesn't spot Phantoms actually, but at least gets a flank towards the A site, opens it up a little bit, and tags up Johnny. Gonna work towards the back here, but if you are Texas Nation, I would kind of isolate towards A, but Havoc has other deals in mind on the other side of the map as he works towards B. So this is actually a simultaneous capture, maybe. At least maybe that was the play, but still UIU reads it. All members are cleared off of A site. And I kind of see the play there from Texas Nation. Havoc kind of went over to B, maybe to cause a distraction, but UIU still focused up on A, cleared off all members, and Johnny moves forward. Either which way, 18 seconds left. Can Texas Nation get a cap? They do have one.
You'd have to stack for it, and if you stack for it, what you're going to be missing is the ability to read a player like Jintroid getting around the back, and it doesn't look very good for him, does it? Especially as Jintroid is able to find Havoc on the zone, forcing Kismet to have to try to get away with his life. The rest of his teammates who spawned roof side are trying to make a desperate play towards B. And again, every tick matters here. So with 8 seconds on the clock, UIU, you have to feel like with this life advantage, you're going to commit for one more retake. Maybe try to stop this A progress from being confirmed. But all of a sudden, as General slips onto the B zone, UIU still looking for kills. They're not going to stop this first tick of progress from coming through. And as Kismet gets away with another elimination and his life, now it is trusted that Johnny can stop the second tick. Is anyone going to stop this second tick of progress from coming through? Do they not know that he's here? Finally, Phantoms deals with it, but it comes at a significant cost.
Yeah, and then you have Kismet in the back. So essentially, General is getting free, and then Kismet is getting free kills in the back. So again, it makes it very easy to get this cap. But Johnny, of course, again, makes a stop. But again, I don't understand the play from that and why it took so long. But either which way, Alan, there's 46 seconds left. Johnny is streaking out, and all members of Texas Nation do fall. And at least this can kind of open up to at least push members back. Dylan Rex going to get set up in church and stop the radio push, but Havoc does get taken down. And
I mean,
I don't know. At least I can set up a little bit.
It's definitely baffling because losing that one tick of progress at B may seem insignificant now, but with the change going to tick progression, that essentially guarantees Texas Nation the round 5 defense if they for some reason lose this upcoming attack. Which, by the way, this round's not over. Kismet's still doing special moments, and Havoc will actually find elimination. So, 1 versus 9, definitely looking out of the realm of possibility to confirm the round, but maybe could find another tick of progress, if not maybe work towards streaks. And as he nearly holds down the trigger for a double, the threat was nearly imminent. But UIU salvage, if only, their defensive round 3, meaning that it's a must-win here in the 4th on the attack, but it likely also means that they're going to have to take a round 5 offense as well.
Indeed, they have, and my goodness. We'll see if they can do it, though, here. Seems to be the play for UAU's. Of course, General getting contact at A, but it's, again, Kismet just cutting down that mid lane of the map just as easily like that. So this could be very dangerous again, Alan. But still, UAU at least able to break free. Kind of have the 2-and-2 split. 2 members over by the patio side. You see Johnny working towards the towards the B site and getting radio control. But kind of the idea here is to isolate members of Texas Nation in the back.
Oh, yeah. If you can find a way to keep forcing Texas Nation to have to hit this cross through church, it could lead to a significant life advantage here for UIU. You've got a free pause of the clock with the members coming off of spawn. So it's really on to Johnny to just kind of roam the map and continue to serve kills for UIU. But as he tries to get cheeky through the middle, he'll be cut down, and simultaneously they'll lose their furthest member in Rex. So now Texas Nation, after the second tick of progress comes out, have to make a decision of, do we contest this? And Kismet, maybe gives us our answer as he flies forward, quite literally, but cannot do anything. And so with that, 3 life lead, minute 45 on the clock, and UIU have Rex in the backline, which he's able to take down Brezzy. Another important 1v1 would have been there, whether he decided to fight up against Kismet or if he decided to fight up against General. Neither will be successfully taken, and with that, Texas Nation now in a pretty significant spot defensively as they clear out the high ground.
Oh, man, and that could have been a crazy opening break, too, if Jintroid didn't chase right there, because they didn't actually know he was there. Oh, such an opening crazy break, but regardless, Kismet gonna see if he can continue the streak. 4 for him now, and realistically, that house control and the rotation from Texas Nation coming in towards that middle site, but UIU do close them out, and Havoc again holding the grass side. It's just tough. UIU just doesn't really seem like they have any footing, but still at least Phantoms is on the point at the B site, so that can open up a little bit of chaotic here, but still, it's just Kismet. I was trying to say Kismet and chaos at the same time, and what do you get? I don't even know, but regardless, it's Kismet. It just seems to be the thorn in their side, stopping the push time and time and again, Alan.
Yeah, but UIU's got free high ground control. This is actually good news for UIU in an 11v11. Good gunfight win by Rex, and you've got Phantoms off the flank, and then Johnny makes safe the trail off play over towards Church. UIU, an opportunity to get the second tick, if not the full third. Texas Nation, decision time. How are you going to re-break into this? You got one off the point. Havoc from the backside able to find the final member for UIU initially. But as he rotates back up to the high ground, they don't account for one more member on top. It's Jintroid, who does get dealt with at the very last moment. And Texas Nation have lost their fourth member at the time being about 10-15 seconds ago. So we'll see how things unfold if we even need to possibly see a replay. 6 on to 3 is currently the tally, and it looks like this third tick of progress is going to be good. Texas Nation trying to fight it to the last second. They get forward, but they cannot get on convincingly enough, and UIU will capture all 3 zones on the B point. And with that, we'll have to make a decision as far as what's going on for round 5 with the fourth member dropping out. Well, I say we will actually have no part of that conversation. League Ops will do what they do best. But that was actually a pretty important dropout. I mean, you're in a situation there at the end where maybe that fourth player could have been an influence to get UIU off as the time was ticking low.
Absolutely, because especially, I mean, you mentioned having control of that high ground. Who's going to be the one to stop it? It's going to be General with the AR holding those back line sights. So, yeah, kind of interesting there. Although it did look like it could have been stopped. Kismet, he was really working his way around UIU, kind of just cutting them off on the pinches, and it really just for a second looked like they had their footing, but. It's unfortunate that flood in from the patio side, and yeah, UIU take it. So, going to be curious to see where that puts us.
It's just one of those things, again, where we find a spot where UIU, regardless of the lag out at the end, UIU are making the right reads against what Texas Nation is trying to put together. You go back to round 3, their defense, they know that Texas Nation are going to run a 3-1 split with Havoc kind of being the lone member towards B. So you get into a position to not just deal with Havoc, but you've got the opportunity then to take his position over and use that on the long flank. Gives them a really good look at their opening defense towards the A zone for an extended period of time. And then on the offense, you know for a fact that if Texas Nation can get a convincing kill feed, they're going to put ARs in towards Command Center. So let's make sure that one of our SMGs kind of stays back and cleans up after our hit comes through. And that time around, it made safe not just a flank, but also a retake attempt from Texas Nation. So the adjustments for UIU are absolutely perfect when it comes to trying to put together a response for what Texas Nation are coming out with. The thing about it in the end is it going to be enough? We saw that in the Search and Destroy. Apparently it was. You lose the first 5, you win the next 6. Can you do the same thing though in Control, where you lose the first 2 and put together 3 in a row? Who knows? Well, I wouldn't put it past them based on what we're seeing at the moment through round 3 and 4.
Yeah, no, indefinitely. And you know, Alan, I've competed. It's just really, when it comes to playoffs and it comes to tournaments like this, it's just really who can turn up the most, because we know both teams have displayed such an amazing talent on both rosters all across the board, of course. So it's hard to say. It's hard to say because there's just been unpredictability everywhere. But for the most part, I'm going to say if we had to predict here, I think that Texas Nation's still going to kind of carry over just because of how consistent they played across the board. And realistically, in that last series, it was Bressy who was kind of turning it up for the squad. So, if you already have 3 members playing consistent and then another one plays even more, I mean, I don't know. I just feel like, you know, with a couple of adjustments, today's just been a kind of wackadoodly day, okay, for all of us. We don't know. I don't know what to. I don't know. I don't know what to expect. Sometimes I like to expect the unexpected.
The biggest thing for me is it's not even the fact that Texas Nation finish out that defense 3v4, but they also missed the opportunity to use General's glide bomb, which could have also potentially won the defense alone. So I don't know. I think it's going to be interesting to see what the call is going to be overall, to see kind of how they decide to move forward from this, because it's difficult, I think, on both sides to evaluate, you know, what is the most fair. That's why we don't get paid to do that job. Other small update as I'm looking over towards the Clutch stream. Stallions did drop map number 3, so it's a 2-1 map count currently between them and Bear Claw Gaming, which is still a surprise in its own self. And not only did we get treated to a surprise of our own with the 6 rounds in a row from UIU and the Surge, but across the other winners semi, more surprises seem to be looming. We're going to step away for a quick break, though, while the competitive operations team tries to figure out what exactly we're going to do, and we'll come back, break the news, and likely finish off this control in one form or another. So don't go too far. We've got more between UIU and Texas Station right at the back side of the break. Welcome back, everybody. We're jumping back on into the control. The map count is correct, 1-1. The round count will be a round 4 replay. Still 2-1 in the map is Texas Nation. So UYU have to put together a response, and then they're an opening attempt to make a play over towards B. They almost single-handedly just get fully shut down by Havoc. Great start for Texas Nation.
Yeah, setting up that patio side, we know how devastating it is. Gotta watch those awkward angles, but still, General on the other side getting some action in as he does get taken down. So now, let's see if he can answer the call. Does get the trade on to Jintroid and falls. So now this is a good opening for UIU to get a little bit of progression here on the A site. And the problem is here is, of course, Havoc working his way in his usual element on the flank, but of course he gets spotted by Phantoms, who is set up in church. Pressy on the take. So this is a good little setup for UIU. Not only do they have that progress going on at A, Allen, but they are also creating havoc in that bottom church area you see where Johnny is set up.
Yeah, Johnny's going to single-handedly guarantee the A zone never gets re-challenged, but kind of like we had in the previous iteration of this round 4, the same is starting to occur, where Texas Nation will use that as an opportunity to dominate the bottom side of the map, stretching all the way through Command Center, meaning that UYU, once again, has to get through some problem power positions, not just through where the 5th hard point would be, but also on the backside of the defensive spawns. You've got Kismet watching this long flank. Rex going to give it a go, and, well, as he tries, he gets denied. So now you look towards Johnny, as he's stuck between 2 different Texas Nation members. He'll try to open up some space in the bottom part of the map, but will very wisely back down. Unfortunately, does not wait long enough to get the regen, and Texas Nation's defense completely stalwart around this B zone still.
I'm not sure if I really agree with the way UAU is hitting this either, because essentially, yeah, Dylan Rex is pushing that that bottom church, but he doesn't really have anybody there for the trade. And then we saw Johnny on in the bottom house, and he didn't get the trade in that P5 area. So realistically, UAU, they just have to figure out how to group up a little bit better to work together to get trades, as essentially Texas Nation is doing so. So regardless, that'll do a little bit. I mean, you have again in that element gets taken down, of course. So now this is an opening push from that bottom half for UIU to work on forward. And of course, you have Dylan Rex setting up in that radio side. So the flood is going to come on through, and that's 3 down.
Numbers are great. There wasn't a full defense here for Texas Nation. They were still curious if there was going to be a player on the back. So now you've got UYU controlling the high ground and an opportunity to start making some progress occur on towards the zone itself. Phantom's barely able to stay alive, capitalizing on a kill into Kismet before eventually being traded. But UYU's presence still absolutely completely uncontested. 12-11. Under 30 seconds though on the game clock, and Johnny's going to hit her out. Opportunity to potentially blow this over from the back, but could only collect a first kill. Still though on the site, UYU nearly able to lock in the second tick of progress, but cut just a touch short as Kismet's able to contest one last time. Now it's down to the last remaining members. 8v7. Rex on a 3 spree could only do so much, and an unfortunate team nade will actually mean for a second here, UYU will be able to set up for one last hit.
Yep, it's unfortunate, but still, at least there's only 16 seconds left. Johnny, he's going to have to figure out a way to work forward, and Bressy, of course, takes him down. So now there's only 10 seconds left. They have to fly on in, and they have to do so now. There's not that much time, and of course, you don't have lives in favor, Alan. That might be it. Kismet zoning forward. You already see number 6, Havoc, working his way fire, making havoc of Zuel, and that's it. Texas Nation making
Tough
it still
scenes.
look comfortable.
Oh, man. UYU had the literal perfect look at that B zone break, just missing out on a couple of moments. Johnny on the back, you can't really just put it all onto him because it's a difficult position to make more than one elimination occur. However, if he gets a second, I'll tell you this much, UYU's got a really solid chance of bringing home that full B zone and sending it to around 5. But this time, the quote-unquote little full sail or reverse sweep, whatever you want to call it, inside the map itself does not occur. So Texas Nation, they now move up 2-1 in the map count after their dominating win on Gavudu Hardpoint. They let 6 rounds slip in a row after being up 5-0 in the Bacage Surge, but no such antics will occur here. They clean things up in the round 4 defense, leading us to more control, or pardon me, more Tusken from here on out. We've got a map 4 Hardpoint that will be played on Tusken coming up.
Yeah, and I mean, Tusken Hardpoint, you see it in the control there. I mean, they're kind of playing really comfortable on this if you're Texas Nation, just as the map overall. Havoc, he's just working those awkward angles, getting in positions to where he was catching the enemy off guard. But then on the other side, you know, you have Johnny, who was kind of working the same thing, working that back church area. But either which way, across the board, Kismet was doing the same exact thing, getting those two pieces and getting in those positions where they're just completely cutting down the mid map area and controlling that fire. And again, UIU kind of like similar to the search and destroy. They, like you said, they come back just a little bit. They adjust a little bit too late. So making adjustments maybe a little bit quicker in this control, maybe make it a little bit of a difference. Alan, you think? Like maybe I just like certain ways that they were approaching those attack sites just didn't seem like they were working together on those trades in the back church area.
I have a hard time saying that there's just like a game plan flaw for UIU. I think more of it is just missed opportunities, I think is what it comes down to, which largely is kind of control in a nutshell when you're looking at it from the offensive point of view. I do think that you can look back at how Texas Nation won their opening attack and say, okay, UIU, we missed up on a couple of pretty easy cues, but after that, the round 2, 3, 4, I think UIU's putting together a really solid approach to the map overall. It's just a couple of missed opportunities that they did not really capitalize on that could have led to successful attacks. So that's, I think, kind of at least the general synopsis over the map 3 control. The bad news here for UIU fans is, look, the Tuscan hardpoint's one thing. Both teams pretty evenly matched. We've seen them on this map pretty regularly across both seasons so far. But the biggest problem is even if you win this map, trying to beat Texas Nation and a Tuscan search and destroy, where they were literally the first team to beat you up on that map mode combo, is difficult to find win condition in. So for me, even though you put together a hell of a show in the Full Sail on map 2, and yeah, I think going into this map 4, you do have some availability to look back upon your season and say, these are the things that lead to success. Maybe we could do them again versus this Texas Nation team. I still don't feel great about that map 5 that's still waiting for us, even if we get there.
Yeah, I agree, because it's just, again, always Texas Nation to clutch up on that. But I don't know, Alan, if this is a repeat from the last series, the last time they played, it was Texas Nation that came out on top 3-1. So I don't know. This still, for me, this is just a very convincing win if you're UIU. I just feel like, even though, again, yes, they're a good squad, of course. They wouldn't be here if they weren't, but it just seems like it's Texas Nation in the driving seat, in control of the map the whole entire time. I mean, you had all members streaking out in that last map. And then even a glide bomb that wasn't even used with the lag out. So it's like, if that consistency and that slaying power from General, from Kismet, from all members of Texas Nation just continuing on moving forward, yeah, I'm really going to, again, put that pressure, I feel like, on Johnny, because he just seems like that swing factor, that swing momentum for this squad. Even with the addition to Gintroid, it just, again, it's not enough from him, I would say, that would be that, that factor to make that big of a difference. It's just, I don't know. I'm just really going to be looking at, again, Johnny.
The two pieces that you hit on, but I think we can really knock it out of the park here. Number one, Texas Nation out-tempoed UIU on map 1. And this is another map where that could still occur, where Texas Nation are not just winning the hard points off of the initial plays, but more so, I think, just influencing what happens in that scrap 20, where they start to make some pressure occur on rotation. So Texas Nation, I think, has a steep advantage in that category, just based off what we saw in map 1. The other point that you bring up that is, I think, super important is the fact that Johnny is going to be, I think, a huge, I don't even want to use the word X factor. I just think he needs to be a 1-for-1 with what we're getting out of Havoc. I think that's probably if you were to say, like, who's guarding who, I think Johnny needs to step up and have a level of performance that we've seen out of Havoc routinely. Because he went nearly double negative on the opening map, while Havoc went, like, nearly double positive. So that's another key difference maker. And I think it also kind of, one leads to the other. Like, if Johnny's playing well and is able to shut down Havoc and a couple of the key 1v1s on rotation, then the tempo is going to get better for UIU. So I think you're right in picking up both of those points, and I think as an audience, we just need to be very in tune with both of those different things. The start from Johnny, and will that potentially lead to UIU getting out the gates a lot faster than what we had seen really at any point throughout this entire series, not just the map 1.
Yeah, it's really adjusting. And I feel like they can do that. We've seen them before. Adjust to those said tempos. I think they can, of course, they can do that. They've contested it before. And yeah, it's realistically, it always seems, again, for that momentum. It's just crazy. The sub from pressure from Johnny, but we need Gintroid with him, supporting him. He can get those entries, but he needs support. I feel like if you just give him a little bit more support sub there, like, he'll be good. But regardless, I'm excited, Alan. Here we go. We're hopping in on board Texas Nation UIU. This is for the win. Will Texas Nation win, or will UIU swing another map? But off the break here, looks like it's, of course, Texas Nation in control. Pressy opening it up with a 2 and Kismet to follow. That's a clean wipe. And it's Havoc already set up for the trap and a 3.
This is not good for UIU. Johnny gets shut down playing a pinch through you. Havoc already set the tempo, forcing UIU to kind of be stuck inside their spawns. They haven't gotten the flip they were looking for, though, which I think is the most peculiar part of this for Texas Nation. You almost thought that you hit kind of the 3 for 3. You get the full wipe, you get a play around rotation, and then you would also get a spawn flip, but that hasn't occurred as of yet. So Havoc 5-1. More work to be done. And UIU will unfortunately have to concede full time here on the first hard point. 47 seconds on the first hill. Not good news for UIU. Essentially forcing them to have to play solidly around the second. And, well, they can't find a single kill. It's just clean Texas Nation action as they break on their first attempt.
Yeah, and I'm not exactly sure how so that happened. Yeah, not even a really good hold there. And now Texas Nation has control in Pressy. Look at 5 streak out for him. You don't want to invest too much time into this if you're UIU, but you kind of got to. Texas Nation is completely running away, but that'll opening things up if you're UIU. Clearing off the point. Havoc, of course, makes a stop to it. P2, there's only 25 seconds left, so if you're UIU, you might have to just chalk this and completely just start to rotate out. Give it up, and you kind of see number 7. You look Johnny doing just that, but
this is perfect. This is absolutely perfect from UIU. They get exactly what they need to define. You're able to neutralize the hard point time and find some time of your own while never giving an inch on rotation. They make that play happen nearly flawlessly as far as the response is concerned. The thing about it is you can't just respond from getting that initial last 30 seconds in contest. You have to pull 40-plus seconds here on the most dominant hill that we've largely seen through Vanguard. And Texas Nation are going to set up for their break attempt from Divine side. Good nades in the mix will take care of Johnny initially. Of course, for Texas Nation, not only does that mean you neutralize the hardpoint time, but it allows you an opportunity for multiple members to focus on the back. And, well, that godheady over by the garden will be immediately taken care of, and with that, spawns will also flip. Good instance here for Texas Nation, once again, breaking on their first attempt.
Yeah, it's just really hard to hold if you're UIU, but still kind of fighting from the front. Johnny's still doing just that, at least contesting, and Kismet still making slight work there. Gets 2, but it's still Dylan on the point, winning the gunfights, but regardless, there's only 15 seconds left, and still easy pickings there for Jordan General as he gets another kill onto Phantom. So the rotation's in. Havoc is there in the back. UIU's here first. So again, it's just the gunfights that are going in favor of Texas Nation.
Yeah, and UIU are at least able to finally get Kismet out of the mix, because there was a moment there where UIU was trying to set up aggressively and they were nearly stopped by a 1 player. But even with all that said, Texas Nation just walk around the back with their SMGs, clean kills coming through. That'll flip the spawns once again, and Texas Nation have once again broken on their first attempt. Not good news for UIU in the scheme of how the map trend is going at the moment, although they do at least get some high ground control from the church side and rework to work back in and get themselves some more time. And with these clean kills coming out of the SMG line for UIU, that will start to lead to the most significant time we've seen so far in church.
Yeah, indeed. And like you nailed it there, Alan. Like, it's just those first attempt breaks. It's just that are coming in. Texas Nation just doing a fantastic job at doing just that. And I mean, when you have General shooting like that, it makes it quite easy. So scrap time goes in favor of Texas Nation and the rotations for battle, essentially, for UIU coming in through. But Pressy there is the only one for Texas Nation. Gentroy picks him up, and this is a good setup. So now inching their way back forward, 64-119.
Havoc in the
UIU.
back. Phantoms has no idea that Havoc's through, nor do they know that the spawns are going to flip here. So as soon as Havoc gets the read that his teammates are coming off to spawn to help him, it's all about taking the time to hit together. But Phantoms quickly makes his way back through Fire Alley and picks up a huge elimination, allowing UIU a little bit more security on this 5th hill. Brezzy cooking up a nade, but that was designed to go into the hard point itself, so he loses the gunfight up close. And now it's really just on to Kismet. Last 1v1 with Rex will be won. And UIU have to make the decision in the last 20 seconds, not about if they'll break, but how many members are you going to spend trying to get this scrap time contested?
And it seems like only 3. So Kismet still holding the line. And you got the rotation coming in from Dylan. So at least here, the kills do come in favor still again for Texas Nation. Kind of getting mixy there. But regardless, Jordan General, he is on that P1 site. And UIU members there. Still, the contest is in. And the kills come through. But still, it's just Texas Nation winning every gunfight and every trade. Have control, cleared off and isolated all members of UIU again, back church. And Kismet's there and set up and ready to go.
Look, you could start to understand why Havoc was going out there publicly and saying he wanted to play with Kismet. These 2 SMGs have been undeniable in all of the respawns that we've had a chance to watch thus far. Kismet able to get himself to full streaks. That's all the way, by the way, interspersed with Havoc making route plays. So between the 2 of them, there just isn't an answer on the opposite side, flat out. That's really what it comes down to for me. Johnny's having a better map, sure, but Jintroid is still having a hard time getting to the hard point. 10 and 14's not bad, but 13 seconds of hill time's not good. And the significance between the 2 SMGs on either side is just, you can't say enough about it. The support they're getting over the top is obviously a big help, but Havoc and Brezzy together have been undeniable in this series.
Undeniable indeed. And now Glide Bob does get called. And UIU all members wiped out from the back church area and in the front. And a team kill from Johnny. So this is, again, the only number of Phantoms. It could potentially make a break here, but still, Texas Nation just winning those gunfights. And Havoc doing just such a perfect job at zoning forward. Pressy, of course, winning every single gunfight. There's only 25 seconds left. UIU have to flood on in from the front, and that's exactly what they're doing, but they're not winning the gunfights.
Tempo and pace has been just underneath the
undermined.
Of Texas Nation. It's just been, it's really, the speed they're playing at is not even coming close to being rivaled by UIU. And a lot of it comes off the fact that you've got these individuals that are making these early routes happen, and they're turning it into 1, 2, sometimes 3 eliminations. It's not good for UIU. Now, they are in a position to try to open up this 3rd hill, but it's not with a significant amount of numbers, so you kind of have to wait. And as there is going to be a close respawn for UIU to try to stack up together, they will fight back with Johnny and Jintroid taking down the first eliminations in this engagement. Johnny even taking it a step further by moving out through Vines. That'll be good news to create a little bit of vacancy and space on the zone itself. But right off spawn, Texas Nation, good set nades coming back through for the break attempt. Havoc looking to clear off space top fire, but is unable to do so. And with that, it's trusted to Kismet to finish off this break with 22 seconds left to play.
Yeah, indeed. It just it did look like they were going to run away essentially with that, but it's just from the front, Havoc breaking through fire. I really thought that UIU had the whole entire hold there for that, but regardless, they still have the next point. And that's just really it. They're not holding, Alan. They're not getting in positions to hold these defensive pushes.
And they're missing timings. Look at number 8. Phantom's job is to make sure no one hits the flank, and he does not get there fast enough. So here it is again. The double SMGs, this time Brezzy with an MP40 in hand, get around the back, and look at UIU on the minimap. All the arrows just instantly go, what? And they turn to try to deal with this fight from the backside of Church. And fortunately, they do pick up at least even trades, allowing a chance to contest a little while longer. General holding on the trigger for hopefully a double, but only takes down 1. But his former Enigma 6 teammate rejoined here at Texas Nation. Kismet is able to finish off where he had left off, and Texas Nation will get the break they were looking for.
Yeah, just again, like you said, sneaking his way through, but Kismet zoning forward. Fantastic job he has been doing this game. 4 streak, by the way, and yeah, he's going to think about the rotation anew. So Kismet's going around in general, of course, zoning out the back. But, man, if you're UIU, you have to fight for the scrap time and you have to early rotate. And you're not doing either. It's really hard to come back in this game if you're UIU. And again, that long flank from Kismet paid off as he's already set up. And again, that Texas Nation just controlling UIU and know exactly where they are. This hold could be the last hold of the game to win it.
Kismet on 5 again, by the way. Doesn't wait for the regen, just peeks on 6 HP, thinking there was going to be some team chow coming through, but not the case. It's Johnny and Jintroid that will collectively take down all 4. And a good read here for UIU. They know where Texas Nation are going to be spawning at. Just comes down to, can you convert that information into efficiency in the kills? So far, yet to be a convincing response to the question, as Texas Nation are a bit stifled just outside the rooftops, but with even trades coming out, gives them a chance to break on in. 20 seconds on this hard point. Still obviously within margins to win here, but you actually kind of see that for Kismet in general. They're thinking, all right, well, you guys try for it. We'll just go ahead and give ourselves a controlled setup, try to win the game on the next hard point.
Indeed, and look at that. All members of UIU obviously spot that, and they're like, hey, we got to go. So as they're going, members of Texas Nation are set up. The kills have to come in for your UIU. So now it's basically a 2 versus 2 at the point, and UIU is going to say, do win it. And at least now that's the control. And now on the opposite side, it is UIU that have Texas Nation back church.
Oh,
See if they can hold.
He's put some pressure into Church itself. Texas Nation are trying to clear him out. This is good time for UIU. They get the break they need, and they do it cleanly. Kismet over the middle of the map. Huge 1v1 to open up maybe a route through you, but he's weak, and Johnny says, I want a piece of that, and then more. Not just a piece of it, I want the whole thing. Johnny on a double. Hold on a second. UIU over 220. 20 seconds to fight for, and Texas Nation are coming in one by one. What is this? Set something up for a break, why don't you? Jintroid trying to hold on towards the U position. The break comes out for Texas Nation, so Johnny has to be activated. And as he does, they get full clearance. 10 seconds to play for here. UIU need to rotate.
They do. All members of Texas Nation are set up, but Johnny, he's going to try to work his way through that upper radio side, and Jintroid gets a nade kill onto Havoc, so that's the opening that UIU needed. 2 members of Texas Nation fall, and all members of the point get clear. They break out, and now Texas Nation spawn back Church. Can they hold?
The nades are coming through, though. Havoc able to find one. Look at the long play from Jintroid, though. Looking to come around the flank. Here comes number 5, and Jintroid on the back. He's able to take down one. The pitch with Phantoms is good. And UIU claw their way back. Unbelievable spree between the 5th, 1st, and 2nd hard points. And Texas Nation just completely take their foot off the gas and get punished.
What on earth was that? My goodness. I'm flabbergasted. I am flabbergasted. Slowly entering their way. Like it just, what just happened?
We'll see what just happened. I'll tell you what just happened. UIU had been beat on every single rotation on the outside hard points. You think about 2, 3, and then 4. Every single time they barely missed out on timings to zone off Texas Nation from hitting long routes. The thing about the 5th to 1st hard point is there are really no misses because it's in the middle of the map. So UIU around the back get good participation from Johnny to open up the door. And then Jintroid, who can still contest, just has to play his life. The help comes from mid-map. Phantoms is able to get involved. Jintroid does enough to help Johnny come back forward. And then it's just the Johnny show from there. Just as soon as we were mentioning for Texas Nation, the SMGs are being unmatched. Jintroid and Johnny in the final moments did everything you could possibly ask. And by the way, for what it's worth, this triple nade setup to get topside Church is massive. Johnny, as soon as he reads that kill, knows that he doesn't have to worry about going high ground. He can double hit with his teammate through Church Alley. And once again, it's the SMGs that pick things up. And number 5 in Jintroid right here. Huge awareness. I've got 2 players in and around the hard point. As soon as Texas Nation spawns, I can get around the back. And this pinch setup with Phantoms, absolutely flawless. Send it home. Take it to map 5.
Flawless, Alan. Like, absolutely insane. And we said that Johnny needed just a little bit of help, and he got it from Jintroid. Unbelievable stuff. Not the craziest stats across the board, but it's those kills that mattered. Not only did Jintroid clutch in that surge, but he clutched here too as well. So that's really just the magic that they need. So if they can carry that and keep that consistency, they'll be fine. But it's Tuscan.
110 to like 20 points stretch
20
for UIU.
It was like 68 to 0. Like I
think Mullet was like 220 to 140. I mean, I was still looking at that 5th hard point. I was like, it doesn't really matter what happens with Texas Nation here. They'll just win it on new. Unbelievable, man. That is a next level display of composure coming out of UIU. And with that, now we get to a map 5 Tuscan Search and Destroy. And I think if there was ever a way to win a map 4 leading into some momentum to map 5, I guess that's the way to do it. So call it strategy if you want to. But the problems that we had laid out about this series, those cannot be ignored. UIU in Season 1, unbelievable at Search and Destroy, particularly on this map. But that was with Scrap, who was finding a lot of value out of the sniper rifle in the first place. Scrap is no longer part of this team. It's Jintroid who's here in his place. And during the playoff run of Season 1, where these two teams had met in the winners and grand finals, it was Texas Nation who absolutely took UIU to church on this map.
Yeah, and that's tough. I'm just like, I'm trying to analytically think about this, and you know me, I think about 50 million things at once. But realistically, yeah. Texas Nation, again, I feel like, Alan, has been in the driving seat. How that just happened, obviously, every single map, including search. So, I still think that Texas Nation's going to close it out just because of that. But again, the players of UAU, we know how amazing they are. And I don't know. I know that, again, that player swap, losing Scrap is going to make a difference. But we can't count out the clutch factor that Gentroid has displayed in both of the wins to win the game. Yeah. To win the game. Okay, so again, if we just cut out the stats and just not even think about that per se, again, it's just those important kills to clutch the game. So, oh man, if I'm Texas Nation though, having such a huge lead like that would, you gotta really regain, because that would it's either make you a breaker is what I say. But
double elimination, that's the important thing to keep in mind. But I just really want to talk about the Gentroid point once more, because it's not just the 1-for-1. It's the fact that as Gentroid has come in to fill in Scrap's vacancy, which was team choice, by the way, he's not provided over the course of the season. He's got a .88 overall KD, which is next to last in North America right now based on the recorded stats that we have. The thing about it is his ice factor in these really all four of these maps, well, I won't say the first one, at least the last three, has been significant. So you get a more experienced player in the mix. You get one that you vibe more with, I would say, for Phantoms and Rex, and you've got yourself a collective team that's really coming to life here in this series. This is the closest series these two teams have played against one another, by the way, for what it's worth. The first time they had matched in the Season 1 group stage, it was a 3-2, but every map was convincing on one side or the other. We jump on in map 5, already first round in progress. Texas Nation looking good with a 4v2, and they've also dealt with where the bomb was looking to go for UIU, leaving Rex for what would have to be a 1v4.
Yep, 1v4, and he has 52 seconds left, but it's not going to matter. Texas Nation. What looked to be a quite comfortable, good round from Pressy. Take it. And of course, Havoc, that automaton in hand. So, yeah, Gentroid, can you clutch up here? But I see what you're saying, Alan. But at the same time, maybe it's a good sign. Maybe they're finally building up that chemistry, and maybe they'll stick it through and slowly improve out throughout the year. But that's the one thing I like to see is teams sticking together and just making it work. That's what we always want, right? But either which way, Texas Nation do win the first round, and now on the attacking side, gonna kind of have that patient push towards the B site, but Havoc does take down Johnny. 3 versus 4.
And that's Johnny trying to get aggressive to the middle of the map, by the way. That's something that we really noted upon during the map to change up for the full sale for UIU was their tempo change came through by way of speeding up the round with their SMGs. So Johnny being shut down there is pretty significant as far as Texas Nation being able to kind of control what's happening on the map. Gentroid still in a very forward position, though, looks to deny the rotation towards the backside of A. But as he drops, it leads to numbers advantage for Texas Nation, where UIU will have to make a choice defensively with these final two. How do you want to set yourself up? And, well, they try to play through the middle of the map. That will be red. Rex over the top of the staircase, gets one and gets away from Brezzy, taking the backup fight. But while this is happening, Kismet's going to safely plant and at least allow Texas Nation to play the post plant with numbers.
Yep, and if you're Dylan Rex, you just got to try to work around towards this church site, but we know 30 seconds left still. Where are these players? The back tank we know is quite popular, so he's going to peek that. Does get shots into Kismet, but still, there, Texas Nation is set up for the trade. And Dylan does get one. Can he get the second? There's still 18 seconds left. He has the gunfight with Bressy, but no. Bressy does take him down. Texas Nation with the plant and the kill. Take the round. 2-0 now.
I won't lie, though. Brezzy, I think, is sweating a little bit here. You see that rat come out to play, and anything can happen. But clean shots, as we see it from his perspective in the replay, at least allows him a chance to, once again, start off with a 2-0 advantage. If you're joining us late, or maybe if you joined us early and tuned out, I wouldn't have blamed you if you did, because it was a 5-0 advantage for Texas Nation on the Picage Search and Destroy. Full sail from UYU, and then about a 100-point comeback in the map 4 to get us to this point in the first place. This time, though, Texas Nation looking to set up some mid-aggression of their own will be allotted to with nades and good AR support, leading to a 4v3. And UYU stuck. They really cannot plant here at A, knowing that Kismet's pushed forward.
Definitely not. That's very, very tough because you got that. You have Top Church as well, but still Kismet does get the kill onto Johnny, and there is the information at least. But the bomb is going to actually work towards the plant, and Kismet does throw a nade out. Doesn't actually spot it. So the bomb is down. And there's still only 2 members left of UYU, but still, they're isolated. They're going to get trapped in. Kismet's going to work his way around. Does tag up Dylan Rex and takes him down. So Texas Nation, again, quite comfortably. We've seen this before now. 3-0 lead. Get the defuse.
The difference here, and if you're new to watching either these teams or challengers as a whole, UYU, why they were so successful in Season 1, and even in the limited moments that we've seen them play this map in this season, they love to nade stack mid-doors on the attacking side and get a player forward. Whether that's Jintroid or Johnny, doesn't make much of a difference, but they want to get somebody in towards Church, or at least establish that someone could exist in that department. The thing about it is, so far, Texas Nation have countered that completely, and that was one of the main storylines of what they did in the playoffs last season. In both winners and grand finals, they stopped UYU from getting that success. 0-6 right now are the collective SMGs of UYU. That is a major bullet point that we have to keep in the back of our minds as this goes on. Texas Nation up 3-0 and looking to get some clearance over towards B, as it's actually going to be Kismet by himself who works his way into command center freely.
Yeah, and ultimately, it just looks like just play for a pick, maybe wait for UYU to push. And Johnny does take down Bresty, so now...
What a nade.
Interesting nade from General. There we are. Evens up the odds. So still, it's just kind of a patient play. Jintroid gonna look and see if he could find any members, but still, there's 45 seconds left. It's really just a patient game here. Phantoms is on the hunt. He's waiting for that patio push.
That is so brilliant. That little jump from General, he knows that avoids line of sight. The problem is, it doesn't help you avoid Rex. So Phantoms is still on this potential pinch if he even needs to be used at all. Rex for a double from the backside of Truck. Leaves Havoc by his lonesome. Turns back to find Jintroid waiting for him. And UYU saved by Rex's position. That is such a small little thing, but General jumping over the doorway never allows Phantoms to use that position to actually get the information he's looking for. That's actually so brilliant.
Yeah, no, it's a little the little things. It's huge. Don't get that information up, but still, it didn't work the favor for Texas Nation. See on the attacking side how UYU is going to respond, but still Havoc here timing up that nade. Gonna throw it out, and Bresty with an opening snipe onto Dylan.
Oh,
can
boy.
make it too. And that's, everything's just falling out. Phantoms, he's the last alive.
That's another thing that UYU does not really have in the back pocket like they had last season. Without having a dedicated true sniper that could match up against Brezzy, there is a natural advantage there for Texas Nation. Phantoms left in what would be a 1v4, not able to deal with a player who mounts up towards the fire window. And it's Brezzy's opening 2 picks with the help of nades over the top that allow essentially a free round for Texas Nation. There was never a moment here where UYU had an inch to work with.
They really didn't. They really didn't. And yeah, you make up a good point, of course, not having that sniper, not getting those opening picks. Huge from Bresty. And I mean, on every single map, that makes a difference. First Bloods really, really will go in way of your favor for always in those swing rounds. But still now on a 2 streak, you're going to see kind of the same setup with the sniper. And those nades timed out and that sniper in hand ready. But the problem is there's no members of UYU over here, and there's actually 2 members of UYU working over on that P5 area.
Oh, it's a
Jintroid opens up middle.
Jintroid doesn't even need to stay there. The whole thing about this setup for UYU is you don't want to have a situation where your defense needs to be pulled away from command center. And Jintroid's opening pick was more than enough. Texas Nation, who had numbers towards A, don't find anything. And how about this? Havoc, very aware of this part of the map, looks down and finds Johnny hitting in a tree. And all of a sudden, what was an over-aggressive stay from Jintroid after the first blood is now turned to a 3v2 for Texas Nation. Phantom's looking like he's got to move quickly to try to deny any space towards A. Is now a bit caught in the middle of the map. He's trying to get back into church, and he will safely find some rim to work with as Texas Nation will go to the 2v2 with the A-bomb planted.
Indeed. Now that swing around from Phantoms, that mid-map area. Just going to see maybe if there's a member up top fire, but... Still, this is actually a different setup here. Essentially, we always see somebody up here top fire, but regardless, there's only 28 seconds left. You got to clear out that point. And Bressy snipes Phantom's top fire, and now that's only going to single up Dylan next on the point. And still, this is not looking good if you're Dylan. Oh, the setup from Texas Nation. Everybody's so used to seeing people on that side of the map. Wasn't expecting that snipe. Great plays from them. Repositioning, it was just a beautiful reposition from Texas Nation.
Oh, absolutely. And I think the biggest thing about it is just the honest commitment coming out of Kismet in the first place, or pardon me, from Breslin in the first place, to get up top into church, finds himself an SMG, giving him the ability to kind of rock a little bit further forward, and then from there, it's just, you've watching the bomb plant on two safe sides. So it's not going to have to be a full sale here for UIU, but pretty darn close. 5-1 the tally. Brezzy getting at least stunned out. Nades to follow, push him off the angle, but there's someone there to pick it up. It's Kismet who's playing forward in towards you to watch this cross with General who's over the top, and UIU is currently stuck. Counter nade starting to come through. Brezzy will connect, and of course that's the information that Texas Nation will be able to utilize, saying indeed there is still a threat over towards A. Although Brezzy misses an opportunity for the first. How does he hit that? Johnny taken out midair. No fly zone here. And even though Kismet does get taken down off the site itself, there's still good numbers here for Texas Nation to hold off from an immediate plant.
Indeed, and look at, they also have not only Bressy holding that line, but they have two members that can potentially go for a pinch, but Bressy gets a snipe onto Phantoms, and now it's a 2 versus 3, but the bomb is planted.
Post-plant setup is really thin. That's the best way of putting it. Jintroid has the opportunity to get back up on top. General's going to hop for the defuse. Has anyone checked this in time? Jintroid doesn't have an angle. No one's going to look at this. They think that Rex is going to get here in time, and he's not going to be able to. The defuse is secured just before the position at top fire can be reclaimed, and that will be the end of the series. Texas Nation, it came more hard-pressed than I think anyone who was tuning in initially would have thought, but it still comes through. 6-1 the final search, 3-2 the series. Texas Nation into the winners finals, where they'll be meeting up against Stallions, who also clutched up their map 5 just before we started ours.
Yeah, in such a convincing fashion, too. I mean, my goodness, some of those plays, though, from Detroit that round, I just was a little bit questionable, a little bit too over-aggressive at some points. And even the round before that, you got an opening pick, back on down. You don't need to keep challenging, right? So they just couldn't really counter the repositioning and just the play style that Texas Nation brought here on that Tuscan. But we kind of expected that, though, right, Alan? Texas Nation, take it, and man, what the plays from Bressy and Kismet. I mean, across the board.
Yeah, it's one of those things that whenever we talk about North American Challenger squads as a whole, there are a number of teams where you look at one player that's like, this is the reason why this team is doing well. It's this one guy. Although there are moments where there is that one guy for Texas Nation, I don't think there has ever been a cumulative moment that we've looked at this Texas Nation team and said, this one guy is the reason why Texas Nation is as good as they are. No, it's all four of them. And that time, it's Brezzy who stands tall, brings the sniper completely unrivaled until the last round versus UIU. Which was, that's the irony of it is actually so poetic in a way, because UIU's success came off of scrap with a sniper in Season 1. You all of a sudden don't have that anymore, and Texas Nation punish you for it. So 6-1, the map 5. 3-2 the map count overall, and the bracket now leads us to a Stallions and Texas Nation winners finals. That's going to be a fun one to kind of set up eventually, but first and foremost, Ellen, we have to consider Bear Claw Esports, the #1 seed, going up against UIU in Lowers round 1, which is coming up next.
Yeah, that's going to be absolutely insane. I mean, first of all, you're looking at that match versus Stallions, and you're like, whoa, whoa, what happened? Because like obviously Bear Claw, one of the favorable seeds, the first seed, if you will, that had that win over on that last game versus Texas Nation. So it's gonna be an interesting one to say the least, Alan. I'm gonna be really excited. I know specifically all members of Bear Claw have been awesome. Obviously Chris Radio, but I know Welly, man. I'm excited to see him play. It's been a minute. I'm really excited for this next matchup.
It's going to be a fun one. This one was, when they met in the group stage, it was a map 5 affair that came to another Bocage Search and Destroy, but I will say, just to spoil, that map 5 was not very close. Everything else in the series was tightly contested, so have the teams found a way to improve not only their own stake, but potentially their odds against one another. We'll find out. We'll give you the full setup, take a look at the maps when we come back after the break. It's North American Challenge Playoffs. Where else would you want to be? Don't go anywhere. Welcome back there, friends, family, cohorts, and others. We've got ourselves a lower round 1 matchup, double elimination bracket here in the North American Challengers playoffs for season 2. I hold Chip with me, Dream Crazy. And well, we've got ourselves a really interesting affair. Both of our upper semifinals went to map 5. The expected winner in one of the series of Texas Nation surviving, the other in Bear Claw falls to Stallions. So we've got ourselves a Bear Claw UYU matchup. And Ellen, I just have a feeling that there's going to be something crazy that happens in this series as well. I won't give you the canned response of this is for sure going map 5, but I expect some surprises to come through here for both these two teams.
Oh, yeah, indefinitely. There's been surprises everywhere, right? But Bear Claw, for sure. We just saw UIU obviously come off of that loss with versus Texas Nation. And now Bear Claw, as we see, still consistent throughout the board. It's noisy with that 1.4 S&D KD. So really, realistically, we know that this is a squad that they must assert that respawn dominance very early. And going to be interesting to see what the map sets on those respawn game modes are, because UIU, we know how crazy they are in their certain respawn game modes. But this team is still been pretty dominant across the board. They were first seed for a reason.
Yep, they were first seed mostly off of their respawn in the group stage. 10-4 in hardpoint, by far the best that we've had in the league, at least in this season in particular. And a lot of that was really established by Texas Nation, who previously was kind of carrying the crown of the best hardpoint team in North American Challengers. So you come out, you beat them in both of those hardpoints. Yeah, you've absolutely usurped those kings of the North American hardpoint. But the thing about it is they came out against Stallions and got 100-point clubbed on Bacage. So that's why we say they need to come out and establish this respawn dominance as soon as they possibly can. On the other front, for UYU, of course, we just saw them on stream against this Texas Nation team. It looked like they may just roll over and die for a while. It was about a 100-point gap on the opening hard point. It was a 5-0 start for Texas Nation on the surge, but UYU, they got into playoffs. They scraped their way into a map 5 where eventually the gas tank hit empty.
Yeah, and if you're UIU, just from that tank hitting empty, and then, of course, we know how hungry Bear Claw has been, but again, how are we going to be able to keep that consistency and adjust? But as we go into the map set, I'm curious, Alan, that's what I need to know. What are the maps that we are playing on?
Well, the interesting about this map set series is UIU have not set themselves necessarily up very well. Berlin is a map that we have seen them largely hard veto throughout the entirety of this season. So we have nothing to go off of, at least in terms of what they've done on, this stage, the season rather, for Berlin. They haven't played it a single time. Whereas for Bear Claw, they just came off of a win versus Stallions on this map and are 3-1 overall. It's very peculiar to see that map get through. And then you've got a Bacage Search and Destroy where, yeah, we could make the argument. You won 6 straight rounds for UYU, so full sale, good for you. But this Bear Claw team is also undefeated on this map. 4-0, and none of the times that they've played it before were they really even contested. This is a very interesting map set. I'll say that much for the first 3 maps.
Yeah, a very interesting veto pick to say the least, because essentially, obviously, you don't want to play the enemy team on their best maps per se, but just to see a map that we specifically, haven't seen UIU play on, that's gonna be an interesting one, an interesting turn of events. So, Alan, you asked for interesting, and we got it, to say the least.
Well, I think the biggest thing about this map is you're going into a Berlin hardpoint where we've largely kept our focus on what Gintroid can do with Johnny in particular, and when you get to an open, more widespread map like Berlin, it kind of forces you to even watch them even more so, just due to the fact that you look for those routes to open up space for your full team to rotate through. It's something we saw Texas Nation was heavily outdoing against UYU in their previous set, and looking back on experience watching over this Bear Claw team, they also are good at playing tempo on this map in particular. It's why it's one of their best overall. So it's difficult, I think, to look at these first 3 maps and really put together the mental thought process for UIU of why do you veto out certain maps and not others, and really why do you pick certain maps and not others. Because at the moment, I look at this 5-map set, and I think this has got Bear Claw Esports written all over it. It really doesn't matter where you look. And really, all 5 maps are good maps for Bear Claw.
Yeah, no, realistically, you put it down well, and you talk about some of those routes, and I just think of how dominant Radial has been, and even Zodic like running with him. So yeah, this is gonna be a tough one if you are UIU. But I mean, if you got, we've seen them spring to life against Texas Nation and almost come out with a dub against one of the best teams. It's not impossible. It's not impossible.
It's not impossible, but I would say it's pretty improbable, just based off of the heavy amount of information we can roll through Bear Claw throughout not just this season, but even their improvements from the first season as well. That's kind of where the big really kind of comeback has been, because for Bear Claw in the first season they went 3-9 in hardpoint during the group stage. This stage, in the opening group stage, they went 9-3. So you talk about the difference of play styles between Exotic, who's now in for what was Mochilla, and I think even though the KDs as a team are only slightly higher, it's a play style difference that has allowed Bear Claw to really thrive in these opening hardpoints, and I expect that we'll likely see why that's the case as we start to jump on in towards the Berlin hardpoint. Paradox and Cleaner taking us the whole way through.
Oh yeah. The best in the business. This game is brought to you by Paradox and the Cleaner. If they didn't do
our...
our...
That's a business I would invest in, by the way. I don't care what business they go into, but I would invest in that business.
Absolutely. But here we go, opening it up on this first hard point here. And might I say, what an opening start it is for UIU. Bear Claw looking to break. It's Welly on the back. Gets the first inning open pick. Still, time is being contested. 23 seconds left.
Long route from Exotic coming around the backside for this pinch. This is looking like it will be a break unless Phantoms can hold the ground, which, oh, how about it? He gets just enough help from Rex, but Noisy, softening up both players previously, will take the final word. And the big thing about that win is it allows the other three members of Bear Claw to start working on this mailroom rotation where they'll meet Johnny, who is able to at least establish his name by finding the first kill. Jintroid following up, so the SMGs for UIU are collectively helping each other out nicely, enough for them to get into mailroom for the initial time, and largely a big reason why they were able to successfully hold on to the first. The big key is, can they continue to hold this down as Bear Claw set up for their first full-on break, leaving Radial by himself, and it's Jintroid 3 in a row. Nice start here for UIU.
Yeah, and I mean, essentially, they could just hold this. I mean, look at Dylan. He's just holding this back docks area, but all members of Bear Claw do flood in and take control of the point. So with 30 seconds left, Phantoms is going to dance around and see if he can get those rotational kills. He does get picked off, and Jintroid here on the rotation does have some work cut out for him, but he does take two, and he has one more member of Bear Claw to work with. Still inching their way forward. This is a very close contested game, and the importance here is the gunfights. Bear Claw win them all, and now have that dockside control.
Yeah, the dockside control will lead to likely at least a block of the spawns, if not a full flip, depending on what Noisy can do on 4 in a row. Difficult decision, because you'd love to play for streaks, but you also don't want to let free time go in from the front side. Noisy looking for the reload off the pistol. He's done, again, enough to soften up these members pertaining inside of the hill itself for his teammates to clean things up, and now we go on towards the zone. Johnny, though, will be able to turn 2 into an opportunity to control fire and get his teammates back on to contest immediately upon being broken. 52-50, and with that, the lead will flop as UIU will successfully get some time from the front. Even though Bear Claw still spawning close, will have the opportunity to win this hard point.
Indeed. And you see Chris Radial kind of zoning forward in that fire area. Does take a kill onto Johnny, so now the rotation is in towards that train site. 2 members of UIU are posted up, and Dylan Rex does take down Radial. So now Welly's going to see if he can follow up with the trade. Does back on down, but it's Johnny there, cutting him down mid-map. And now this is a good setup if you are UIU. So Bear Claw does get the remaining scrap. You see Zodic kind of just taking that. Final 6 seconds. And still, it is the lead, though, for Bear Claw now, 86-54. Chris Radial, let's see what he could do. Oops, sorry, go ahead.
The trends for UIU, this is already better compared to what we saw on both the Gavudu and the Tuscan from the previous series. They do not allow Bear Claw to slip through around the back. So they've picked up these pinches. They set a pretty far forward line of scrimmage here towards this 4th hard point, and it's allowing them the opening 20 seconds without really any contest. There was only one Bear Claw member to even come close to the hill. And while the spawns are still good for UIU, Bear Claw are a little bit stuck at the moment. Now, Welly is existing for longer than anticipated as he just kind of stayed on top of the warehouse. So with that setup, it allows them a pinch to get onto the hard point itself. And the gunfights are won convincingly. And now Exotic goes to work in the middle of the map, making sure this back scrap time will all turn up in favor of Bear Claw.
Oh, yeah. What a beautiful beautiful break from Bear Claw. And yeah, now you see Exotic kind of zoning around fire there, and Welly getting this remaining time. He still has two members of UIU who is pushing it, but regardless, Bear Claw set up at that new point. Doesn't even matter. It's going to be the contestant fight. Soon from train side, you see Phantoms and Dylan Rex working on that backside of warehouse. Phantoms knows there might be a member or two, but might get caught timing there. Still, regardless, the fights are happening at the P5 hill. 45 seconds left, and Johnny does get cut down.
UIU's not focusing on the right things. They have so much attention over towards the immediate exit into Ticket that they kind of miss out on Bear Claw, who are trying to set up through Mailroom to get around the back. The hard point time is whatever. It's all about trying to get this flip if you're Bear Claw Esports. And as they established a little bit of a set play towards Docs, now they find the kills to get him in towards the first hard point in the lobby. And immediately, UIU, you see them, they have to deal with this first. You can't even look at the hard point until you make safe this rotation to 1. And that has allowed Bear Claw to get a little bit more extra time than you would normally anticipate. And that will lead to a first rotation coming and going with Bear Claw Esports up about 20 points.
Yep, indeed. But that was a huge rotational kill there from Jintroid, so Noisy's going to look to break. Does get taken down by Dylan Rex over on the other opposite side, so this is a good hold if you are UIU. But still, it's going to kind of do a 2-2 split for huge gunfights there for Exotic, and now Radial going to follow on the flake. So now this is a really good pinch if you are Bear Claw, and the gunfights are important. So they all are won, and of course, zoning forward is the name of the game. Is Chris Radial. It's just going to wait for the push. 30 seconds left on this point, and realistically, it's not a bad hold.
No, it's great from the front, and it's really largely because Bear Claw get everything they could possibly want, including Noisy hiding into a corner, making sure nobody can come with these back stairs. Also has an opportunity to cut this rotation into 2 pieces. Johnny was trying to keep him honest for it, but now at 20 and 10, Noisy has absolutely established dominance on the map. 4 in a row, would love to play for streaks, and he'll kind of bait Exotic here before he makes his move. Waiting for someone to kind of run right in front of him through fire to get this 5th elimination, but now it's going to be long-range gunfights, which are never good news, especially against Rex's AR at range. So it's a convincing hold from the front for Bear Claw on the first, and we turn our attention back over to the second. Now, I will say for UIU, this is where they were at their best. A good kind of mix around the hard point led to them kind of finding favor on the proximity of it, and that seems to be what they're trying to establish again. The problem is they're not winning any gunfights.
Yeah, indeed. And, of course, it seems like this might be their bread and butter though yet again, but still, like you said, they're not winning gunfights. It is only Exotic on the point, and Dylan Rex is going to look to make a stop, but still, there's only 20 seconds left. And again, they're just those rotations that they have to think about. So not only do they have to win every gunfight and hold this every last second here, but they have to win the rotations. But still, it's Bear Claw with the aggression, keeping them pushed back. Noisy with the crazy 2. And Jintroid going to try to push for that scrap. But again, maybe just picking and choosing those gunfights. It's Bear Claw set up at the new point, and it's UIU at the tail end. This is where Bear Claw can run away with the lead and take it. Come very close to that.
This is the worst position that UIU has found themselves in as of yet. That said, Rex gets a huge double around the backside of Street, which allows Johnny to literally sprint forward. Has Exotic stuck on a pillar. A little bit more difficult to capitalize on the kill than you may have thought. But with this, UIU turned the worst position they've been in to a really solid flip. They don't fully get the spawns, and that last 1v1 may have cemented them, but Noisy comes out on top. And just as fast as UIU got into fire, Bear Claw responded in kind, and even more so, I would say, just more convincingly able to hit towards this third hill. So 215, 140, and UIU, you don't love giving this time away, but you don't have a choice because Exotic has already started to threaten the backside spawns for Train Yard coming up next, the bottom right of the map.
Indeed. And this can be a perfect collapse, too, if you are Bear Claw, but Phantoms wins that huge gunfight onto Noisy, who has been a thorn this whole entire map, and it's Exotic, though. They don't know. They don't know Exotic's here, and he does get a pick off the Phantom, so the flood needs to come from Bear Claw, and it needs to come now, but still, at least the pressure from Exotic, he's getting around, still staying alive, gets a kill onto Jintroid, but it's still UIU who managed to clear off the point. Johnny with a huge 2 and Noisy in the front. They do clear it off, and now UIU has flipped the script. 34 seconds left.
Helen,
Can they hold?
I think you know where I'm going to go with this. It's not a good position for UIU to be in the scoreboard, but it's not the first time we've seen this happen. You missed out on the Tuscan hardpoint. It was a similar scoreline where UIU made a full-on comeback, and I won't say they've done that yet, but they're giving themselves the lifelines they need. That is full-on vacancy to take up this scrap time. And Bear Claw Esports, look where they're positioned. They've completely taken the foot off the gas, trying to make sure they lock down the left side of the map, not anticipating that UIU could do anything on 5. They're trying to win the game on lobby, but look at the play coming forward. Exotic, in a 1v2 situation, is only good for the first, and now Rex is on 5. He doesn't necessarily have to do anything from this position besides hold it. If you can get your 6th and your 7th kill, you can use this glide bomb to open up space, and wouldn't you know it, there's number 6. And with Johnny finding kills on the opposite side of the map, that'll lead to a map flip. You are doing it again.
Oh, man, they are doing it again, and Dylan Rex is on a 6 streak. Can he keep them up? He is aware that members of Bear Claw are spawning in the back warehouse, but Bear Claw, they actually open up through that mailroom side, and Dylan Rex is last alive here with... Oh, no! And it is the break does come on through, but it's still members off the point. 14 seconds left. It's Bear Claw who flip the spawn and have control for new.
And Rex doesn't have glide bomb. He misses it by a bullet. It was near to being perfect from UIU. Still not out of this yet, but they're missing out in a lot of moments, not just from the front, but also Exotic picking up the play off the back means that this last hit from UIU has to come from the outside of platform or through Ticket itself. Noisy gets a shoulder read on the Rex, deals with it. There's 247, 248, and no one's going to touch this hard point in time. That's going to be a clean recovery from Bear Claw, but look, I'm not trying to say that I could see the future, but there was almost an exact repeat of what UIU had done on Tuscan right there on the Berlin hardpoint. It's just one of those things, man. I don't know about you, Ellen, but like watching this team in Season 1, watching this team through the group stage of Season 2, at a certain point, you got to start to wonder if UIU just come out and find any sort of a decent first rotation, they win all of their hard points, because I feel like whenever we watch them play hard point, they're always finding themselves down 80+ points after the first hills or so.
Yeah, no, it definitely, it's like, it's always the start, right? And they always come back, and it just feels like with their games, with their series, that's why I'm like, oh, this team is so weird. But it's just really like that consistency factor. And look at Gintroid, he even started off hot, but it's like they just kind of slow it down and they can't match the pace. That is the thing. Being late on those rotations, you saw Exotic already getting set up, Exotic getting set up, and certain, like, you know, on rotations on that P4 site, in that back warehouse, just always there on the rotation. And then Noisy, of course, cutting them down, running through fire, essentially eliminating and cutting the map in half to where those subs just had free reign. Bear Claw were winning their gunfights off the break for like the first minute.
And it's here when the comeback starts to happen. And, well, we didn't really get to see a lot of what that comeback was, unfortunately, off replay. But a lot of it came from the fact that Rex was able to single-handedly, off that P4, win all of Train Station. He got a double and then set himself up at the front windows of the lobby to make sure Bear Claw could not retake that side of the map. So the thing about it is when you get that kind of a lockdown position and you're an AR that knows that I don't really need to do much more, UIU then, the rest of them can know, okay, if he's got the bottom side of the map completely locked, all we have to do is worry about the play out of fire. And it was near perfect until two key gunfights came through. Rex gets picked up, try to read the spawns off of the flip. And then after that, it's the play from Johnny that gets picked up on the long side through mailroom, leading to an immediate reflip for Bear Claw. So it's tough because I think a lot of people will look at that and say UIU kind of threw the setup for P1 in a way, but I don't think it's necessarily a breakdown moment as much as it is just success on the backside of Bear Claw Esports, who are, by the way, the best hardpoint team in North America statistically.
Well, and of course it does help. Again, a couple of those kills were credited to Noisy. He had 25 non-traded kills. I mean, Exotic with 20 to follow. So, I mean, realistically, like, I'm just saying, when you got your sub slaying, you're going to be successful. But it's not that UIU doesn't have that energy. It's just they can't consistently keep it there. So, yeah, the pace ran away from them that game. And although it's not like the Texas Nation one where essentially they came out with the win, but still, either which way, close game. And moving forward, I don't know, Alan. This team is just, UIU is just so interesting.
Yeah, this map set is, again, I just don't love this map set for UIU really at all. You're going into a Bacage coming up next, and we'd framed it up. This was where that full sale had happened for UIU against Texas Nation in winners round 1. However, this is a Bear Claw Esports team that essentially made Team Start Feeding Week against them. They started off 4-0, and none of the opening maps that they had played on this map mode combo were even close. By the way, it included a 6-1 affair versus this UIU team in week number 1. So I don't know if UIU's out here thinking, hey, let's give it a go with the bomb site change. Maybe Bear Claw Esports setup is not nearly as good as it used to be, but I'll say this much, put myself out there. In that opening week at the group stage, Bear Claw Esports was the best team in North America Challenge on this map mode combo. They were playing perfect point of contact defense to where nobody could ever find an advantage versus them, and that's going to be troublesome for UIU, even with the change in the map in this map number 2.
Yeah, and I think maybe going into that, maybe that was kind of their mentality with it. Yeah, like they just essentially just took Texas Nation on it. They had that synergy from the map. Maybe they kind of just discussed certain things that they're going to do. Maybe with that bomb change, maybe that's the reason why, they're kind of just taking that risk. So is it going to be worth it? That's what we're going to find out.
Yeah, and the other thing that I think is kind of compelling too is we don't really know what the veto process looks like, but if Bear Claw Esports comes out and they maybe veto Desert Siege, which largely has been UIU's full veto, then maybe there is the opportunity for them to finesse the vetoes in a different way. But I'm still just surprised that UIU doesn't come out and just immediately veto Bacage against this team. So it's peculiar to say the least. And then, of course, we have to consider the Tuscan Control coming up, where not only did we see UIU Shoal versus Texas Nation, but you want to add insult to injury. That's also Bear Claw Esports' best control map. They're 4-2 on it through the group stage. So it doesn't get much easier for you if you're UIU after almost clutching up another hard point to have to go into this map 2 and eventually the Tuscan map 3.
Well said, my friend. That is true. That is true. But as we go into this, I'm really, if you're Bear Claw, I'm again, because we know Noisy has been a lights out player all across the board. If you are Bear Claw, I'm going to be looking at Noisy because his S&D KD right now is a 1.40. So those opening first bloods with that 54%, I'm going to be looking at him, especially with that sub in his hand. I
think we could make this really simple. Just look at Noisy versus Johnny. That's where I think a lot of this could potentially just exist on this map. The other player to keep in mind would be Gentroid, because as part of that full sale versus Texas Nation, he did start to light things up after what was a tragic start for him. So, I don't know. I think for UIU, you're in a weird spot because you come off of 6 straight rounds in a row against Texas Nation, who's a very good search and destroy team. But I just don't think the fast and loose play style that they found success with versus Texas Nation is going to work versus Bear Claw setup. I think on the attacking side, UIU is going to be really at arm's length when it comes to even getting to a site, let alone keeping it even in the numbers. That's where I think this will be won and lost, is off of what UIU could do on the attacking half.
Yeah, no, I agree with you. It's going to be obviously about those positionings, but the aggression, it's going to be hard if you're UIU, and especially on the other side, looking at Radial, who has performed on Bocage amazing. I think the last time, around on this map, he just had an amazing performance. It was 10 and 8, I think it was, against UIU. So that's who I'm going to be looking at. Radial, who essentially, like you said, they took the dub last time, and can you shut down that aggression? But if you are UIU, how do you catch them off guard? I don't know. Again, that's that pressure that's on Johnny and Gentroid. You're right, Johnny and Gentroid. But Phantoms though too. I mean, do you take those gunfights against Welly essentially? Because
I wouldn't.
I don't know. I don't know. Would you? I wouldn't. Yeah, I don't know. It's just how you feeling in the moment. Are you feeling that confident to challenge Welly?
I don't think you find success offensively for UIU by going through an AR 1v1. I just don't think you're going to find that much of an advantage, especially considering that Welly, technically speaking, is the KD leader on this Bear Claw Esports team. So I think it's difficult to ask of UIU to find an opening first blood of the ARs, but I don't know. There really isn't much of a route that you can kind of navigate here, I think, if you're UIU, just based off of what we've seen from Bear Claw in the past.
Yeah.
Outside of this particular conversation, while we're waiting to get the map here, do want to remind all of you watching that we still will have the winners finals after this, with Stallions going up against Texas Nation. That is not at all what I think a lot of people would have thought was going to be the winners finals at the beginning of the day, or even maybe after the beginning of week one, because Stallions came out super slow. But I will say that this is one of the more creative teams right now in North American Challengers, and if they can find a way to stay successful with these unorthodox plays, there is potentially a championship waiting for them, because I think that would be what you need to get over a Texas Nation squad. So I'm pumped to see that winners finals that will be coming up at the back end of this series.
Yeah, no, me too. I'm definitely excited because, again, a lot of people, I mean, some expected it, but some didn't expect Stallions to even be here. It's like, I mean, I know I personally, like I said, just looking at the stats and everything, I'm like, oh man, Texas Nation Bear Claw, that's going to be crazy, probably. But no, regardless, this is so crazy across the board. The stage 2 has been insane. And I'm so excited to see who is going to be crowned that champion tomorrow.
It's tough, man. Texas Nation are on like an 8-event winning streak at the moment, playing some of the best Challengers COD that we have, if not some of the best COD that we have right now in Vanguard. Of course, a lot of us not only anticipating tomorrow, where we'll go through the losers finals and grand finals, but of course next weekend, the Minnesota Major does feature a Challengers Open with international support. I think there's like 3 APAC teams, 1 Latin American squad, a handful of European teams, and that makes up the 96 total that we're going to have. That's going to be a really fun one to watch over. So if you're enjoying Challengers content, make sure you stick around with us, not just for the evening, but also tomorrow and weeks to come as we finish off Challengers Open at Minnesota and then eventually get ourselves requalified for stage number 3. With that all in mind, I think the biggest thing that we could really pull here, is we're still waiting to get into map, is it's hard to predict this region. It's hard to predict Challengers at all, really, at this moment in time. But it's difficult because of how good the pool of talent is. And largely, I would say, this has been the most successful conglomeration of teams that we've had in North American Challengers since Challengers has opened up. But with that, instead of us going down more podcasty topics, we're going to jump into a quick break, wait for this map to get loaded up, and we'll be jumping into Bacaj Search and Destroy for map number 2 right after this. Don't go far. Welcome back there, friends. We're jumping straight on into round number 1. Search and Destroy and Bocage is the venue, and UIU is the team to really keep an eye on here. It's once again been this double SMG play that allotted them the most amount of success in what was a full sale of Texas Nation, and wouldn't you know it, they've gotten an SMG forward in towards House. Noisy, bad timing as Johnny rocks up the ladder. And how about it? Needed to see UIU win opening offenses. They provide up 1-0 early.
I was going to say, big credits to Johnny, too, of course. 2-0 on that opening round. And UIU, of course, making it work easy. But still, on the attacking side, you look at Exotic here holding down that B lane. The stun checks come out, but nothing to connect. So regardless, this is a patient game. We've seen this before.
And this is exactly what Bearclaw would do to you. Although, that said, Phantoms is sneaking forward. There is no support for number 4 in white. He's just trying to play a 1-for-1 angle. He does catch, I believe, just the head of Noisy over the top of the wall. So now he knows that not only is there players here, but he's potentially in trouble. So Rex will rotate over. But all of this is just a ruse. This is just a show of force. Bearclaw are not actually interested in going towards B. And fortunately, for the defense of UIU, they do get at least one response from Jintroid, but it's not good enough to stop the plant. We go 3v2. Offensive advantage for Bearclaw as they look to lock down the A zone.
Phantom's got away with his life, so he's just kind of holding that corner, and realistically, just going to have to get a pick, and Dylan got it! So that was the pick he needs, and the stun check up top! Grandma's and Phantoms to follow, so realistically, this leaves Zodic in a 1 versus 2, but he is positioned on that barn side, 23 seconds left!
Oh, but I don't think he can actually see if there's someone who's gone prone on top of the site itself. The bomb's starting to be defused. Exotic is repositioning, halfway done. Does he get there in time? He doesn't fully check it! But wait, Rex popped off of it. He didn't hold for the defuse. Rex, what have you done? Butterfingers, you can call it. Exotic comes back, denies the time for a full defuse and collects the kill. What in the world went through Rex's head?
He got scared. You know what happened? I think he saw Exotic peek. He like jiggle peeked the window, but he thought he was gonna get challenged, and I don't think Exotic saw him, but Dylan might have seen him, so he got off the bomb. Oh, it's an unfortunate timing situation, but still didn't stick the plant. Or the diffuse. Oh my goodness. Oh.
That one's gonna sting when he goes back and rewatches that. I feel bad for you, Dylan. I'm sorry. And how about this? Bearclaw Esports taking an aggressive stance on this second defensive attempt, but it's being watched. UIU stacked up inside the barn, make sure that no one comes through the gates. But are they going to recognize that Noisy has quickly taken a long route? Well, no, they will not. That's the bomb carrier of Jintroid dropped. And even though Johnny does open up space through mid-map, UIU have to come back and isolate this pick versus Noisy before they can make a move.
Yep, and Phantoms is going to be the one to do it. So that's the cleanup there for UIU. Rebounded off that last round, that's for sure. So 2-1 in this one. Very good stop there from Phantoms.
I think the biggest thing for UIU here is you've already gotten Bearclaw into a relatively uncomfortable position through 3 rounds.
Yeah.
So don't change too much is what my suggestion would be. If Bearclaw are going to continue to have to be the ones to adapt, you have a natural advantage here, especially if you continue to run this default setup that they found success with the last time they were here defensively, outside of the fact that they didn't stick for the defuse. And it is the exact same setup once again. Nades over the top, largely being sent towards a platform for Bearclaw, have not been able to dissuade Johnny from holding a tight angle. So the opening play from Bearclaw has not found success. And now you kind of ask the question, how exactly do you break in towards this A site without nades to support you?
I feel like Phantoms would be the one. He somehow inched his way towards B, towards that middle point. So that's going to be a huge gunfight mid, but still, regardless, it's Dylan Rex, who is there for the trade in case someone does fall, but ultimately, we know how deadly Johnny is holding this angle. 38 seconds left to plant. And the stun comes out, so at least there's information that there are members of Bearclaw at B, but still, they're kind of isolated in that barn area. But Noisy, able to get through and slip by. Dylan, not able to get the trade onto Phantoms. This very quickly left Bearclaw in a 4 versus 2. And 19 seconds left. Make it a 2v2.
Rex would have to get it all done by himself, and Radial's chasing him down. No way. Man, that is super unfortunate for UYU. I was about to essentially guarantee the round for UYU because their setup was watching everything except for the top floor of Granny's house. And that's where Noisy kind of breaks the whole thing wide on open as he jumps up top into the window, gets the player on the back at Johnny, never really allowing UYU's defensive setup to hold strongly. And even though Rex had a really good look at finding 3, it would have been hard-pressed to secure the 1v4. So Bear Claw Esports, they, I would say, just barely found the gap in the dam and let themselves flood through it. So now, 2-2 the count into round 5. And this is what Bear Claw typically runs. You stun open the doors. You've got Radial watching the front. You've got Noisy jumping the window to watch to see if anyone hits through kitchen. And then you've got just easy point of contact defenders by the ARs of Exotic on tank and Welly by tree. This is very difficult to break for UYU.
Let's see Welly kind of holding down that lane, the B lane. May have gotten a spot onto Phantoms, but still kind of slowly inch way forward.
Yep.
And yeah, there's the spot from Exotic now that they got information that the bomb is at the ace point. Gonna rotate over, but Phantoms gets a huge pick onto Welly. But Noisy with the tree there, still evening it up. 3 versus 2 for UIU.
And Noisy essentially guarantees that he knows for a fact this bomb is going A. As soon as Phantoms falls or gets the kill outside of B, you start to think maybe they're going to go over towards the B zone. But Noisy's peak seeing 2 players means you know for a fact this bomb is coming A. At least initially. But with them cleaning up Radial, that now throws more mystery to Exotic, who is in the right spot on top of Castle. He commits to going tunnel. Just as soon as the B-bomb is planted, he's not going to know what this post-plant's going to look like, but as he aggressively turns the corner, he cleanly deals with Rex. And with Dead Silence being refreshed, he's going to move quickly to reposition. You've got Phantoms who's not going to necessarily know how Exotic wants to handle this. Advantage Exotic at the moment. The only thing really kind of hindering him is the current clock. Maybe the bigger opponent than Phantoms himself. Needs to find him quickly. We're on the backside of River. Dead Silence expiring. 15 on the clock. Jumping the wall. Doesn't see him in the close corner on bench. And, well, there's really no chance at this point as the time starts to fade away. Phantom's just patience as ever. Able to lock down the kill and turn this to a 3-2 advantage.
You know, and I really liked that play, too, from Exotic. Like, I don't think he played that wrong at all. It's just that patience coming in from Phantoms. And, man, what a round. But still, on a 2 streak for him, though. See if we can kind of build up those streaks, but it's Welly for Bear Claw. He's going to have to be able to maybe take that one down, but regardless here, stun check's going to come through. You got that two bomb split. Of course, that bar in control. The middle opening is being covered by Exotic, but still, Johnny does get some information over here towards that back grandma.
It's good, Nate. That might actually
Kind of
land.
patient. Yeah. I don't know. I think I hit a tree.
It would have hit Welly if it would have hit anybody. You threw that out towards Tank Fields, but regardless, if it did connect, it didn't land enough for a kill. Bear Claw on the front doors through house. This is a dangerous peak for Noisy. But continues to throw shoulders and actually gets a bit of a sight advantage here. They could use this as an opportunity to cut the defense into 2, but Rex, just as soon as he started to second guess his defensive setup, turns and takes down Noisy. Sure, there is a trade, so we've got a 3v3, but largely Bear Claw is a bit trapped, and while his Radial gets the stun landing at his feet, they'll very quickly realize the precariousness of their current situation. Radial dropping, Exotic worried about the flank, as he did see one player cross. That was Phantoms a minute ago. But largely, you look at Welly at this point. He's got to be able to get this bomb and find success with it. Rex through the side window will read the plant is coming. Time is enough to get the bomb down. Dintroid trying to spam the pistol. What in the heavens is that? Why did you just go so quickly? Welly will punish. Gets 2 in a row. Survives with 2 HP and puts himself into a 1v1 with Phantoms.
Another confusing play there, but regardless. Huge 2-piece from Welly. 30 seconds left. He's going to make his way up around the barn side, but Phantom's tucked away on that tank. Might get the timing. And the gunfight. The kill for Phantoms and the defuse.
Dude, Phantoms just smoked him. Hey, those are the first 3 shots into him, and he just, whew, well, we're going to see it again here. This will be final kill cam. But this is a beam and a half. There had to have been headshots in the mix, and that is, I mean, Phantoms isn't watching that. He's looking down this side alley. Do we not have final kill? Oh, that's tough. Well, he was looking towards the side alley front doors of A, and for him to make the response in the form that he did is unbelievable. That is a brilliant gunfight for Phantoms.
Yeah, essentially, and of course that puts him up because that was the swing round for the tie there for Bear Claw. So now on a 4 streak, Phantom 7-2. Stun checks do go out towards that B site, but nothing does connect. Gonna hold the angle, but you see the bomb kind of swinging its way towards A site. Johnny's gonna be looking to make an opening pick here towards that middle, towards B. Nade does connect onto Noisy, but still not a kill follows.
No, but you have to use this information. You know Noisy's not in Granny's house, so that means you have a numbers advantage with the SMGs to try to challenge this. But look how fast Noisy gets forward. The thing is, he's going to see only the door open. Oh, and he finds the barrel of Johnny. Hello! What a brilliant... This is why this point of contact defense is so brilliant. The bomb still gets stuck, so UIU fulfilling the protocols that they need. Even though they lose the numbers, the problem is there's no follow-up gunfights. Phantoms gets red mid-map. Radial there to pick things up. And it's just... Noisy is so damn fast. You get naded and you're going to tell me you're going to fully rewrap into tunnel and get to contest mid Granny's house that quickly? Unbelievable. What a play from Noisy.
Yeah, it's like the instant read. He just immediately backed up and waited and checked to see if the, members of UIU essentially were flooding through that. But what a peek. What a peek. And to follow that, too, I must say, Welly and Radial kind of the last couple of rounds. Welly that last round and then Radial this one. Just opening it up. He's on a 3 streak, by the way. Just getting those opening picks. So he has the bomb for Bear Claw. It's going to make its way towards A. And Johnny there for the aggressive stop onto Exotic and Noisy. So now that's 2 down, and it leaves UIU for V1 now as Dylan Rex picks up Welly.
That is the same set play that started the full sail against Texas Nation. Radial has got to make a decision here. You're on round 8. 4 kills in a row. It's not guaranteed you'll find another 3 to get a glide bomb. So do you even play for it? Or do you try to make Reddit with a 1v4 ace? That's the real question. And really, there's not a lot of room to work with here. I mean, you kind of have to try to finesse the map. And you can see what UIU is doing. They're watching every bomb site safely with AR. So good discipline from UIU. Difficult decisions to be made either way for Bear Claw with their final member left alive. And with that, UIU 5-3. Okay.
Yeah, and that's... I mean, I'm just telling you, something that they talked about, they had to have changed from that game that they just played versus Texas Nation, but still now, comfortably so, quite comfortably so. 7-5, Johnny 3 streak right now, and again, from the defensive side, look at this from Bear Claw, all focusing on the A site. Get 2 members down of UIU, make it 3. Now that leaves Phantoms last alive, continuing to watch that mid site. At least he has the bomb, though.
Mental chess is just so good from Bear Claw Esports. That is a 4-man stack just to get your SMGs to threaten Barn. You put an AR on top towards Barn, or towards, to watch the top side of Barn from the A bomb site. That's Exotic as you see him there. But it's a full collective 4-man set piece nades to make sure nobody gets forward enough to deny Exotic that space. And then as soon as he posts up, finds first blood in the bomb carrier, then the SMGs run forward. That is a brilliant kind of counter move from Bear Claw Esports. Giving them a life and a chance at around 11 would still need to be 3 rounds collectively in a row. And the big question is, what do you do to try to reinforce your what has been very consistent offense in the group stage? Because at the moment, UIU is kind of running your defense, so you should be able to read this.
Yeah, and immediately Jintroid opens it up with taking down Welly with that nade. So that's unfortunate, but Johnny, he actually might have 2 members, but Dylan winning his gunfight bottom. Grandma takes down Noisy, and this is just falling apart for Bear Claw. Radial does maybe spring some life into here, but UIU, realistically, you're defending. You got the clock. Let it run. and reposition. So that's exactly what they do. They reposition over towards B, and that bomb site is towards A. But Radial kind of too afraid to plant.
Yeah, UIU's setting up for retake here. They're going to give away the bomb plant in favor of getting Jintroid and Phantoms all the way around the back. And Exotic, who's trying to help this post plant by playing through Water Wheel, means that Bear Claw has to play this from the defensive side of the map, but they don't expect that Johnny's still lingering over in towards tunnels, leaving Radial in a 1v3 situation. And he's got no information on where anybody's positioned. He may have just barely missed Jintroid's peak, and that seems to have been the case. Good team shots coming through. And UIU make me eat my words. 6-4 will be the tally on the search, and a lot of the things that they did versus Texas Nation showed up successfully. Immediate, by the way. It didn't take a long time for UIU to get things going. They came out hot, and they take a 6-4 win, tying the series up 1 apiece.
Yeah, all across the board, realistically, it's a much different turnaround against Texas Nation. But realistically, yeah, they just across the board were doing everything they needed to do in the repositioning. Phantoms playing his life that one round, essentially, where they had the bomb planted. And that was kind of like the swing round, because I think that was for the lead. If Bear Claw won that, I feel like that momentum would have shifted a little bit differently. That one round that Phantoms clutched up against Exotic when he flanked all the way around that Riverside, I feel like that just really swung the momentum in their favor, because UIU just kind of stole it from that.
No, I think you're absolutely right. And it, again, comes down to how those opening 3 rounds started to fare for UIU. It's good, aggressive play, establishing a threat early, where Bear Claw Esports were the team that really had to make the adjustments. Even though it was a 2-1 start, it was Bear Claw Esports that were on the back foot. It just came down to Rex not sticking for that diffuse, otherwise it's a 3-0. So it's a really good gut check call for UIU to completely change the identity of what they did versus Texas Nation compared to how they set themselves up off the rip here versus Bear Claw. And wouldn't you know it, there were also some replicated moments in this series. Like that little 2-piece we saw in the replays by Johnny was where the comeback started versus Texas Nation. Just hit through Gatehouse, get on in through Stables, and open up space in spots that had not been previously contested. So that little curveball allowing another advantage for UIU. 8-6 for Johnny, 10-9 for Rex. A lot of engagements for him. And the double positive Phantoms at 8-4 also tallied up 1,500 plus damage. Good game from him.
And you know what's crazy about this too? You could easily say that this would have been like a 6-2, because there was a couple of rounds too that I feel like UIU kind of, I not necessarily like gave it to them, of course, but there was just a couple of questionable plays, and then obviously that one where Rex kind of just jiggle-peeked the bomb and didn't spot it in time, and where he was on the bomb and it was Exotic that was that top barn and didn't stick the defuse. Like you can maybe count that round as a win, because had he suck it, I just feel like it was really just UIU in the driving seat the whole entire time.
Yeah, I think there's another thing to point here is Welly, as the sole B defender, didn't win many face-up gunfights, which, again, puts a little bit of extra pressure onto the defensive setup for Bear Claw Esports, and that's why I think you start to see them getting a little bit more aggressive, where, if Welly's not feeling it, or maybe the server is not great for him, you can't really trust that he's going to win every 1v1 over towards B at long range, which a couple of different times he did not. So I think that also influences what Bear Claw normally likes to do. So, I think there was a couple of different components that led to the difference makers in the individual rounds, let alone in the map in total. So those are kind of things to look at if we do eventually get to map number 5. But largely speaking, UIU have already kind of built in a bit of a win condition here, taking away a map that I think, at least for me, and maybe both of us, not going to speak for you, but a little bit apprehensive about when it came to the overall selections. Especially considering Bear Claw Esports' track record on this map mode combo. But now we get to a Tuscan Control, where the statistics, again, favor that of Bear Claw Esports. They're 4-2 on the map, whereas UIU have struggled to touch, even though they've got a lot of play time on this season in this map mode combo. Not a lot of success has been found on it. So, once again, we kind of wonder, do you find good adjustments and learning moments after what you just saw versus Texas Nation? Because the first 2 rounds, it really felt like UIU barely spawned into the map.
It really did, but I just really feel like they had time they at least had that practice in, and essentially they're warm on these maps because they just played them. So regardless, they just took the Bocage, and now in the Tuscan, maybe they learned a thing or two from when they played Texas Nation, right? These players, essentially, we all learn off each other, we all scrim each other, and essentially, I just think that it could favor them. It could, even though they haven't had success in the past, and obviously Bear Claw is 4-2 on this map. I just think that UIU, since they just played on it, that they could have that slight edge and learning from those mistakes.
I mean, really, you want to get like a full recap of the difference maker between UIU and Texas Nation, this map mode combo when we were watching it, was just a couple of missed opportunities.
Yeah.
You capitalize on, just as the most immediate result comes to mind, that round 4, Johnny around the back. He nearly gets a double, if not 3, as UIU are attacking B. If he even finds an extra kill, that's a totally different dynamic of what happens on that B zone we may have been able to see around 5.
Exactly.
But the thing that was missed largely by UIU was how quickly Texas Nation were going to push forward on both offense and defense. It didn't make a difference what side of the zones they were spawning on. They wanted to get in your face fast. And UIU had a hard time picking up that they missed a couple of routes, and that led to some unfortunate moments on the flank where they weren't able to even respond to it. So I think we saw some adjustments in tempo based off the Berlin hardpoint from UIU, but I think the biggest thing in my mind continues to come back to what we had said at the top of this broadcast, was UIU has to come out hot. You cannot continue to play from behind against a team like Bear Claw.
Yeah, because obviously if the Bear Claw takes the lead, they're going to run away with that. So you will be punished if that does happen. But I don't know if they can contest this like they did against Texas Nation, those couple of little plays, I just think that it could be possible. So that somehow they have to get Johnny set up again, working that back church area, or just working those routes once again to where they're catching the enemy off guard. But I don't know. It's just going to be really hard to counter. It's, again, obviously really hard to predict to say who's going to win. But I don't know. I think that UAU does have what it takes just because they had played on it. But, again, you can't count out how darn good Bear Claw have been on this map mode combo.
Some of their most recent wins for Bear Claw, just for what it's worth, if you're enjoying the conversation around it, included a 3-0 win versus Stallions in their most recent play through Winners Round 1. Also a Map 5 or Round 5 win against Texas Nation. Those are the last 2 results that they had on this map mode combo. So for Bear Claw, you're also riding off of some recent successes. Now, the thing about that is, at least for the Round 5 win versus Texas Nation, that was before Control changed today. So I'm really curious, I think, to see how Bear Claw are going to approach their offenses, simply due to the fact that tick progression is going to be heavily rewarded, and we would have seen that come through in our most recent matchup between UIU and Texas Nation, where there was a tick advantage for Texas Nation if we would have gotten to that round 5. So we kind of have at least something to look at in specific for UIU. But for Bear Claw, I'm curious to see if their playstyle has changed at all, and if they're going to try to reward themselves by playing a little bit more stack heavy on their attack. Because one of the things that we really saw about this Bear Claw team and why their control may have faltered a touch compared to Season 1, where, by the way, they were like 6-1 through the group stage on control, was that they were maybe trying to get a little bit too cute with the map, where you're stalling time and trying to search for kills. Will they go back to what they had really established in Season 1, which was more of a flood-heavy playstyle? I'm curious. We'll see.
Yeah, no, that's a good take on it. Being cute with the map is a very good way to put it, because we've seen that where, teams may invest too much time in trying to split the push and even work 2 sites, or just searching for kills and there's a bunch of action going on the other side of the map and you're still just kind of sitting there waiting for cuts or something. But yeah, regardless, I know that with this recent change, it's just, I'm curious, Alan. I want to play ranked play myself already and just get into it. But as we get into this, it's going to be Exotic coming off hot with that first opening pick on to Johnny. And that A site looking pretty nice.
This is what they did before. You get the successful kills. Now you try to zone forward, search for eliminations. We're not stacking for this A zone yet. And Radial on the flank, actually, the timing is going to be blessed. That's one. Does he read the second? That's not going to make a difference. Exotic is able to pick up where he had left. Noisy pushing forward to retake some advantages over through the church side, and that will be 2 ticks of progress gone. And it does not look like Phantoms number 8 in white is all that interested in pinching at the moment, although that may change as Texas Nation, or pardon me, for Bear Claw Esports, they're actually trying to split the map around and just provide constant pressure over towards the B zone, and this is maybe just a bit greedy. We'll see.
Could be, but at least they have 2 ticks at A. So regardless, this is going to be a huge gunfight if you are Welly. And he doesn't connect it. Finish onto Dylan Rex onto that plat side. So huge cleanup for UIU from the back. And still, Noisy's creating a problem from the front. Still, there's 50 seconds left. And realistically, as all members get cleared off on that patio side, it's going to be that ice site that's going to be focused.
The thing about this is the clean kills to follow for UYU as Bear Claw were trying to establish a threat towards B is they win them cleanly, and now you're in Bear Claw's spawn. So this is going to be difficult for Bear Claw. They should be able to pull this 60 no problem, but it's going to come at a cost of, you would think, some consistent lives, but Johnny, who's mostly happy to sit mid-map, has missed an opportunity to help his teammates. So you're on the flank, sure, but there's no defensive high ground control right now for UYU, and Bear Claw, who's coming around the back, have significant numbers. Now, we've seen this tale before. Johnny's not actually going to go help back through spawn. They don't know how many players are back here, and as soon as Jintroid checks, you'll realize the folly of that situation. 3 members in green, making their move around the back. Noisy trying to hit from the front. The kill's still looking solid. Johnny left by himself on the zone, cannot hang Hall enough, and as Noisy picks up 3 in a row, Bear Claw will get the first tick of progress at B.
Oh, man, and that's such a heads-up play for Bear Claw as well. Noisy's going to look to stop this, but he does have to stun check out. And my goodness, they're still going off Noisy with the 5 streak and the kills in the back. Although, there are no members of Bear Claw on that B site capturing.
Exotic is the one trusted to jump on in. The thing about this is that means that they've missed out on this high ground play, but Exotic responds to it, unfortunately losing a teammate in the back. But it's a 9v4 with 55 seconds to play, and Bear Claw Esports have now established that win condition is built for them by way of TDM. So here come all 3 members on the backside. They know someone's nearby, just comes down to who and where. It's Johnny in a corner, only able to take down 1. And now the last 3 defensive members of UYU would have to put together a hold from the high ground, and already a good negation of space from the back as Phantoms doubles up and leaves Welly by himself waiting for help.
Yep, and a good play, but what an opening pick from Welly. That's certainly going to opening things up. There is 22 seconds left, but Welly takes down Dylan as well. And now that is it. Bear Claw get all of the kills, winning that round in their favor. Now leading the charge. My goodness, but what a heads up play to even secure the back of that church area. There was, I don't even know if you noticed that, but Noisy the whole entire time to make that play when Bear Claw pushed the back of church, Noisy was just sitting inside of the plat, just waiting the whole entire time, that P5. He was just waiting. Patient push from them just to secure that site and just to secure the kills, essentially, to swing that lead in their favor.
Now UYU on the attack. As we traditionally and very ceremoniously see, it's a 3-man hit over towards A, but no one is watching the flank, and Radial's behind. Oh, no. This is the last player you want in the back line. Good help coming through. Jintroid able to trade. Noisy looking to pick up and maybe credit his teammate a couple of assists, and he will be able to sufficiently take care of Jintroid in due course. Good counter nades coming through, though, will allow an opportunity for UYU to keep on the A zone, stopping the clock, and meanwhile, allowing an opportunity maybe for Johnny to hit a route as he plays forward in towards Churchfields.
Noisy here, kind of working his way towards middle, but still, that's going to be a capture at A for UYU. And Phantoms is just kind of holding off the mid sight line here, but Noisy just gonna wait. And Jintroid, yep, there he is. Jintroid with a huge 2, and that'll open things up for UYU, but still. It's that church control that is so important. And that plat side is Jintroid's going to work his way on forward. And Phantoms opens it up in church. Now this is the setup for UYU to cap.
And UYU's got some significant presence up top still with Johnny on the backside, which is where a lot of this retake is largely kind of banking on if you're Bear Claw Esports. Jintroid picking up after his teammate had fallen. Another 1v1, but it's Welly who comes out on top of it. Second tick of progress. No, it does not get fully confirmed. It was close, but it does not get locked in. Still, though, the lives amassing in significant form for UYU. 22 playing up against 13. Minute 35 in the clock.
Minute 35. They still have plenty of time to work with. Jintroid, huge gunfight on 2 Exotic, and Noisy to follow, but still, he falls. Jintroid falls, and now Noisy kind of just lingering around that church area. Gonna remain in control of it, but that's realistically all they need to do. And Welly is set up in a very problematic position. If you are UYU, he's gonna actually work his way around this Phantom side, the Fountain side, Phantom side, as he runs away from that gunfight. But he is set up for a trap and to make very much so danger happen around, but Radial's still kind of locking down this radio side. and UIU flooding in.
They think they have a timing to get onto the zone and stack. With knowing Welly's kind of existing through the middle of the map, I think they were expecting that there was going to be a second player nearby to help him, and they thought that they may have had a timing to jump into the zone with 3 members and stack, but the problem was they didn't get Radio outside of Radio.
Yep.
Never ever saw him, and that leads to 22 v 13, now 11 v 6. Bearclaw right back into this defense with numbers all over the map and only 35 seconds they have to kill off the clock.
They have 2 members of UIU flanking around, but Welly at least has the information that they are back there. So realistically, you can set up a position from the front, but still flanking, wrapping all the way around. It's Welly who gets perfect timing onto 2 and Noisy to follow with the trade. So what a defensive hold for Bearclaw, as now there's only 4 lives left and 15 seconds left. Phantoms realistically has to wait for his team to push from the front. Can they do that? But he does jiggle peek, so they know he's there.
Radio doesn't expect a second player to come through Church. Wait a second. UIU have gotten themselves on the zone. 5.9 is where the clock stops. Welly up top. Able to very, very quickly read that Rex was close by. Exotic now sliding down the stairs. Cleans things up, and it's all on to Johnny as he walks right into essentially a scene from Butch Cassidy and the Sundance Kid, trying to come out of Church, and it's just guns looking at him the whole way. If you caught that reference, you are a cultured individual. If you didn't, go watch it. It's a good Western.
I didn't catch it, so I guess I'm not cultured.
You gotta go watch it. It's a good movie.
Okay.
It's a good movie. It's classic.
Well, what a round for Bearclaw. So regardless, on the save there for Welly, he's a huge reason for that. 3 streak for him. And opening it up over at A. He's going to get out of dodge, though, but Johnny, pushing through that mid-cut area, does take down 2 members of Bearclaw Gaming. Make it 3! Johnny said, what do you mean it's time to turn up? This is what we talked about. Where was this round 1?
Yeah, where's this been really in the first opening 3 minutes of every map we've seen when it comes to a respawn for UIU?
I'm in the present.
Bearclaw literally in a corner here. They have to fight out from rooftop spawns. Good nades come through, actually. Hold on a second. If Rex falls topside Radio, there's going to be an opportunity for Bearclaw to get onto B. And actually, as they win another gunfight mid-map, they can kind of put pressure onto both zones at the same time. And all of a sudden, which is a phenomenal, if not flawless start for UIU, has just turned equally into a perfect correction for Bearclaw as they start to get the first tick of progress at A.
Yeah, indeed. A very perfect correction. And Noisy here making damage in the Radio area doesn't help. But Johnny at least able to take him down. And there's another second tick of progression that comes in at A. So now UIU chalking it up and rotating back over to B. That's going to be a clean capture for the A site. Noisy here. He's going to wait for his teammates. Set up on that position. Maybe to get a kill, but Jintroid, of course, yes. Good peek, good check.
This is advantage city for UIU. You can see exactly how they want to put this defense together. It's all by holding high ground. You're forcing Bearclaw Esports to essentially have to come around the back, and Rex number 6 is the one in the windows who's going to be able to get first point of contact for this. Johnny throwing shoulders through Church Alley, and then you got Phantoms to help fill in over towards Patio, while Jintroid could do the same over towards the side of the command center. So there's the first contact. This is, I don't know how you take this gunfight versus Rex. I think your best answer is that you don't. But now Phantoms gets isolated and turns that into a double. So this is why exactly you want this high ground control if you're a defender. And Jintroid, who has been the only person not a part of the formula, he can now be a little bit more rogue style and play through this 5th hardpoint if he wants to. And as he does, he collects another elimination. Good defense for UIU.
Yeah, indeed. And of course, the lives are in favor of them. So there's only 48 seconds left for Bearclaw to push this. And Jintroidy's going to work around his way to P5, take out Noisy, and of course, remain holding this point. So still kind of slowing things down just a little bit. There's still 35 seconds left. Johnny gets a pick onto Welly in the back. So regardless, Bearclaw's kind of isolated to force through that Radio lane, and Phantom's doing a fantastic job of controlling the Patio. 22 seconds left remain, and there are only 9 lives left.
And UIU has not given up this position at the high ground whatsoever. This whole setup around the alleyway, through the Patio, and in towards Radio and maps has been literally flawless. But Bearclaw looking to essentially force their way forward as Phantoms on 6 cannot secure the glide bomb. So that's a big tool off the table, especially considering for UIU, you're going to have to win 3 rounds in a row. So that's a bit of a demerit, I would say, to what has largely been a flawless defense for UYU. And as we swap the sides, now we have to wonder what exactly is going to be the catalyst for success, as UYU has been relatively empty from any offensive looks on this map mode.
Yeah, this is going to be scary, but we're going to see how they're going to answer back. Oh, boy. And maybe the call this time around is going to be go towards that B site. So, yeah, yet again, you have Phantoms holding the mid site, and Jintroid might be able to get perfect timing, but Johnny there, of course, with the help. So now this is a perfect opportunity to flood it on B, and of course, Bear Claw is going to have to rotate back through that back church area, but Jintroid might have an opening to at least get onto the site and make some damage. So say that Zodic takes him down.
Johnny through? No, not going to be able to find Noisy in the corner, who turns that into a deadly double. Good stuff here for Bear Claw, only losing 2 lives and now getting forward into the UYU spawns. Noisy. Insult meets injury as he gets even further through, and there is just no hope for UYU to cleanly get to either of these zones at the moment. So much that has to be done, and honestly, there's really no one in a position to do too much. Phantom's going to clear off the back as he tries to re-wrap back towards A. So that's some clearance over to A, but the problem is there is no mid-map position whatsoever for UYU. I don't really know how you fully feel comfortable to lock this down with so many points of ingress open and available for Bear Claw to hit, and you're starting to see exactly why. Nades come through. Last player is Jintroid in the corner, and he will fall. 35 seconds on the clock, and not a single tick of progress for UYU.
Yeah, and you're right. It's just that timing, right? Like, Noisy was just rotating from the back lane for the mid lane. Like, it was just Johnny was a little bit too late on picking that up, and he got punished for it. So, yeah, if you are UAU, this is only 20 seconds left, and Welly is on the point contesting it. So, now he finally gets taken down. Gets opened up a little bit, but still, there's no ticks of progression in, and there's a team needed coming in, so I'm not sure exactly what's happening. UIVs, they're literally unfolding right now with the pressure that's coming in.
Not good news. Bear Claw once again fully enveloping the zone. Clean up a handful of kills to continue to put pressure by way of the game clock, and as well he takes down Johnny. Now it's just desperation time. UYU, their only hope is to get onto this B point, and they will stop the clock. But Noisy, so avidly aware that there could be still more players coming off a spawn, actually gets cut down by Phantoms, who turns that into a double. Hold on a second. You want to talk about some interesting things that could happen in the series? We may be watching it right here. Second tick of progress starting to come through. Nades out for Bear Claws. They try to retake, and boy, will they. Leaving Johnny by himself. It would be a 1v2 for him on the B zone. Nothing to unfold there. Rex desperately moves forward and just barely gets through the status of the stun to touch. And with a little bit of help, an opportunity to keep this clock stopped. And hold on a second, 12v5. Not a lot of time on the clock, but you cannot be uncautious here. If you're Bear Claw Esports, you still have to be worried about this game being won by tick progression.
I'm just so confused with this UAU squad. Why are they making things so hard? Now getting that extra minute on the clock, though, it's just going to be that defensive setup that you mentioned with the high ground from Bear Claw Esports. They have the plat control, and this is a crazy gunfight that Phantoms was able to take down Welly. So, yeah, with 5 kills left and the kills coming through for UIU, it's 9-5.
Johnny misses a timing, but still finds the elimination. Oh, if he finds the way to snap back over to Radial, maybe. But now it's just down to Rex. 1v8, has to get to the zone. Radial will kind of throw his body forward, looking just to delay him as long as possible, and Noisy's there to pick it up. Oh, but it got close. Dream Crazy, I'm not going to lie to you. As soon as UYU starts to take care of some really careless kills from Bear Claw Esports, they open up an opportunity to get around the back. It's just not convincing enough. Too little lives, too little clock. And that will mean Bear Claw Esports put themselves up 2-1 in the series. Looking solid, really, for the most part, all the way through that control.
Yeah, absolutely. And it just really felt like UAU was just making things really difficult for themselves. Like, just certain positions, like you said, it's just their timing with this team. Their pace just is not on par, and like leaving certain lanes open, like the mid lane, they left that open. You saw some rotations kind of picking up the pinches. They were just a second too late. And yeah. I mean, when you got Noisy popping off like this and streaking out, and of course separating the pushes and the pinches and just getting in your face, then it's gonna make it much harder.
Yeah, no, I think there's just a lot of different elements once again for UYU that were missing off the rip.
Yeah,
it's just Bear Claw Esports really kind of taking a mistake made by UYU and turning it into what would be the linchpin for success for those individual rounds. I mean, so many different moments, even throughout this round number 2, where you had UYU in a really good spot to finish off that B zone. They put themselves in a really good position off the high ground. They had good work through Church, as you had mentioned. The problem was they didn't really synergize the attack correctly, and Noisy was able to clean things up with Exotic. That was a 2v4, I believe, if I'm not mistaken. So it's one of those things for Bear Claw Esports. You're happy with the W, but for UYU, you kind of have to wonder, how long are they going to be in a position to where they're starting off so slow that they never really give themselves a chance to win these maps? Because it feels like that's been the storyline throughout almost the entirety of this group stage, and now as well into playoffs.
Yeah, no, I agree with you. And it just really, again, just those I feel like the opening breaks are just the most important. It sets the pace for the map. And like realistically, they just make things so hard. And it's hard. I guess when they get shut down, it's hard to quickly come back from that. And like it takes them too long to come back from their mistakes. But regardless, I mean, Bear Claw, even with Exotic not even playing his best, still just the whole entire time took it with ease.
Yeah, no, it's, well,
I wouldn't say with ease. I wouldn't say with ease, but sometimes they make things look easy. That's what I meant. Because when you see Radial and Noisy popping off on this map, well, I'm sorry, let me rephrase that. Noisy made it look easy because I swear, it's always Noisy and Radial that I see on this map just taking turns popping off. Radial even had like, I think at one point like 52 on it, over 50 on it. So it's like, man, I Bear Claw, I'm just specifically with Tuscan. Overall, they pop off.
Yep. Fair points. So now we look forward, and the path to victory for UYU, I will say, as much as I didn't love the map set overall, the best hope for them would actually be to get to this Tuscan Search and Destroy. Not only because we just saw what they were able to provide for us on that map mode in their previous series versus Texas Nation, but on the opposite side, when you start to consider what Bear Claw have done on that map, sure, they've played it 3 times, but largely they got smoked on it, including a round 11 loss to none other than UYU. So hold on a second. There is still an opportunity for UYU to get back into the series and potentially find an advantage if we get to round 5. The problem with all of this, Ellen, is that we have to get to map 5. And if we learned anything off of UYU versus Texas Nation on map 1, which was a Gavudu hardpoint, they were getting bodied. They were getting absolutely blistered, not just on hard points, but they were getting broken and out-rotated. There really wasn't any glorious moments to look back upon in favor of UYU from their winter semifinal on this map.
Yeah, I agree. Because it's like, again, you got bodied against Texas Nation, but on the plus side, if we want to throw some positivity in there, is that it is a map, again, that you just played on. You came off a series off of it. So hopefully, because again, this is that team that just takes a minute to spring alive in these maps, in these series. Hopefully that's on the back of their mind. It's fresh. They just played it and they can just capitalize on that and win it and take it to a map 5.
Yeah. All right. I mean, that's the conditions in play. And, I think that you have to keep remembering that as much as we hate to harp on one player being, the kind of muse for the whole team to get inspired, I think you look at Johnny, but the other thing you have to keep in mind here is that he's not playing up against Havoc, who really did have his way in map number 1. So kind of some things to consider on either side. But as we start to get into the hard point, I think the biggest thing that if you're watching along that you can really rest your laurels on is UYU cannot go down by 80 points after 3 hills. They have to be competitive in these first 3 hills.
Indefinitely. I agree. And a lot is just those rotations. I'm going to be looking at, again, Jintroid. We talk about Johnny, but I'm going to talk about Jintroid because that first series wasn't too hot. So regardless here, that's that opening push towards that P1. This is it. This is going to be make it or break it. Bear Claw, can they swing it in their favor and win it 3-1? Or can UIU swing it to a map 5? So off the break, still, it's looking like Welly with that MP40 in his hand is getting all the kills he needs. And Jintroid isn't able to stop it. So control for Bear Claw.
Is that a 3 SMG setup from Bear Claw off the rip, by the way? I know for a fact Noise is going to have one. You figure that Radial had one as well, and Welly brought in, I want to say, the 3rd SMG. It was just Exotic who had an AR in hand. So a curious setup, looking for Bearclaw to flip the spawns around, does not end up being eventually successful though. So UYU do a pretty solid job of responding, not only off of the time for P1, but look at the setup they've got going here towards ship. Phantoms is playing deep, you got a high-low setup inside the zone itself, and the kills are coming through and coming through quickly. Much better start here for UYU.
Yeah, this is the start that they needed. So Johnny is going to kind of zone forward a little bit, does get spot exotic, but still, the kills, though, are coming in favor of Bearclaw. So Dylan still tucked away on that P1 stairs to get taken down. So now this is kind of easily broken. Seems like not too much of a hold, but Bearclaw, if you are, just got swept off the point. So now this is 30 seconds for UYU that they can hold here. But Phantoms is going to see if he can do it. Does at least get a pick here, and it's going to be number 7, Dylan Rex, holding down that beach side and awaiting and trapping Bearclaw in the back. This can be a very, very good setup. I mean, essentially, it is a good setup for UYU for the next.
Yeah, Bearclaw has to run through green right now. That's their best opening, and 3 straight kills. And Gintroid, who kind of spawns right in front of Noisy. Noisy's on the hunt. He's lost track of him, though, just by a touch. But Noisy's position could be used to flip spawns around as soon as this hit is ready to come. Oh, and he actually gets a lot of information. He saw Gintroid, obviously has information on the 2 players playing inside the hill. Noisy looking for the double, slides forward, takes care of Phantoms, and there is a break from behind. Not enough to flip the spawns, so the hit is not done. Bearclaw still has to win these gunfights on rotation, and Welly locks down the lane by way of Automaton. 31-51 the tally, but Bearclaw Esports have successfully ticked off a box by getting UYU out of the hard point for now.
Oh, and those opening gunfights were huge. Both Johnny and Phantoms winning to essentially deny any time for Bearclaw. So now, the good thing is, though, you are set up for new. So Exotic is going to hold down this lane and does take down he took down the other to follow to try to secure the scrap. But Gintroid's left on the point, does get taken down. So that is good time, at least for Bearclaw, and they are set up for the new point. The flood is going to come on through on that bottom side of the map, through the boat side. UYU looking to break.
You have to cleanly get these eliminations, though, and Radial's the first problem, but they do hurdle the obstacle. Of course, this is awareness for Bearclaw, where this hit is coming from. But the numbers superiority, maybe is there an opportunity just for UYU to flood through? That seems to be the call. Help coming around the back as Rex is hitting a different point on the backside. Welly trying to respond to it, but gets cut down. UYU, an opportunity to contest this from the front. A Bearclaw off the spawn, still able to get here much faster. And these trades, all favorable for the cause for Bearclaw on the hold as they retake the lead. UYU stacked for one more hit as Johnny puts himself onto 5 in a row initially. Does get traded before streaks could be in play, but the break from the front ultimately is successful.
Yes, it is, and they have Bearclaw trapped in the back, which is perfect, and also Johnny on that rotation for the new. So although Bearclaw do win the remaining scrap time, that is going to be 14 seconds in their favor to swing the league back in their favor of Bearclaw Gaming. But regardless, UYU is set up, so realistically it's going to be about holding here. Chris Radial is going to look to break through that P1 site, does throw a stun out to Phantoms and doesn't connect, but still Phantoms in a good position, at least able to take down Noisy and back away. UYU, they're looking pretty good now.
It's good enough. I'll say that much for now. It's been a 50-50 affair thus far, and now we have our first significant hold from either team as UYU will get the opening 20 seconds on the 5th, but look how fast Noisy's moving. And no one's here to contest this. All of the crossing angles are worried about mid-map. No one's actually worried about the backside of ship. So Noisy literally hops into the hard point, finds an easy kill, and that will flip the tides around, and now he's got good help from Exotic to make sure no reinforcements can actually get here. Good re-break from UYU, dealing with Exotic almost immediately upon being called upon. And with that, an opportunity to soak up this scrap time, which they'll do freely as Bearclaw are interested in getting a setup around the first hill.
Yep, and of course, this problem, Bearclaw set up for the first, on the first hill this time around, and huge gunfights, of course, won. But Gintroid looking to break, does get taken down, and those were very huge rotational kills for Bearclaw Esports as they are 1. And Johnny now kind of pushing on that entry sub, does get taken down by Exotic. So this is the setup for Bearclaw, essentially. They can just kind of zone forward. Phantoms just kind of needs to play for that opening pick, but his teammates are falling. This could be very problematic if you are UYU.
Hit has to be successful from the stairs push. And it needs to be
There we
convincing,
go.
and boy, is it. Okay, 3 straight kills come out, even including players that were holding headies. So now Bearclaw going to be kind of tested here through the middle of the map. They're without any information nor presence inside of the ship. And as UIU starts to set up a bit of a zone, they're able to actually get some pretty favorable gunfights. Phantoms on 4 in a row will actually deal with the last remaining Bear Claw members to threaten mid-map. It's just Noisy that they need to find to really lock down this scrap into initial between 1 and 2. And Johnny will get both. Okay, how about this? UIU, a solid string going from the break at the halfway point on top of Circle into a clean rotation to the second. Bear Claw under extreme pressure as they need to break through this.
Yeah, what a break, too. And Johnny, of course, on those opening pills. And Gintroid holding down this AA gun. My goodness. He is in the perfect position for streak for him. And UIU is just running away with this lead now. 172 to 118. My goodness. 3 members of Bear Claw fall, and now there's 29 seconds. Gintroid realistically is just going to work his way forward to make some damage, but still, he's watching the crosses come through, and again, the picks are just so easy when Dylan Rex and Phantoms are set up on the other side. So now on a 5 streak for Gintroid, he's going to back on up, but UIU really ran away with this hill, man. 190 to 124, and they're set up for new again. This is what they needed to bring it to a map 5.
He's got streaks guaranteed for him. He's got 2 different players baiting for him while he holds a long angle onto Welly. Nades come through, does not affect him. Gintroid gets the glide. Win condition has now been 100% established. 1 solid hold on either this hill or the 4th puts this game out of reach. We may be getting it right now. Gintroid, little spinorama, 9 in a row, 21 and 12. What can't he do this map? Apparently nothing. Exotic dealt with, and nearly he gets the beamer on the radial as well. That double, though, does allow Bear Claw to break through, and at a key moment, stopping UIU from getting any closer to 250.
Oh my goodness, what a key stop. And again, these next 2 hills, we know are essentially money hills. So Bear Claw, they have to hurry up and get over to the new. That is going to be key for Welly, but he falls, and Radial... Yes, this is going to be key for Radial, as he's going to have to push on through fast. But essentially, UIU, they're winning the gunfights at the old, and Radial lost it at new. So essentially, this is bad for Bear Claw, but they still have that close spawn here. Exotic, he's got to go, and he can break it on through the front. Streaks, though.
Did we call the glide bomb here? Ooh, puzzling decision. This
they
will not
push him
secure
back.
spawns. I don't know if they get a read for this. Exotic spawns up. Alongside him is Radial, and then the rest of the team appears out of thin air. Gintroid, aware that the play around the back is coming, but Radial is able to find the elimination. Opportunity for Bear Claw to use this to break back on in. And all of a sudden, UIU have used their lifeline, their get-out-of-jail-free card. And, well, it doesn't really amount to too much. Good set nade coming back through, though, does allow UIU a break. A little popcorn action onto Exotic and Radial. And now this spawn trap will surely be the end as UIU can win it here or just easily wrap back to P5 and win it on new. And it looks like the call will be to do the latter. So Bear Claw Esports nearly able to extend the map, but no one's going to get there in time, especially as Phantoms watch the cross. UIU, do what needs to be done. 250, 164. And how about it? Tusken Search and Destroy still waiting for him for map 5.
Oh my goodness, Alan, and that's what I'm saying. They had to have had some type of talk from that first series against Texas Nation in the winners round 1. Like, they just were like, hey, Gintroid, you do something different, because whatever he did different, it was working for them. 10 streaked out and taking it in that fashion. So a map 5 we go.
The thing is, this is, I think, an important note for those of you that are really deep dive watching into this, is how differently Bear Claw played that map compared to Texas Nation. A number of different moments where we saw multiple SMGs in the fold, where that was never the case for Texas Nation, largely outside of the opening breakoff. Because I believe you do have 3 SMGs off the rip, and then a couple of different hills where 2 subs were in hand for Bear Claw. UIU was much better in those SMG gunfights, largely because they were getting so much easy participation out of their assault rifles. If you think back to the Texas Nation affair versus UIU in this map, the SMGs for UIU never got a chance to get in the fight because the ARs for Texas Nation were dominating the conversation throughout the entirety of the map. So when it comes to the difference of how Bear Claw plays versus how Texas Nation plays, it gives UIU an opportunity to get more participation from players like Johnny for free. And that came through majorly. And then on top of that, as Gintroid takes that flex 3rd AR into hand, he turns it into an impressive big scree of his own. So good stuff for UIU, but I think the playstyle differences between UIU versus Texas Nation compared to that versus Bear Claw, this head-to-head matchup works better for UYU just due to what Bear Claw want to put on the map.
Yeah, no, I agree with you. Texas Nation had so much more AR presence on the map that it just didn't allow the subs to get even close. And I mean, we saw Havoc that was just piecing with it. So, yeah, I don't want to say, because I don't know personally. Like I said, I know players kind of switch guns or they pick up guns on the ground all the time. I don't know if Bear Claw per se ran a 3 sub like off the break. Like maybe they got a kill and picked up a gun. I don't know, but regardless, yeah, it just play styles just worked out in favor of UYU.
Yeah. Hell of a game, though, for UYU.
And they ran away with each hill, too. Like, they broke easy. They ran away. And it was just hard to break. It was really hard to break them. They just really capitalized on those money hills that were important to run away with that lead.
And just for what it's worth, I know that we look at these statistics, and I think everyone just immediately looks to KDs, but look at the very backside of the scoreboard on hill time. 4 members for UYU nearly at or above a minute. Comparatively to what we see on top for Bear Claw, their ability to get in the hill was hard-pressed from start to finish. And you see that because you kind of have this passing of the baton for UYU where, all right, I'll be the first one on. As soon as we get a favorable kill feed, I'll leave. You get on. Like, there's this little rotation that happens, and it allows a chance for UYU to kind of play that more methodical play style tempo-wise because everyone's willing to get inside the hard point. So, again, stylistically, it works out versus Bear Claw. This same play style, I think, was in fold largely versus Texas Nation. They weren't able to utilize that to their advantage. So there are other things in here besides just the KD that I think a lot of people need to be aware of. So that's kind of where I'm interested in.
Of course. And you hear, I mean, you see it all the time, get in the hill. But yeah, essentially all rotating out each lane. And of course, rotating into the hill is important, whether you have a sub or AR. UIU just do it automatically. It doesn't even matter. If somebody dies, you pick up that lane. Fill in the holes. Look at your minimap. Realistically, doesn't matter on the roll as long as that lane and that position is covered. And they displayed it quite well.
So now we go to a Tuscan search. And I still think that for UYU, as much as you're familiar on this map, I have yet to be convinced of what you're going to bring to this map. Just off of what we've seen them do stylistically on Bocage, and then even in the past of the group stage, where they have really struggled on this map versus a variety of teams. The last time these two teams met in the groups, it was a round 11 Tuscan Search and Destroy. So that is, I think, at least some sort of a pretense into what we could expect, just based on the fact that both teams have some experience versus one another. But I think just in the immediate, I'm struggling to put a finger on what exactly UYU is trying to even do in this map in the first place. So I think I'm kind of curious to see what the play styles are going to be as we extend into this search, because what UYU was able to find successfully over into the second map was aggression from both SMGs. So if they could find a way to re-hit that again, there might be an opportunity for them to take this 5th map.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And I mean, realistically, it's just, there's something that I feel like they did and discussed just being in that competitive mindset, and they changed, and I just feel like they have a plan, and this is what their plan is going well so far. And now that we're here at this Tuscan, like, again, this is just that swing map. We said it from the start. They needed to get to this point, and they did it. So realistically, yeah, I don't know what to expect, Alan. I like the suspense of it, but I don't know. Who do you think is going to take it?
Oh, no, I'm not answering that question.
Come
you can't
on!
Map 5 playoffs? Get out of here.
Oh, my gosh.
No chance.
No fun.
There's no world you'll ever get me getting a prediction during playoffs on a map 5.
But you try to get me the answer? Oh, you set me up to fail. I didn't put that. No. I didn't speak that into the universe at all. You're putting yourself in that ballpark there, sister. I think you asked me earlier. Huh?
I definitely didn't ask you.
Okay, I'll go see. Dang it, I can't call you out.
Definitely not.
At least I made you laugh though, because I've been trying to all night. You haven't. At least I got a smile out of you. Regardless, you're gonna be smiling when you see who wins, because I feel like there is a prediction somewhere in that head of yours. You're an overthinker.
Oh no.
You're gonna tell me.
I try not to. I try to go step by step through life. We'll see how things go. Step by step through life, round by round through search.
Day
That's
by
the best you're
day.
gonna get from me.
Exactly.
Yeah.
That's how it should be. Round by round. UIU, take it round by round. Don't let the lead get away from you. Hopping on the board, though, with UIU on the attacking side, we see that bomb swinging towards the B site. This is a 2v2 kind of split, but realistically, you got Phantoms waiting for a pick, and Jintroid maybe kind of working that way middle.
I love this setup from Bear Claw. They're giving up all of topside A. They're playing for a straight out mid retake here with the double stack towards B. The problem about this is as they're starting to get nervous with the clock and hearing the doors continually close and open through P5, they're starting to be a bit wary of, is there actually going to be a B hit maybe here? 40 seconds of the clock, no movement at all towards A, but I believe Rex up top has cleared enough space to allow Jintroid to freely wrap and get the plant off. So now it's on to Bear Claw. This is the setup that you wanted. You wanted to play retake at A. Can you execute it?
And that's the shutdown that they needed. Noisy first blood, and that's tough because not only is the bomb down, but you only got 20 seconds now to plant. So this is going to be a quick shuffle. Welly on the point to the Johnny, and my goodness, 16 seconds left. Noisy ducking around. Let's see what he can do. He hops up, maybe top fire, but no. Phantom still alive, but still, he's the last one alive. There's only 8 seconds left. Noisy.
Look, Bear Claw's one of the only teams that I can think of off the top of my head that almost prefers to play retake on almost every single map. That whole setup is literally based off of point of contact mid, or you have a double stack to deal with a potential offensive hit through P5 into the B site. At no point do you ever have to move until somebody makes point of contact. You had Welly watching the flank from topside church. You gave up all the top side of A, and depending on how the gunfights unfold, that is what leads to what your double stack towards B has to do. Do they go reinforce from the back, or do they have the ability to push through? The opening gunfight win, too significant, and as soon as you lose your bomb carry, the round's just over. That is such a cool setup for Bear Claw Esports playing a defensive retake.
Kind of the similar thing here, similar style, but the only difference is UIU didn't push this last time around. The entry in. Noisy's just kind of jiggle peek every corner and see. But UIU completely gave up B, and they're not aware of it. So can they get a free plant at B? But no, they're actually going to maybe still just patiently waiting. Exotic is going to look for that opening pick. Phantoms isn't peeking, though. 42 seconds left. 40.
This whole play is going to be, though. This whole thing is always set towards B, especially now that they recognize off this death cam that there's going to be 2 players pushing through the A site. Although, they're going to re-wrap back up to top church. This is a dangerous rotation, and you can see exactly why. Not only is Phantoms in a position to deal with this, but the SMGs could quickly flood back on over. A bit peculiar that Bear Claw doesn't just use that mid-wrap to set up a B plant, but as they kind of scramble the SMGs of UIU, they've caught some timing to get the bomb planted at A, and on top of that, Exotic catches timing onto one more into Jintroid, who tries to retake fire. So now Johnny on the chase. No dead silence, and he has maybe missed radial completely. Yeah, sure has. Oh boy, interesting call for Bear Claw to re-wrap that back to mid. But once they get the eliminations and put UIU's SMGs into a scramble, there is really no world where Johnny and Jintroid retake that site.
Yeah, that was really smart. And two, like realistically, they started inching their way towards the B site and kind of just waiting for players to push through. No one pushed through, and it's like, hey, we peeked it. We don't see anybody. We know essentially they're in church. Let's just wrap back middle, maybe see if we can get those picks. But man, shout outs to, of course, Chris Radio 3-0 on the 3 streak, but Noisy. He's been getting those crazy, like stopping the pushes in some way, shape, or form for UIU. But regardless, Bomb's going to be swinging it towards B, and Johnny leading the charge.
How about this for UIU? Same door antics, but this time it's a 3-man stack. Do they push through this? Oh, and as they see the door open, Exotic is going to get so much information off of that stun. He'll change his position. Radio there to help will also confirm, and those stuns will make sure that neither team will move any step further. This is going to be a cold war over here towards B5. It's a dangerous push through for UIU, and as actually they don't get any information on the counter stuns, they try to push through this. Peculiar to say the least, because Bear Claw are very aware of this all the way through.
Yeah, absolutely. And just realistically, Radio just needs to back up and just wait. But see if Noisy can get maybe an opening pick here down that Radio side. Just Patient
They're
game,
so
30
comfortable.
seconds left. Yeah, there's only 30 seconds left here. But here, there's come the push, and Radial does pick up one, but still, the trades do come in. So now, it is a 3 versus 2, and Noisy timing might be able to get at least a pick on the bomb. He takes down Jintroid. Now the bomb is down. There's 13 seconds left, and Welly's the last alive.
He's on the backside, has not read. The bomb's been picked up, but does he see Phantoms? Oh, he sure does now, and he goes prone. 6 seconds on the clock, the 1v1 with Rex. Welly trying to finesse for time. Rex has to challenge forward, but he's softened up. He still finds the gunfight. Oh, nearly had a chance to fulfill it fully, but not quite able to get there in time. And I guess the biggest part about this defensive setup, I didn't realize Noisy was sniping off the rip. That makes actually this setup a little bit more vulnerable, as you see exactly why. But Noisy's gut check call to push forward with the pistol saves them the round.
Absolutely. Oh my goodness. And you know what's crazy too? Noisy I think he was almost spotted. He just got away as well. And as soon as he got away, that timing, crazy with that pistol. But Dylan Rex now sniping on the other side. Doesn't connect, but still the information is there. The bomb for Bear Claw is going towards B. They might have a free plant. And Exotic, of course, opens up that first blood onto Phantoms.
Okay, Rex. That makes things a little bit more interesting for a time, as I believe he also had a beat on Exotic topside patio for a moment, but unfortunately none of his teammates can win gunfights across the middle of the map. So the impressive quickscope now has to turn to a more impressive 1v3. Good prediction on Exotic. Not able to capitalize on the damage found. And as he slides forward, oh good. Good try. NT in the chat. Can't really ask too much of a guy with the scope and about 10 bullets left with MP40. And now Bear Claw 4-0, and this is the exact reason why I was getting a little bit nervous about what UYU were going to do on this map. There are still no answers whatsoever for what Bear Claw are throwing together. Same could have been said about Texas Nation. Got to put something together here. This is a must-win round. Must win.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Absolutely. Bear Claw is just they're just doing everything correctly. And in terms of not only these crazy picks that Noisy is getting to stop certain rounds that they should have won, but just immediately the aggression. Chris Radial off the break is stunned. But look he has Exotic up there in top church just in case members do from UIU fall, but still, they are all isolated in the back. This is good if you're Bear Claw push up and trap, but still, they're losing their gunfight, so that's 2 members that go down for Bear Claw. 4 versus 2 for UIU. Make it Noisy last alive.
Yeah, and it's another round where Noisy pulls the scope out. Same position that he had it last time, and I just don't really love the call of a sniper watching over a forward SMG. Just because you typically expect the sub to do what exactly was done, which is move forward, throw shoulders, get information, and typically you get tagged up a little bit, which means you have to have good support to deny any eliminations onto your sub player. And the problem with having a sniper to do that is you miss one shot, your sub's dead. And that's exactly what unfolds. Noisy misses a shot, sub dies. Now you've lost your entire defensive setup through the middle of the map. So good awareness from UYU, finding a couple isolated picks, denying any value from the scope. And how about this? This is the exact same setup, but Phantoms is the one watching this push from topside church. He's number 4 in white. Johnny's going to be safely able to hold this position, play a 1-for-1 corner, and that makes the A zone completely secure.
Well, there's the information, though, from Welly that obviously that Johnny is there and he wins the gunfight, so that is the first blood. But, of course, there is the trade. So, regardless, and again, the fights do come down middle map and Exotic able to trade down Phantoms. So now this is a 3 versus 2, and that bomb is quickly going towards B. Both members aware of it, and Noisy, that's just going to be it for this round, maybe. But no, Jintroid does get taken down by Exotic, and the quickly reposition from Bear Claw off that opening pick was just perfect. Clean round.
Yeah, and that's one of the things about that mid setup that always comes with risk. It almost feels like at times the best case scenario is going 1-for-1. In denying an opening play through mid-map. And that time through, even with the opening trade, the secondary gunfight between Phantoms and Exotic doesn't go the way of UYU. So you're really revealing more than you'd like to. It's a risky setup. And as much as I can appreciate taking a risk when you have to do something wild in a 1-for-5 setup, I don't love necessarily how the execution comes through. This time it's a 4-man stack for Bear Claw. First time we've seen this. Nades over the top and a push through for a couple of members. UYU cannot hit A. They have to break this down.
Yeah, and of course, Bear Claw has live advantage, but this was kind of a similar setup that we saw last time, but, where they had members of UIU trapped in that back, but it was UIU that won those gunfights, and of course, Noisy did not have that sniper, so now with that SMG in hand, it's going to make things a lot much easier for Bear Claw. But can UIU get a pick? That's going to be the name of the game. There's only 45 seconds left, and they need to plant.
They have no intel. Think about it this way. If you're UIU, it's like, wait, all 4 of them were here. Why is nobody here all of a sudden? You've got no intel whatsoever. Exotic deals with a bomb carrier. Johnny trying to open up space through church comes at a significant cost. So a 2v4, not a lot of time. Noisy number 6 in green's taking a long flank. And if you don't take it by the tone of my voice, the hopes of UIU may have just gone out the window. And there it is. Bear Claw Esports clean through the search. That leads to a map 5 win, and it's just 2 map 5s in a row where UIU just cannot put anything together on the Tuscan Search. You really hate to see a team go out like that. But, hey, they made it interesting this time through, I'll tell you that much.
Yeah, no, that's for sure. It definitely wasn't as close as against Texas Nation, but you had mentioned, of course, that is where the roles come in. And of course, Bear Claw is just a different team, and they played it well, even with just Noisy getting those first bloods, those first picks, those mid-map sightlines that were winning essentially everything. And I mean, we saw Noisy just those sneaky plays on the bomb site onto Gintrade. We saw him middle map work his way. I believe it was onto Dylan Rex. In like the final seconds when UIU thought they had an advantage, someone from Bear Claw slipped through the net, and it happened quite a few times.
The thing about it is, as I largely reflect on this UIU Search and Destroy, which was the perennial powerhouse of North America in Season 1 was Scrap. I'm not going to say, the roster change happens because the roster change happens. I'm not going critical off of that. But the thing about it is, as we got into Season 1 playoffs, and then as they make a roster change and continue to play Tuscan Search and Destroy through Season 2, I don't feel like the playbook ever really fully got developed for UIU, whereas the other squads that are out there are putting together really cool looks as far as, we're going to give up A, we're going to play a full retake, or we're going to give this part of the map up, we're going to play the trap. Like, there really isn't any of that going on for UIU, and I think that is going to be a huge problem that they need to look at before they get to the Minnesota Open. That said, though, their run in the bracket has come to an end. We'll look at their pathway thus far. An unfortunate map 5 loss to Texas Nation, where they had a couple of really brilliant moments in comeback form. And then for Bear Claw Esports, just too good in the map 5 as well, leads them to the lower finals. But up next, Ellen, Stallions and Texas Nation, the perennial powerhouse of North America, going up against the fresh newness of the Stallions. What's your thoughts before we go to break?
I listen, I'm going to tell you what. I'm just excited for it. That's all I'm going to say. I'm excited for it. The Stallions, blood, sweat, and tears work their way here, and now they're fighting the Kings. I'm just excited for it. That's all I can really say. I just want to see it happen already.
I'll say this, the Stallions bring something to the table that nobody else does. But when they had met before, that wasn't a problem for Texas Nation in the group stage. Is it more polished? Do Stallions have a chance to stampede through Texas Nation? We'll find out when we come back. You don't go anywhere. You stay right there. One more match to kick off and close, really, I should say, the first day of North American Challengers Elite Playoffs for Season 2. It's the winners finals. My whole shift with me, Dream Crazy. And we've got what has been largely the best team in North American Challengers over the course of this entire back end of what has been the winter into spring period. 7 straight wins for Texas Nation, including Cups and Season 1 of Elite. They go up against a really fresh new team in the term of the Stallions. It's an interesting one because the Stallions team didn't boast a lot of even challengers experience, let alone elite experience at the beginning of the stage, but boy, have they improved.
Yeah, that is a fact. I mean, not to mention they were on the brink of not even qualifying, but of course there was a tie. But regardless, this team has the magic and it has been working. And overall, you keep that consistency going. And they've been successful. I mean, look where they're at right now. Not to mention they took down Bear Claw to even get here. So that was just something that, again, just seeing what we just saw from them, it's just like that's a very hard thing to do. But consistently across the board, I'm going to be looking at a lot of these players, specifically Cryptic.
Yeah, Cryptic has been unbelievable, really, since the turn of the first week. The second week, he was really lights out. Collectively gets him to a 1.2 overall KD with significantly high margins of success in the hardpoint and search and destroy particularly. And I think the biggest thing is you take a look at this Bear Claw esports, or probably this Stallions esports team, is you're in a position where even in the losses that they suffered in the opening week where they went 1-3 in overall match count, there really weren't any bad map losses in the Respawn in particular. A couple of mixy search and destroys here and there, but this team has been pretty darn consistent. And I think the thing about it is with the way they play, their kind of unique, unorthodox creativity could lead to a championship. I'm not kidding. Like, as far as teams that are looking to match up against Texas Nation, playing an unorthodox way where you're not trying to play the same game as Texas Nation could lead to success. So I'm really excited about what this team has been able to show, not only because of how fresh it is, but how successful they have been in their last 3 matches particularly.
Yeah, no, that's a good point to make. And I mean, all across the board, like you said, their respawns, their hardpoint specifically, that's like the game mode that you want to practice and win. Like they've been winning it and they've been pretty consistent across the board. But of course, I'm curious about the maps. But either which way, who they're playing, of course, in that respawn game mode is not going to be an easy feat. As we see who they're playing, of course, Texas Nation, Kismet, General Havoc, and Bresci. I mean, come on. All right. We already just see them come off of a win. They're hot. I mean, overall, this squad, it's just going to be hard to take down, Alan. I am going to be looking at General, Cryptic. Can you take down General? Is it going to be the thing here? He's the one that you need to take down. But across the board, I mean, I don't know. It's all of them.
It's not even just one particular player. I think it's just the dynamic that this team can build off of the ARs when they play together, whether that's 3 being used for a map like a Voodoo, or if it's just General and Bresci playing together. And on the opposite side, like, sure, obviously there's been a lot of conversation around Havoc, but outside of the dramatic side of the conversation points, his ability to play alongside Kismet is some of the most fluid double SMG play that we can see right now in Vanguard. Like, there are very few duos out there that have the same type of synergy where really when you see one player going on a streak on one side of the map, the other is going off of a streak on the on the opposite. Like, they're so good at playing together, but I'm also most impressed of how they utilize and finesse their life to continually be a problem when they're playing away from hardpoints in particular. So I think this is a difficult team to beat. I think really flat out it is. It has been established throughout the last 2 months worth of watching North American Challengers. And I think if there were to be a team to beat them, I honestly believe that it could be the Stallions because they play different than everybody else currently in Challengers.
Yeah, and you mentioned too, like, with the ability of the slaying power for the squad, but like Havoc, he's been adding that flexing element too as well, where he is pulling out an AR and adding that help for that map dominance and map control and just overall across the board. Yeah, Kismet too, picking up those lanes and again doing the same thing. So I think shut down the ARs, but I also, of course, I think of that main AR General. But yeah, Alan, all across the board, they've just been so darn good. And I just further on along the line, just easily see hopefully maybe the whole team, if not a member, picked up, like even from the CDL, because these guys are just that good. I just want to see them contest against some, the best of the best.
Yeah, no, this obviously is going to be the most significant test that Stallions have had since their recent success. As we look over the maps of how this series will unfold, it's a hard one to swallow, looking at the opening map in particular, but also followed by the control. These first two respawns are going to be difficult for Stallions to come out on, largely due to the fact that we've already seen Texas Nation stomp on this Gavudu hardpoint. Nailed it versus UIU at every instance, on rotation, on holds, on breaks. They were nearly flawless from start to finish. The Berlin Search and Destroy, a bit of a different question because we have not seen a lot of Texas Nation play that map mode combo outside of when they did it versus Strike X, and it was a 6-0. That said, though, a lot of Texas Nation series don't go 5, so we only see one Search and Destroy a lot of the time. So there's at least some things to consider, but I think the biggest thing here is shutting down Havoc, make him a non-factor, and get your subs to find value if you're the Stallions. How do you go about that is the question, though.
Yeah, no, absolutely. That's a good point to make, but just want to give a quick shout out to Paradox and the Cleaner. This game is being observed by them as they, of course, take us through every single game, and we appreciate you guys. Thank you so much. And realistically, can they do it? Stallions got a hard battle ahead of them. Opening it up here with Havoc, but this is an interesting play. Kind of a slow push there towards that site. Havoc kind of walks on in and gets an easy kill. That's 2 down for the Stallions. Make it 4. Full wipe and control for Texas Nation.
Yeah, convincing control at that, by the way. It's not even the fact that they hold the hard point time. This route from General being watched through the beach means that the rest of the ARs can really lock things down over through these staircases, and this is what you're worried about. 3 in a row for Kismet as he comes off his second life with an AR in hand, already ready to get this rotation through mid, and this is where things get dangerous when you play Texas Nation. They are so fast at knowing where to pick up lanes and when they can appropriately do that. And now as they start to rotate the 2, it's General who forfeits his position forward on the beachfront to soak the hard point time. A perfect start for Texas Nation.
Perfect start, but can it be a perfect break? Stallions are set up on this new point, and Havoc walks right in and takes down Uli. There's still 2 kills for Stallions that are cleared off the point. But regardless, it is the Stallions that do hold, and Texas Nation are spawning in that back green area. So Kaiser look in the middle lane. See if it can get a pick, but still, regardless, that was a good break from the Stallions. Yuli.
Nice. Well done for Yuli. He was the only player that could have responded to that setup from Texas Nation playing forward. No one checks him. Nobody flushes him out. And Yuli punishes Texas Nation, not just on the re-break attempt, but also potentially for spawns. Yuli putting now together a potential full-on hit as he's going to get help from number 4 and 2 Real. And as they read Kismet, Yuli just may do it himself. 2 Real now pushing forward, gets shut down. So for the Stallions, this entire break attempt lives with Yuli, and as he gives away his position, he has to kind of hit the brakes a touch.
While that was happening, might I say, Kaiser was set up for the rotation, and Havoc snuck by. So he was able to clear off at least that anti-air gun and kind of make it a little bit troublesome and at least secure the time. So Texas Nation does have control over New, and Stallions have to figure out how to break here. Because you see Jordan General kind of rotating back and wrapping back to the point, holding down those sight lines, and Havoc, of course, holding out the back. So this is a good setup if you're Texas Nation. 38 seconds left at the point, and Stallions still breaking now, forced to come in through the front, do get cleared off, and now the rotations are going to come through over to New.
Yeah, Havoc's already hitting a route completely away from the Stallions, who obviously want to try to set something up for a break attempt. And oh boy, as Havoc wins his gunfight, Stallions will very quickly recognize that we really don't have the opportunity to send more numbers to this scrap time. So even though you do get 2 Real on, he'll be dealt with, and that will mean free scrap time for Texas Nation, who are also putting together a setup to try to break New at 4. And look at the Stallions, how much respect has just been given. They are bunkered up, largely keeping the focus towards the front. Stun checks continue to rain on in, and as Havoc continues to get read by this, that means that someone's got to hit a route from a different angle. Havoc cannot move forward, and as he tries to, 2 Real shuts him down, and Texas Nation stuffed in the first 20 seconds of the hill.
Indeed, but General sure as opens it up, and now him and Bresci working their way through the back, and a huge 2 for Bresci. So now this is actually the opening break that Texas Nation needed, and it's still Too Real again, who's still stuck up kind of at that point, waiting for his team to flood through the front. But overall, there's no one coming in through the back. General does get kind of overwhelmed, and it's Stallions that do take control. But regardless, it's kind of scrappy a little bit. Texas Nation still hold on. And now the spawns have flipped. This is good if you're Texas Nation. You got the setup for new.
This is where Texas Nation really pack a punch on you. Now, I will say, if there were to be, I was going to say Cryptic on a route, if he were to win a gunfight, that would give an opportunity for Stallions to start to put a contest together for the 5th. But now they're going to have to do this the hard way. Kaiser opening up at least an elimination to get Yuli through the ship. Yuli sneaks forward, gets the kill. That'll neutralize time. Even though it's not a full-on break, that's an important moment for the Stallions trying to get top pressure on the boat itself. Havoc aware of it, backs down. Forfeiting the high ground for now, but the problem is the Stallions can't find anybody. This setup for the Texas Nation squad is just too bunkered, too conservative, and someone's going to have to make a move for Stallions if they're going to break this hill.
Yeah, I agree with you, and it's going to be Too Real to see if he can stop it from the flank, and he does take down Kismet, so that's at least 20 seconds maybe, but General stops it, and he was the only one there, so that's 14 seconds for Texas Nation that they can kind of eat on up, and these are huge rotational kills that are important. Cryptic does take down Kismet in the middle site, and gonna push for this, but I just wonder, you mentioned Uli kind of neutralizing the time, but are these pushes, are they worth it?
I think that one is just the idea that if I can get this player off of ult, I also win boat control. So it's kind of a two birds with one stone play. But the problem is, as you lose it, now it leaves your teammates kind of up creek without a paddle. As Too Real has to try to work this between just a limited number of shots in the automaton and the pistol. It's not going to be good enough. And the thing about all the things that we've mentioned really largely so far for Stallions is they've mitigated the impact of a couple of losses around the map, but they have yet to put together any real win. That's the biggest part here. The significant amount of hills that we've seen have largely just gone the way of Texas Nation as its general single-handedly opens up an opportunity to recontest the first hill, puts himself one away from streaks, and now Texas Nation well within striking distance of putting this game completely out of reach.
Yeah, they're just getting punished for that passiveness. But here again, though, maybe they can speed it on up as they do get the entry kills for the boat hill. So regardless, Kismet kind of waiting patiently for the break to come on through. And as the hill is popped, Texas Nation is over that 200-point mark. Gonna look at the break. Bressy just open it up from the back, and here it is. The flood's gonna come in slowly, but still, it's favor of Stallions that are getting the kills. Havoc looking to break, does get one. It does fall. Yeah. Good hold from Stallions. For the meantime, but can they do it? Yeah, okay.
This is fine. Cryptic gets her on the back. I was going to say, not only do you need to get significant time here on the second, but you also have to flip the spawns eventually, and Cryptic is going to have to be the guy to do that. Good elimination from the back. This could actually be it right here. No, okay. There's still too many members for Stallions on the backside of the second hard point, so Texas Nation will get one more set of spawns, and that will confirm that they will have a favorable look at this third hard point, even though they will forfeit a significant amount of scrap. Ah, boy, this is not good news. Kismet up top actually limits Stallions completely to even move forward towards the third hard point, and this is just not good news. Texas Nation spawning in are going to get to this hard point easily.
Indeed. And realistically, this is going to be Stallions breaking in from the front, but they're stunned, they're pinned down, and Texas Nation can easily walk away with this right here. This is going to be a hard break, but Uli does get one onto General, and the nade to follow from Kaiser. So the break, at least there's no one on the point, and they have Texas Nation isolated, but it's going to be hard to cross. At least Uli's able to do it, but he does get fall. So ultimately, they're able to keep Texas Nation off for the meantime, but still, almost hitting that 230 mark. It's Too Real kind of still, again, coming in through the cuts. It's just single pushing one after one. Stallions are getting kind of frantic here. And
yeah, you have to.
You have to do it, exactly. You have to do it because Texas Nation's 231 to 117, and they gotta hold. I gotta keep saying that. They gotta hold. Yep. They're not holding.
Well, they have to hold. They have to rotate. They have to hold again. Then they have to rotate and hold again. It's going to be a very monotonous process here for the Stallions to work through. They will get to the fourth first, naturally. Oh, Brezzy nearly trying to put the Stallions in a bit of a blunder here by trying to think that they're going to hit from the south side, but the whole hit for Texas Nation's from the top. They're going to flip spawns again. and the Stallions are going to be limited on defensive numbers on this hard point. Good pickup from Yuli. Make sure that there is no pinch coming through. And then Turiel off the side. Good for a double. So now the numbers looking okay from the side of the Stallions. But you've got to get here quickly. Brezzy's able to win a key gunfight. And with the stun coming through, he'll finish off the final. And the Stallions will not be able to lock down the fourth hill. It's the same situation that we had talked about from before when it comes to dealing with this Texas Nation team. They don't give you any room to work with. Even in moments where it looks like your setup is going to be good, Texas Nation just too good at denying your opportunities for major W's on the map.
Yeah, I agree. They're really good at it. I mean, and it helps too when you have certain players like sneaking on those rotations, like Havoc, who was consistently doing it on that beach side. He did it even in winners round 1. So, yeah, just looking so darn good on it. Gavutu. I'm getting that caster brain right now. Gavutu right now is just looking so strong for your Texas Nation. And yeah, it was really hard. You did see some signs of life, though, for the Stallions where they had a potential setup, but it just, like, look at that. Like, it just easily got broken.
It's just the way that Texas Nation are going to continually play against you is that there's never going to be a concentrated hit. There's never going to be more than 2 players hitting one thing at once. There's usually always somebody kind of playing as, like, you know, a reserve to where if something goes wrong, they can fill in the holes. And then you always have Havoc on a route. And you see it kind of come through even in the middle of this map, like 18 and 14 for Havoc. Like, he's got the most engagements on his team. And it's coming from a sub on Gavutu. Like, what else do you want the guy to do? And you really get that, by the way, just evidentiary of it is not just because of the total amount of engagements, but look at the hill time. He's never the one to play for the hard point unless he has to. So he's always the guy that comes up and tallies the situation. Where is my team? Are we comfortable on this hill? Can I have the opportunity to go hit a route? He's always looking 3 steps ahead. And when you're playing a map like Gavutu and you have someone on an SMG who can do that and do it successfully, that is what makes you a dangerous team. It's an unbelievable play from Havoc.
Yeah. Oh, I agree. I know there hasn't really been much success on this map for the Stallions, and obviously it's hard to take if you're Texas Nation, but that opening break for me was kind of like the deciding factor, because it just felt like off the start, it just seemed like I just felt off the break there was a little bit too much passiveness from the Stallions. So, you know, just kind of, again, with that mindset mentality, like going into this, like, oh man, we're playing Texas Nation on like their hardest, like their best map. I don't know if there was just a little bit of hesitation there, because we know this team, again, they have scraped their way here, but we know what they are capable of it. They just have to work on that consistency, of course.
Oh, and for what it's worth, by the way, out of their most recent 3 straight wins, 2 of them were by way of convincing Gavutu hard points. So you don't fault the Stallions for keeping the map in the pool. It's been one of your better hard points throughout the entirety of the season so far. It's just stylistically, they weren't really able to do what they wanted. It just was always kept in check by Texas Nation. Now, that all said, we go to a Berlin Search and Destroy, which there's going to be no film on for the Stallions. They had not played this map until they jumped into it versus Bear Claw in their recent series. On the opposite side for Texas Nation, there's really not a lot to take away because they 6-0'd Strike X. So this is now where you really have to look at this from the perspective of the Stallions of, no one really knows what we're going to do here. Do you have that creativity and flexibility built up strong enough to deal with a very good Texas Nation Search and Destroy team? They're 7-2 overall in Search, and by far the best Search and Destroy team that we have throughout this season of North American Challengers.
Yeah, that's going to be the key factor. And I mean, for what it's worth, Texas Nation is a good enough team, obviously, to play on those reads. So it's just going to be like, how quickly can they adapt to those situations for the Stallions? But yeah, this is a must win, obviously, for the Stallions. But regardless, this is just, it feels so tense in here right now. Alan, you're too quiet for me.
Too quiet for you.
Yeah, I need to. I'm like, man, the lay of the land. It's just tense. It feels tense because you know where we're at. This is tense for these guys, but the Stallions.
This is what you're looking for. Nobody reverse sweeps Texas Nation. It does not happen.
But like,
Barely
I don't
people
want to
get to
shut
game
that
5 versus
down.
that.
But I don't want to shut that down. Like, I try to put positivity into it, you know, and maybe that's why I'm having trouble, because I'm like, man, I'm looking at this and it's like, head scratcher. Like, Texas Nation's just so strong, but like, I know the pressure for these guys. Like, it's tough, and not to mention, I mean, a newly formed team, right? But if this is a newly formed team and they're here now, you can't count that out. That's some good work that they're doing thus far for, compared to a team that is just full of veterans.
I mean, yeah, what we're getting out of the Stallions is definitely encouraging, and I think it's fair to go into this map with some hopium. But the biggest thing about it is you cannot, like you mentioned, this is a must-win map for the Stallions, because nobody reverse sweeps Texas Nation, and as mentioned, hardly anybody can get them to a map 5. So you have, I think, again, you have to beat this team in 4. Tuscan Search is what's waiting for us for map 5. So it's a must-win from here on out in my mind for the Stallions. And I think the question will just be, you know, what are they going to offer? Because, yeah, they played it versus Bear Claw this evening, but that was happening on the Clutch stream. We didn't get a chance to watch it, so we're going into this with kind of an eye test here. And how about it off the rip? Aggressive setup over towards A, but on the opposite side, Texas Nation looking to flood Havoc through the front. Nades will allow him to get here. He's broken the timing of the Stallions, and now he's behind the play. Can't finish the first kill versus Kaiser, who does give him a stun to work with. Double stuns come through, helped by Yuli, but they still can't kill Havoc, but the bomb does get planted.
The bomb does get planted. Okay, I had to breathe. Still, there's going to be a retake, but regardless, the bomb's planted, and Bressy is the last alive. Still, he's got a 1v2 and he's got 25 seconds to work with. Can you single out at least a member of the Stallions? Very hard to do that on that bomb site. Stallions win in a convincing fashion. I was still catching my breath from that Havoc. I thought Havoc was about to have the 2 there. After being spotted at a stun. Wow. That was crazy.
He should be good for that, by the way. That is a missed moment by Havoc. Missing the first elimination was huge. Kaiser's able to self-stun at his feet, and then a second stun came through to completely impede him from finding more than just the first kill. That is an unbelievable gut check response from Stallions, because Havoc's play is completely unrivaled outside of the fact that he misses the last bullet for the first elimination. So good recovery from the Stallions, but definitely a moment where Texas Nation controlled the tempo. Now an early stun check towards this close defensive truck will give information to Brezzy that there's a player near, and he saw Kaiser on the window. So as the bomb gets planted, can they get away? Yeah, sure can. And now all of a sudden, it's down to Stallions to break up this post plant as they try to fight through Mail.
How an aggressive push there from 2Real. So he takes down Kismet. And now, again, the post plant is perfect here for Texas Nation, because, of course, you have 2 members in the back. But 2Real with the accidental team kill onto Uli now makes it definitely more mixy. But still, you have 20 seconds left. Bressy's in the back. You have to take him down, and not able to do so. It's Cryptic last on the bomb. Does get taken out, and a beautiful hold from Texas Nation to take it and even it up 1-1.
Yep, love the call from Texas Nation in the first place, just to commit after the stuns and nades start to fly over through the middle of the map, that they get the information. They've impeded a player defensively forward from contesting the bomb plant. Get it planted, back out, use your ARs, set up a post plant. It's been a day 1 strategy since the game came out. It's difficult to break it. It's difficult to break for a reason. The Stallions gave themselves an opportunity to at least contest it, but as soon as you get players like General and Brezzy in the back with ARs, they're going to be very difficult to deal with if your SMGs are continuing to keep you pretty eliminated and at arm's reach when it comes to those post-plant setups. This time it's Yuli looking for information to see if any forward defenders are going to go towards B, and that nade will connect, so he gets the information that he wanted. And actually, since it connects, Yuli seems to think this is actually the go time for me to get on towards the B site, even though there is still a player in General watching this cross.
Able to actually sneak on in, though. Might be successful on the plant. So now he does get the plant down. And of course, to move on back, and does sneak away with his life. So Uli here, dancing around the tank, has 2 members of Texas Nation coming in General, gets the first blood.
This is the retake that is largely going to have to be with this position through Mail, and it does not occur. Now it's the Stallions kind of doing the exact same thing to Texas Nation that was just done to them, where this post plant set up deep through warehouse is just, it takes so long to break. So someone's going to have to hop, and the only bit of good news here is that 2Real is really not in a position to check this. So hopping the bomb is General, but unfortunately his teammate trying to play bodyguard can do very limited amount of work, and with that the Stallions go back-to-back rounds. They go 2 out of 3, I should say, to get them up 2-1.
Yeah, and a big part of that has been Too Real, right? Obviously. 5-1 right now for him, by the way, and a beautiful stop onto General there. But as we switch the side here, wonder if we're going to see another B push from Texas Nation. But either which way, Too Real on a 3 streak. See. Looks like going to be a push for Too Real over to the A site, but again, all members of Texas Nation are working towards B, so Uli in a good position for him at least to make the stop.
They're not committed. That's the thing. This is just set nades to try to see if you can find a pick off of the defender moving into B. This was never a full commitment into the B site. The thing about this, with that gamble stack to try to force nades in mass towards B, is that you have no information on what's at A. Not just behind it, but also inside. And do you have any nades to clear this? Kismet will just sacrifice his life by running forward, and he's able to survive somehow, some way through a barrage of bullets from Too Real, and then gets the region and immediately commits to the plant. This is pretty solid from the side of Texas Nation. They get the plant but lose the planter. So a 3v4, and the retake for Stallions is largely going to look to wait for Yuli to come around this long flank. If they can find a kill from the front first, it would help, but they're not able to tally the kill into Brezzy, who's still relatively healthy. Jordan watching the long flank, going to be caught off by Yuli. So now all of a sudden it's Havoc caught in a 1v3 in between all 3 members of Stallions. Cryptic has seen him trying to run away. Havoc has to take that gunfight. He finds it. Has to check the bomb though, and as he does, he gets pinched up between the last 2 remaining defenders, and the Stallions will get the defuse.
Oh, man, and that was so tough, too, but what a play from Uli to go all the way around and play for that push, even though it looked like Brezzy could have stopped it. That was just a heads-up play from the Stallions, and, man, really isolating a pick. That it was just key. It was just key. Uli was just literally everything that round. Stallions is looking really good right here. Too Real specifically. Essentially, he's very, very close to earning that glide. He's on his 6th streak right now.
You play for this, by the way. You 100% set up Too Real to get an elimination. Nades over the top. Those will once again be sent towards the docks. Neither look to connect. So Brezzy is in a very advanced defensive position forward. He's got General watching his cross, in which he actually tallies first blood at great range onto Cryptic. So now all of a sudden, you don't really have the ability for the Stallions to force a defensive rotation. If Too Real's going to find this streak, it's going to be by way of forcing it, and well, he gets setnated out of top 3rd, and this round has all gone wrong for the Stallions.
Indeed. Oh, but that might help out a little bit as Uli does take down Havoc. So winning that gunfight was huge. And if you're Kaiser, might dancing around, running away here, kind of going to group back. But still, it's Jordan General from that midline that does take down Uli, and Kaiser last alive in 1 versus 3.
The thing is, I don't know if Texas Nation realized that Kaiser was right alongside Yuli on this isolation of Ticket. Well, now they will. Hops out the window right in front of the last remaining defender who was watching that side of the map, and Texas Nation bring us back to within 1. Yeah, it's just really unfortunate, I think. Just you lose that opening gunfight to General, who's really just watching that cross from fire windows to top warehouse. And as soon as you lose that and get yourself into a 3v4, you just don't have the ability to manipulate the defense to come to you in search of that 7th kill for Too Real. So it's a bit of a tough situation. You can understand the play, though, and now the Stallions look to reset into round 6.
On the attacking side, though, it's going to be a B play again from Texas Nation. And Havoc this time, though, of course, getting set up mid, watching that crossover. So this actually might be pretty good, but Kaiser would be the one to stop it. I think actually there might be spotted. So Kismet does get spotted himself. Stallions are going to have to rotate over to the site very fast. Regardless, I don't think Texas Nation is going to commit. Might be the play again to just kind of nade on out and back down.
I don't know if they get a sufficient amount of information, though, that the Stallions only have 1 player on site and no one watching the cross, simply due to the fact that Kaiser has been concealed watching the dockside hit. So Yuli just has to make sure that this corner allows him a chance to get 1. He's on top. Brezzy cannot find the elimination. That's an opportunity for Yuli to hit the green light and go. Yeah, I just don't think Texas Nation had the information that they wanted off of not just the 1 player in the site, but I don't think any nades are actually able to impede Kaiser deep, so they don't realize that fire was actually more open than initially anticipated. So a good setup for Stallions defensively will lead to their 4th round, as Havoc will see this come out without really much of a climactic finish. And that's just another nice, cool, versatile look from Stallions. It's the first time we've seen that double stack towards B from either team so far.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, Too Real again, still pop it off. But Uli for me, Uli kind of playing in that B site was really smart that round. And ultimately, he's been doing that, just posting up into that site to where he can stop the push regardless. Because, I mean, reading on the play that Texas Nation does kind of play towards B, play for that information, and then maybe rotate back. But regardless, he is always there, posted up. Uli doing a fantastic job. And Too Real, of course, didn't earn that glide bomb, but still having a fantastic game. So the Flood, of course, is going to be on B, but the information is there for General as he gets the first blood, and Texas Nation have isolated all members of Stallions, except for one, of course. Too Real would be the one to break this, but they're isolated and back towards that B site, and the bomb is down.
Yeah, it's another face-up gunfight win for General at long range from the fire windows. Havoc now ruling through mailroom, leaving Kaiser for a 1v4. Not likely. And borderline impossible, I think, is probably the more apt way of putting it. And the interesting thing here about Stallions is, outside of their opening offense, we really haven't seen them regress towards A. And again, you go back to what happened to that opening offense. Havoc snuck and beat the timing. It was just good counter nades to hold lives and make sure the impact of Havoc was denied. So it's curious to see Stallions continue to try to take this gunfight versus General towards B after they largely had gotten shut down the first time through it.
Yeah, and definitely. And it's tough to essentially be in a position to where you have the bomb down. And if if you keep going B and you drop the bomb there, and all members of Texas Nation essentially knew where it was at, it's just hard to grab it too. Like you put yourself in a tougher spot. I have no idea what the hell I was trying to say there. Because lost my train of thought, but regardless, Texas Nation able to capitalize and get that mid mailroom control, of course, in the opening pick. Makes it easy when you're General. But with that AR in hand.
Different look for Stallions. Cryptic and Too Real look like they want to try to get into mail here. And yeah, Too Real's going to be isolated to move forward and go rogue around the back. This is a very similar retake over towards A that we saw from a couple of rounds ago, where you get a long flank and you isolate Texas Nation inside of A. The difference this time is that Texas Nation are not content of just getting the bomb planted. They want to try to put some pressure in towards Stone Courtyard. And they've successfully found kills, isolating these two ARs from really being able to do anything inside of fire. And Too Real actually doesn't have an MP40. He's got an automaton, so you really can't challenge this with the speed and pace that you would see from Uli. And as he gets figured out, now all of a sudden the Stallions, they desperately need an entry to retake. They don't really have it at the moment.
Well, Cryptic sure did open that up, and
no.
Well, still, it's gonna make it easier at least. Somewhat, a 2 versus 2. There's only 19 seconds left. Havoc, he's gonna wrap around here, and he sees two members of the Stallions. So that's absolutely not enough time for them. It's gonna be hard to retake it here. And yeah, Havoc set up. Kismet there for the trade. Texas Nation able to capitalize and adjust to even up the odds 4-4.
Yeah, the key word here is adjust, and it's off of how do you set up to find eliminations and really just space, honestly. It doesn't even have to be kills. Just find space in front of the bomb site. It also helps, of course, that you sneak out and find Too Real on that long pinch, so it helps you kind of make the decision to commit to playing for some stone control. And even though Cryptic finds the first kill, I mean, you saw exactly how fast Texas Nation re-hit back through Sandbag Stairs, get the trade. Now you've got Stone Courtyard in your control completely, and you've got a post plant that's easy to watch over. So really good adjustments from Texas Nation. And the Stallions, this is what I kind of wanted to see. Would they maybe try to throw some force towards A? They throw a lot of nades, but that's it. Everything else comes right back to rotate through mail, and there's really not a lot of help. You can see General, he's looking back over towards that mid cut. Brezi's by himself, and as he gets isolated, the bomb can get planted.
Yep, and now this is going to be a retake for Texas Nation. So General, he might actually sneak through, so he gets one. And now Uli is actually, he's stuck. I was going to say he's trapped. But look at this setup.
Cryptic has to find two here. Kaiser's able to help out. Kismet was looking to put some pressure over towards Kaiser's position at the fence line. They still know Yuli's inside sight, by the way, but the problem is nobody can find the kill onto Kaiser, or pardon me, to Cryptic. So now General checking his corners. Guns Uli up close and personal. Cryptic still playing close, gets shot at, but cannot be capitalized for an elimination. And with Kaiser coming to help, the chances of General clutching up this 1v2 have gone out the window, unless he finds a kill right now, which Kaiser will not allow him to. Nice stuff. Really good stuff for the side of the Stallions to hold that post plant. As soon as Texas Nation had established threat on the immediate exit from the plant, you thought maybe things could go awry, but Kaiser and Cryptic hold their ground nicely.
Yeah, indeed. And like you said, he was tucked away too deep, like by that fence line as well. So I don't think they were expecting him to be all the way back there. And unfortunately, Kismet did fall. But what a heads up play too, also to throw stuns and throw nades at the other site and then rotate over. So maybe not too comfortable playing A. They made it work for B regardless in that fashion. So we'll see here if Texas Nation can answer back. But it's going to be that full flood, and Uli's going to be there to stop it. So regardless, Kismet does take down 2Real, and Uli with the trade.
Yeah, you needed to find 2 from that position, unfortunately. As soon as you lose your support player playing in the backside of A, you're essentially forced to have to get the next 2 if you want to keep this in grips, at least from stopping a plant. General, slowly around the back, obviously very aware that Stallions love to play flanks, is making sure he can read this and keep his life. Bomb not being committed, though, for the plan at the moment. And, well, this may lead to an opportunity for Cryptic to get some timing to maybe contest this. He still has 2 nades to play with as well. So the opportunity for him to kind of use these on maybe a retake would be, you would think, pretty favorable. Fortunately, does not execute off the trigger discipline to find the free kill onto Brezzy. So as the stun comes through, Kaiser turns it into a 2v2, but Texas Nation, you could tell they've got a sneaking suspicion that they can play this from the defensive side of the map. And yeah, now they'll know. Cryptic, the last player up. Brezzy deals with it easily from backside ticket. Texas Nation bring us back to around 11.
Yeah, and that could have been a potential stop if you were Uli there, but obviously Texas Nation set up for those trades. Able to get onto the site was important, but oh my goodness. Such a very, very good post-plant position. And this is the final round. Round 11 we go. On the attacking side for Texas Nation. So if Stallions, I mean, that's at least good that you're defending, because we know those attacking rounds haven't been too successful, but they have been for Texas Nation. So as we go on into this point here, it's gonna be that distraction. Havoc is over by that A site, but the bomb is going towards B. Bressy's gonna have a nade go out, but I don't think anything will connect.
Yeah,
see Stallions tucked away.
This is the same thing for Texas Nation. It's, can we get intel off of these nades from Mail over towards dockside of B? If we don't, well, there might be somebody already inside, or they're holding a passive angle. We don't have a safe cross, so we retake back over towards the A site. Yuli playing a different corner, but has a bit more help, as not only 2Real is here, but Cryptic could quickly rotate if needed. But Yuli's responsibility is just to make sure nobody comes through this sandbag staircase. A lot of this defensive initiation would have to come from 2Real first and foremost, and Texas Nation, they may get a little bit of cold feet here. This is a difficult take with how many nades they've already spent, with 0 ground gained whatsoever on towards A. But they are going to stick. Kismet able to get forward. Yuli's going to let this happen. It's going to have to be a retake from the Stallions.
It is, and he doesn't actually get the kill, and Havoc gets the first blood. So there, at least 2Real is there for the trade, and to even it up to 3 versus 3, there's only... You have the bomb down, and you only have 30 seconds to work with. So Kaiser, he would be the one to maybe make it or break it here for the squad. He's going to work his way through the middle P5 point to Burning, and he might be able to get that pick onto Bressy, and he does, and gets away with his life. So now, on the opposite side, there's 2v2, and there's only 16 seconds left. So Kismet does able to take down Kaiser, and Kaiser with the trade, but still.
Oh, he's not going to get here in time. He was hoping that the stun would finish the kill, but Kismet lurks around the back, and it's just a good killing of time more than actual players for Texas Nation. That's the difficulty, I would say, if you're going to play an A retake where you're going to exist with one member on the point still itself. You have to get a good follow-up from Uli, and he's not able to provide 2Real largely empty on his defensive hold in the first place, and Texas Nation just... They, pull up themselves with their bootstraps. They say, let's get to work, do the dirty work. If we have to, get on into the A site, get the plant. And from there, it's just too difficult to retake with no player on the flank. Good stuff from Texas Nation. But boy, you definitely see how Stallions have kept themselves not just in North American Challengers near the top of the conversation, but also how they got their way to playoffs. It's just this Texas Nation team, man, is so difficult to beat.
Absolutely, but I mean, even contesting them to go that far, still, regardless, is good. And like you said, we haven't seen that before. So moving forward, I mean, again, this is just the winners. I mean, this down but not out, Alan. But regardless, I just feel like in certain situations there was just like they should have maybe adapted a little bit faster to rotating towards that A site. Like you had mentioned, they were committing a lot of time towards B and weren't really successful. So maybe just changing it up just a little bit sooner would have been beneficial for the Stallions, maybe for one of those rounds. But my goodness, was it close. And Too Real, what a performance from him as he was literally cutting members of Texas Nation down just left and right.
I go back to the glide bomb that was missed by a kill. That round very well may have been the difference maker in this entire map. It was, 4-2 at that time? And it was 2 straight rounds where Yuli put together 3 straight kills in each round. And if he could just... Man, I don't want to put everything on the one gunfight between General and I think it was Cryptic that was playing the backside of Warehouse, him or Kaiser, one of the two. But if that gunfight goes differently, you have the ability of moving the Texas Nation defense into Yuli to get that 7th, or into Too Real to get that 7th kill. So it's a lot of these little moments, man. I'm telling you, as we get, this is my favorite part of a COD season, because we get these little nuances that are the major difference makers between two squads. And that one right there, you think you're up 5-4, you've got a glide bomb, you win. But not the case. Texas Nation stifle the potential streak and then just turn up. I think you hit it well. Stallions not really being able to find a lot of success towards the B site. Definitely a bit of a problem in the effort as they were trying to close out this map.
Yeah, but regardless, they still adjusted from. I mean, if you think about the first series into this, obviously different game mode, but in terms of play styles, like you could tell that there's a little bit more confidence in their gameplay. So just I think overall, if there's just a little bit more of that confidence, because like again, if you go back to the Gavutu, like off that opening break, like, again, that I told you that made it for break it for me. Like I just saw them, it just seemed like a little bit hesitant, but still. I think that they have that power, they have that flame, and they could do it. Too Real, again, popped off this game, 7 non-traded kills. Overall, I just feel like he would be that factor. We had mentioned that Too Real was turning up this stage, and he's gonna be that factor that I'm looking to in this max map to carry that momentum over.
Yeah, it has to be. I mean, it doesn't have to be, but it would be nice to have, I'll say. The
X
thing
factor
about this is, as you look at it and you consider a Tuscan control, remember casting, the first time I had a chance to cast over Stallions on this map mode combo, I was casting with Austin, and they were playing up against, I think it was actually Bear Claw. I don't remember who they played, but they played this map, and they were playing it in such a weird way, where we went back and we're like, dude, why? Why do you make the plays that you're making? A lot of like full floods around through the A site, back around the defensive spawn to get to B as a 4-man squad. They didn't leave anybody at A. And it was like, wait, this is actually kind of working. The thing about their play style that was kind of too much caution into the wind was the fact that all of those plays were heavily costing their life count. Now, the thing about it is, you kind of wonder if they can find success with these strange plays and get good stacks on the off zones, maybe they build enough favor to actually carry in an advantage to round 5 because they've gotten more secured ticks. Now, I hesitate to put full value into that because this Texas Nation squad on this map mode combination in particular is deadly. Only losing it twice. Once actually was to the Stallions. The other was around 5 that they played versus Bear Claw at the end of last week.
Yeah, I agree with you. Those weird plays, and like you see one of this, 4 members of Stallions rotating and pushing through to go towards the B site. But I think these players of Texas Nation are just too smart and to recognize these plays. So as all members do get shut down, it's Texas Nation now in control, and they have essentially every lane covered.
Yeah.
This looks good.
The problem with hits like that in this day and age is that defensive teams are starting to recognize how good just having the high ground is. Even if you're in a 2v4 around the B point and you let players through, as long as you've got Windows control, it's very difficult for the offensive members below you to get kills. Now, I will say, as the Stallions have to kind of take a more orthodoxical approach to breaking this A zone, they do it cleanly. And Too Real on 3 in a row has actually gotten into the B zone and is very dangerously close to capturing a first tick of progress. All while meanwhile, you've got Cryptic who will safely stall the clock and guarantee you this A zone largely. Kaiser? Yeah. Oh, God.
Could have been deadly, but yeah. Regardless, it's going to be a clean cap. and Cryptic just holding this backside. But if you look at members of Texas Nation, all set up again on that high ground, like you said, the Church control, the plat. Stallions have to work their way through the back and find those picks.
Yeah. Yuli or Cryptic has to beam somebody right here. That's the only way you get through this. That's the only way you utilize this defensive spawn position. Because as Havoc starts to realize that this hit's coming around the back, he's going to continue to force spawns by playing through the 5th hardpoint to the top left. So this is difficult for Texas Nation to find success to get onto the zone. Even though these trades are okay, you still have to wonder, where the heck is Havoc? You haven't seen him about really 2 minutes. So you're kind of questioning what's on your flank, and as Havoc opens up against 2Real, here comes the retake. Trades are fine as the high ground once again reigns supreme.
Yeah, but Cryptic, I was going to say, he could have maybe made a disruptance there, but does fall to Kismet. So now Havoc pushed up on that patio side, rooftop side, excuse me. It's all set up there. So, yeah, once again, it's going to be the flood from the Stallions working their way towards the back. And Havoc recognizing this and wrapping back with his squad. But still, that's one player isolated out and make it 2. So at least they knew that there's 2 in the mid, 2 that just spawn up. So regardless, 40 seconds left on the clock. All the lives in favor for Texas Nation. It's going to be a little quick game at TDM, but Bressie, 2 in the spawn. This is hard if you're Stallions. Like, you got to back up, you got to regroup, but you don't have a lot of time. Your teammates are falling. And Uli at least opens things up, but you gotta go.
Oh, if they find this kill into Bressie, though, that's going to be 2 players onto the zone. They could get this first tick of progress, which, again, even if they don't successfully win this offense, the ticks could be important for round 5. So there's the first one locked in. High ground control definitively for Stallions. This is a clean feed leading to largely what's going to feel like a stack. 2 members on. Texas Nation need to find a retake. Cryptic's working around the back. He's waiting for these defenders to move forward, and they not be able to do that at all. Jordan from the side alley, able to take down 1, but nothing more, leaving it all to Havoc, who's only good for 1. It's now just down to the last members for Texas Nation. Can Bressie get there in time? No! The clean take for Stallions. They were a bit stifled on the high ground through radar and over to command center, but with how cleanly they win the gunfights, plus a nade over the top, they get the stack, they get the full control, and Texas Nation can't get back out of spawn.
Yeah, and I mean, really, too, Uli, he really opened things up there for them on that 2-piece coming out of P5. And now, look, he's on a 7 streak. So the man went off for the squad to clutch up that round. And my goodness me, can they carry that over when he said it here? But still, regardless, Texas Nation with the first blood. And 2Real gets taken down. So the tick at A does come through for Texas Nation.
But really, I think if you're Stallions here, already earning the glide bomb means you can get a little bit loose with this opening portion of the round because you've got a bailout tool. Already up 1-0, you get on, you stop the second tick of progress, and now you start to work to deplete it, and Yuli's not done. 8 in a row for him. Finessing his life moving forward. He knows he's got more contestants nearby. He tracks down Bressie, but over the top of the head, he not quite able to lock down the shots needed. And meanwhile, Havoc in a dicey gunfight with 2Real actually allows the war to be kind of fought on 2 fronts. A-zone. Second tick is locked, but wait, they actually rotate away, and Cryptic's nade deals with General, so there's no stalling of the clock here, and as Texas Nation were looking to go help Havoc, now all of a sudden you've lost your win condition on the A zone, so this is a perfect storm for the Stallions defensively as they retake B, they've stopped the progress at A, and they've gained themselves a marginal life lead.
Yeah, and I see the idea there for Texas Nation. Like, obviously, you got a couple of ticks at A, get a couple at B, making things a little bit easier, but regardless... But they got punished for it. And now look, Cryptic is there cutting them down in their sight, and Uli along that mid line. So still going he is. Bressie's going to look to put a stop to him as he does. And now get a little bit of control on that grass side. But they're completely isolated. Texas Nation now just getting off a spawn. Down in lives, only 14 left. And they have a minute and 25 to break this. How are they going to do it? Well, Havoc with the opening first blood onto that patio side will certainly help out.
2Real's gonna get red here. He's able to turn this into 1, but nothing more. It's a quick gut check call to try to hit this pinch. So now all of a sudden, Texas Nation could maybe do the same thing that Stallions just did to you by flooding through with these kills, but Uli going prone, holding down the trigger. Collects a double, but nothing more. 2Real off the backside will make sure that this high ground continues to stay contested. 5 life advantage underneath a minute to play. And Texas Nation, largely, you think they just got one good look at this B zone. And really, it's not even necessarily do you need to cap this, but you would love to at least get a tick or two to just give you something to work with for potentially a round 5 defense if it comes to it.
Yeah, I agree, but it looks like they are going to flood him through. Kismet does open it up, so still 30 seconds left and 6 lives remaining. Havoc does wait, and he gets traded out, so it's not a lot of time to work with here.
No.
Of course, not a lot of lives, but at least this day and age, now it is the progression for ticks, not kills, that matter.
Well, the thing is, Cryptic's actually low here. He did get tagged by a couple of nades. There may be a chance to hit this one last time. No, never mind. Forget I said anything.
No.
Cryptic survives on marginal health pretty much throughout the entirety of it. And here's the thing. This is where the good news is for Stallions. Obviously, you're up 2-0. That's obviously the easy thing to go to. It's the John Madden part of the commentary. But if you're to really break down into it, the Stallions not only carry an advantage going into round 5 at the moment, but they also still have a glide bomb to just potentially win this on their next defense. So what we're getting at is the advantages are steep for Stallions at the moment, causing us to really have to look at Texas Nation to get something convincing here on this defense. You would love to get a streak of your own here and be able to put together this defense cleanly without ever having to worry too much about what Stallions are doing on the attack. And, well, first and foremost, they're going to have to need to deal with this 4-man hit over towards the B site. Nades over the top. Texas Nation looking to contest through the command center early. Kismet in the corner, though, is dealt with. Havoc looking to follow up, does take down 2. Response from the rotation is good. And even though the Stallions will get over towards the B zone, they'll have to deal with Brezzy in the back, and they're not able to do that.
Yeah, indeed. But Kaiser might be able to. I was going to say, beautiful trade from him onto that. Him and Cryptic baiting each other out so well. 2 reheal, pushing through that back church. Does get taken down to try to isolate the push, but still it's Texas Nation who clear off members of Stallions. So now that they do have mid-map control and Bressy working to work that fireside, does get stunned out maps, but regardless, Too Real is going to push on through and does get taken out. So still there is a tick of progression while that's happening over for the Stallions at A. Havoc does clear out the middle, and this is the map control that we needed for Texas Nation.
The only thing you could ask is, can you get forward to really put this round out of reach? And as Kismet and Havoc are tested by the 4-man feed of the Stallions, they're not able to provide an answer for it. So now it's the Stallions kind of taking the initiative upon themselves. Havoc in trouble. Furthers that by essentially stunning himself out of the position in the corner. But the problem here is for the Stallions, there's no mid-map control as Brez is able to utilize you for a double. So 40 seconds on the clock. Still a lot of lives to play with, but for the Stallions, you have no option to get to B, and largely you have to flood from the front to get on to secure an extra 60 seconds, and even that's being contested.
Yeah, Kismet popping off right now. Contests that point, and now the race is over to that B site, but still 20. The clock is stopped. There's 22 seconds left. Jordan does tag up Uli a little bit, throws a couple stuns and nades out, but does fall to 2 Real, who flanks around the back. So now that the 2-piece, that's very, very important. This is looking a little spicy for the Stallions as they clear off all members of the Texas Nation. And now every kill is coming through. That is 2 ticks of progression, Alan. They're stacking on the point. They actually might win it here. That is all members of Texas Nation
Yuli
falling. And Yuli with a huge 2. But the stop is for Texas Nation. Winning it there. That was a close shave.
Kismet gonna get denied on this play, but Texas Nation, they will start to recognize that there is nobody playing to the bottom side of the map, and as Kismet spawns up through Church, he goes back to make sure that the full flank is contested. 11 v8, 60 seconds on the clock. Stallions only need a single tick worth of progress, and again, you remember, Yuli does still have a glide bomb. It would be bold and brazen for him to try to use this here, but if you find the kills you need, it may lead to you 3-0ing Texas Nation on this map right here and right now. But as Brezzy makes safe the back, it's Kaiser trying to continue to force the play forward, not going to find any success there, and well, Yuli will definitely be holding on to this glide bomb now as there's only 4 lives left.
Yeah, indeed. Invest in your streaks. There's only 30 seconds left, so definitely save those. But still, they're going to try to make the hit. Uli does push on forward, and Kaiser takes down Bressy, so that at least opens up the front. But the problem is you have Havoc flanking quickly from the back. Turila does spot that and takes him out, but still, it's the lives that are the issue. Texas Nation win, favorable for lives, and at least get on the board.
Stallions have guaranteed round 5 defense with the amount of progress they just found on that B zone getting 2 ticks. So you've got that to at least work with. And I think the thing here, if you're Texas Nation, you need to start finding the ability to try to make the consideration of Yuli dropping this glide bomb in play. And I think this is the call right here. You send 4 members over towards the B zone, and if you find success on this hit, then you may force this glide bomb out early. But actually, it looks like there is a connection problem. We've seen this before with a couple of players having problems with this map mode combination in particular, and it looks like that has occurred once again. So we're in a round 4. Texas Nation not quite able to keep themselves literally in the game at the moment. But the thing about it is, why we get so excited about the Stallions team is the individual potential of all of these players. I won't even say the individual star power, but just seeing the ceiling start to really grow for all 4 of them is really, I think, the most exciting thing about this team. Not only collectively are they all very young in overall competitive experience in Challengers Elite particularly, but just as a larger sum, as a collective team, they're also in a potential spot to raise their own individual stocks just because of what they're showing us here versus this Texas Nation team. So it's a very exciting squad, and I imagine the round 4 we'll get an answer on that here very soon.
Yeah, absolutely. That's what I love about this, is the fact that they are a new team and they haven't even begun to hit, I feel like, their full potential yet. So that throughout the year is what I feel like I'm most excited for, is just to seeing like how much that they are going to continue to grow. Because again, if you're doing this against the Kings, like Texas Nation, that's not, like, again, an easy feat to do, especially just being so newly formed.
So with that in mind, the problem here is, in a regard, Yuli will lose his glide bomb, which is something to kind of keep in the back of our minds. However, I still think we kind of summarize and recap over the first 3 rounds. And in my notes, I've got literally Yuli with underlines and exclamation points. Guy was really doing it all. And I think a lot of it is just a byproduct of this creativity that we're seeing from the Stallions. Like that late hit to get around the back of the B zone in the first place when things looked like there's no way that they were ever going to get to the B point again. For them to force that play into the mix allows an opportunity for these individuals to shine, and I'm happy to see that. I think that the creativity facilitating players is something that a lot of teams are not experimenting with, and I think that's, again, a recipe to how you potentially surprise and catch this Texas Nation team off guard, and at least for this map, they've been able to utilize that to great success.
Yeah, absolutely. It is unfortunate that Uli did lose that glide bomb, but a lot of those, that B side, that B push, that was Uli there. He got the opening 2-piece with that sub in hand, working on patio and able to push out. So yeah, he is that player that does get those entry sub kills, and he consistently has been doing that. But I mean, now with the use of the loss of that streak, it's just going to be interesting to see now how that's going to be played, because I'm sure that's going to obviously affect a little bit of momentum, if I might say, but you know,
yeah, it is what it is, right? I mean,
it is what it is. It happens.
Yeah, it
exactly.
Happens. But with that, we still have some deliberation to go through. So instead of us trying to guess and speculate, we'll throw things just to a brief break while the League Ops team starts to figure things out. We'll come back with a response and the continuation of Tuscan Control right after this. Welcome back there, friends and family. We are getting the word that this will just be a round 4 replay. So 2-1 currently the count in the map in favor of the Stallions in a, well, defense that maybe could have been made easier by way of Glide Bomb. But the thing about this here, Dream Crazy, is that the Stallions team is looking mighty fine, not just on the map, but overall their defense has looked really good. Yeah,
absolutely they have. And I don't know, but Texas Station still off the break with a convincing tick. It makes it look very, very much so like they can put a stop to it here right now, and flip the script. But yeah, it's unfortunate the loss of that Glide Bomb that could have made things definitely different here. But regardless, the lives in favor of Texas Nation and Jordan General, well, if I might say, getting set up. But of course, Uli able to spot, takes him down.
A lot of time on the clock here, though. It's going to be 2 minutes to change. Yeah. As Sprezzy the whole time just went completely uncontested to lock down the A zone. So now the fight for the high ground. Crucial one at that. Uli, he wants to say, you want to take streaks away from me? I'll just go re-earn them again. 4 in a row. Looking for more. Has Kismet tagged up, but cannot finish what he had started. So now Texas Nation, with a couple of convincing kills, can start to make good on this B hit. First tick of progress looking pretty much secured, and it will be. Kaiser trying to hold his life as Texas Nation look to zone off the respawns, forcing a couple of nades to come through as the second tick of progress is darn close to being locked. Will it get there in time? General on 3 gave a look at it, but the retake is there just in the nick of time as the second tick of progress starts to get depleted.
Oh man, and that was such a huge kill too, from that radio push that stopped from General, and it almost looked like they had it, but still, there's a minute and a half to work with, and the lives still again in favor of Texas Nation. So Havoc working around that radio side. It's gonna kind of bait out maybe the push, but the nade with the opening onto Kaiser and the 2 from Havoc. So now this opens up for Texas Nation to get onto the point. That's a second tick that gets close to being taken. And this is going to look scary if you are the Stallions. You got to go. And you got to go now. Boy. But that's the 3-man stack. And there's the save.
The nades come through. They find 2 on top of the zone. And Brezzy's the last one to survive. The Stallions have 2. Committed maybe CPR on themselves right there, because it was looking like it was a dead round. There was no way they were to get there in time, but 2 nades connect, and it stops the progress with, I don't even want to call it a sliver between completion, because it was probably less than that. So now Uli back on his same setup over towards this window heady. Isn't able to turn that into much more than just the 1. 2 reel around the back. Able to at least stall out Texas Nation a little while longer, as Cryptic is able to set up a bit of a pinch with him. So lives pretty dire for both teams, 10v8, but the biggest opponent here is largely the clock for Texas Nation, as it was only 35 seconds, and they have some room that still needs to be cleared before they can even get onto the zone.
Indeed they do, and 2 Real obviously put a stop to that, getting that top radio control, but it's Cabresi who opens up radio, and now the push is coming in. 17 seconds left. Cryptic, though, of course, on that patio side, very, very deadly. Kismet, can he do anything about it? He is the last one alive. So now that is the time. There is only 5 seconds left. Texas Nation Havoc, he's got to go, but he is stunned, and that is not going to be enough time, or the lives. Doesn't matter. Stallions.
Are we sure they didn't have a Glide Bomb? Because all those nades that came through at the same time, I'm sure felt like a Glide Bomb.
It was a coordinated throw. That's all it was. They were ready.
Good stuff. Really good stuff from Stallions. Again, I really am impressed with what they put together on Control. They're doing it in a way that is very different from a lot of other teams that are out there. These weird little offensive routes that they take as a full 4-man group have allowed a lot of really cool setups and a lot of success, largely over towards that B zone. So great stuff. Stallions will take the map 3-1 after the reset, which means they've gotten themselves one of what needs to be 3 maps in a row. Now, if you remember back, I was talking about how you just don't reverse sweep Texas Nation. It's not easy to do. No one has done it as far as I know, and there have been very few opponents who have been able to get Texas Nation to the map 5. So with that in mind, you look back over what Stallions were able to do off of this control at large. Is there maybe a little bit of hope built in because of their way that they play in the respawn in particular?
I think so. I think so. It's nothing that we haven't seen before. But is it possible? Yeah, I do. If you're the Stallions, but Texas Nation, regardless, though, they still just seemed like throughout the series that they remain kind of in control of what they're doing in the maps. But stopping those pushes is really gonna come down to, for me, it's gonna be Uli on that factor. He just kind of really stepped it up, I feel like, and of course Cryptic locking down those lanes coming up on this hard point. So really, I'm gonna look at those two players specifically for the Stallions to be able to shut down the likes of Kismet in general, if you can do it.
Yeah, that's fair. I think the thing too here is Tuscan Search is just, it's such a hard ask for any team to go up against this Texas Nation team, which would be map number 5. So I think there's a bit of anxiety just about the map set overall. But with all that said, you got to take it a map at a time. And obviously, as candid as that is to say, the Berlin hardpoint is not a bad place to start when it comes to recommitting favor to your name, largely due to the fact that the Stallions have lived off of this and Gavudu. Those have been the two hard points they've played most throughout Season 2. But on the other side, Texas Nation, even though they're 2-0 in the map, they haven't played this map in the group stage, or playoffs for that matter, since week 1. So it's been a minute since we've seen Texas Nation play this map. And I'll be curious to see where the success had been previously. I think you can probably point to the fact that Havoc is Route Man City. But are they able to fulfill those same win conditions against a Stallions team that wants to take the fight to you at every given moment?
Yeah, that's that, you really laid it out well, Alan. And honestly, I can't contest that. I personally think that Stallions have the heat to do it, but to shut down Texas Nation, I mean, if you want to just maybe go based off this series, off the hard point at how well, yes, Route Man City Havoc was doing, and not to mention, I think what's General could go on like a 10 streak? Was that this game? I don't even know. The games are going together. He's just been lights out in terms of just controlling and hardpoint of map control. It's just, it's going to be hard to say if you can do it, but yeah, I think they could do it. I really do. I really think that the Stallions could do it and pull through to a map 5, but
I think the biggest thing, if you were to find success here on this map, is you have to set the tone of how the map is going to be played.
Set the pace.
That's it. It's not even just like how fast or how slow you're going to play. It's mostly of, can you get Texas Nation to play your style of hardpoint? Because no one has really been able to do that, really, over the course of both seasons worth of the Elite so far. Now, that said, we really only see Texas Nation play Gavudu. They've played it in every single series. Why somebody doesn't have that information and veto it against them is all but beyond me. Maybe it's a bit of like bullheadedness, thinking that they can beat Texas Nation on that map, which again, not very many have done. But off of that, it's watching this team when they played through cups, watching them how they played through their initial qualifier, and then watching them play through playoffs against UYU last stage, that they never at any moment feel like they're playing your game. You're always playing Texas Nation hardpoint, and that's something that would need to change right here. It's a difficult ask, but it has to be what comes through for Stallions.
Yeah, and if you're Stallions, of course, again, it's kind of like that confidence factor, right? You have to be able to respond and adapt to that adversity and recognize some of those plays and pinches, and of course, keep track of those players. Like, don't let Havoc get behind you. Keep a track of Havoc. But yeah, you just have to be able to recognize those pinches and put a stop to it, essentially. Can you do it? Can you put a stop to it, guys? We'll find out.
I'm trying to like run the scenarios like through my head as far as like what would need to happen here. Like, where in particular can we see Stallions' play style come out? And I think a lot of it will be established off of the rotation from 2 to 3. I really challenge those watching to really pay attention to at what times the Stallions want to hit rotation on the hard point. Like, is it 15 seconds left? Is it 20 seconds left? And then how much focus is on those rotations, because the first hard point to the second is pretty easy. You know what you're going to get out of it, but I think it's largely you're going to get a read here from Stallions on the second to third. If they can dominate a kill feed and then quickly throw large amounts of numbers towards the third hill, I think that's where you really set the tone and pace as far as what kind of hard point you want to play. And well, this is unfortunate. A team stun comes out and Havoc punishes further by finding the rest of the 3. Not a great start here for Stallions.
Not at all, indeed. Havoc is coming out with the heat. 3 streak right now, and he's looking to maybe control mid and fire, but regardless, look at him. Zoning out, zoning forward.
So
But
annoying.
while he's doing that, his teammates do kind of fall. And yeah, annoying that it may be, Stallion's able to at least get members off the point to even it up and take the lead here. But like you said, you mentioned that rotation. It is Stallion set up on that docks. You got number 7, Cryptic. He's going to be the one that you're going to have to take down. And, well, Jordan General.
Cryptic needs to get in this back warehouse. This 1v1 with Kismet
Yeah.
is everything on this rotation, and he does catch Kismet completely off guard. Okay, so now you've essentially got Texas Nation entrapped inside the hard point. It's now onto the SMGs. You've got to be able to break this setup, and it's difficult to do when Havoc's doing Havoc things. Backs away, lets the hard point stay neutral. Cryptic still looking to lock down the street side, and as he tries to make a play forward, he misses a bit of timing onto Kismet, who does actually get met by Kaiser at range. So hold on a second. Now the pinch can start to come through. Stallion's looking to hit this from multiple points of ingress, and it's working out pretty fluidly for them. That is until Havoc has the last word again. The dude just does not die. 9-1, 5 in a row. The pistol good for the 6th, and if he spins onto Yuli, my computer goes out the window, and he nearly did.
Absolutely, it did. And Kismet, of course, does lose the gunfight on there. So Stallions do get the scrap, but look at it is Texas Nation. Bressy early on that rotation dock side. He is set up. So now Texas Nation already set up and fire. Uli does take down Bressy, so that does open up the dock side. But again, it is in the hold and for Texas Nation. Still, they can control us any which way they want. You got the 2-2 split kind of coming from the back. You see members of Stallions, but they're not winning the gunfight. So although it does get scrappy, Jordan General tucked away in that corner, gets the 2 to secure. Can he get the 3rd? No, he falls. Stallions now flipped at least the spawns.
But every single moment that we start to look at Stallions putting together something successful, they still have to answer to something that Texas Nation is doing to make their life difficult.
Yep.
So even in a situation where you lose the spawns immediately for Texas Nation, you still punish by getting a better part of the opening 30 seconds from the front. That said, the Stallions will still technically win this hard point, giving them the lead. And a lot of this is largely, as good as Havoc has been, no one else has performed outside of General's little spree right there in the 3rd hard point. Double neg is both Brezzy and triple neg is Kismet. So you're not getting value out of this supplementary SMGs and ARs for Texas Nation. So I would say this much. They're lucky that Havoc is having the game that he is, because that's the only reason they're still in this map.
Yeah, not to mention Havoc has an automaton in his hand right now. So he's just using it all. It doesn't even matter. Streaking out, of course. Breaking through the back. Kismet takes down Kaiser. And Stallions now kind of flooding through that train station. They're singled out into that lane. It is Bressy there that does take down Uli. And still, Havoc zoning out from lane to lane is doing whatever he wants with whatever gun he wants. He's holding the line. So there's 28 seconds left. That's 3 down for the Stallions. Make it 4. Texas Nation, they're set up for new.
10 straight kills for Texas Nation as well, just to throw that in the mix. It's just, what really blows your mind is how aware this team is. It's almost uncanny. Like, you've got, it's not just the fact that when Havoc chooses to hit the routes that he hits, it's the information and the follow-up from the rest of his teammates behind it. It's literally the closest thing to flawlessness that we've seen in at least the challenger scene. I would argue that this play style would really give a headache to a number of CDL teams. But even with that, Stallions are not out of this map yet, so you've got time to really put this back within grips, but it has to be between the 5th and the 1st. It has to be contesting this 5th hardpoint and holding spawns for what's coming up next on the left side of the map. Difficult to do when Havoc's putting himself on another streak, though. 5 in a row again.
Yeah, and also Kismet is also building up streaks as well on the other side. So Havoc, AR, sub, doesn't matter. He's just covering what needs to be covered, doing a fantastic job of that. So essentially, Stallions is on the point right now. There's 15 seconds left, and Havoc, well, gonna try to make a mess of them. Still,
This is fine.
Stallions is fine. I was gonna say it's good because they have control over the new point set up in P1, but Texas Nation still not. They're not troubled. Essentially, all across the board, they're outslaying by tenfold. But
oh, here comes the moment. This is it. This is what
is
you
it.
look for. Number 2 in yellow. This is, again, just the freedom for Havoc to hit the route man. Greasy Gang stand up. Havoc in the back. Oh, he doesn't actually get shut down from making the play happen, but the problem is it's still not going to help you from the front. Kismet for 3 in a row. And that is just, it is, oh, God, dude. Like, we can sit here put this into like half speed and watch all the decisions be made in real time. This Texas Nation team has so much trust in one another, and that pinch leads to a full-on break. And now, once again, the Stallions in dire straits as they're being a little bit spawn trapped behind the first hill.
Yeah, Route Man Havoc's doing exactly what it needs to do. But still, Kaiser and Cryptic clean up the kills onto the point and get the scrap. It's again, though, Havoc working to at least fight and contest, but he can't do that because essentially he has his teammates at the new point. And as I say that, you got 2Real stopping the push from the members of the Texas Nation and getting set up into that top mailroom area. You got Cryptic there to follow, so the problem is Texas Nation is on the surrounding parts of Dockside and the back. So could be a easy break for Texas Nation. And 2Real last alive, it certainly was. They were just too crowded onto that P site. It just seemed like they had no setup to zone out or just get in a power position.
Yeah, it's just, again, it's these little marginal things that lead to Texas Nation just feeling extra comfortable around these hard points. It's the little plays on the outside. It's away from time. And to be fair, again, for Texas Nation, this game is closer than you would think it would be because Stallions are doing such a good job of collectively playing the objective. But the problem is their life is so difficult on the initial setups and on rotations looking for breaks that you turn into these hard points into like 40-20 splits where Texas Nation's getting 40, seconds or so of it. And well, maybe it's a better way to say it, 75-25%. Like 75% of the hill is going the way of Texas Nation, and you just can't win a game like that. You have to get a full 60 here. I'm just gonna say it. I didn't want to say it, but you have to. You have to get a full 60 right here if you're the Stallions.
No, I mean, I was going to say it. You have to hold here and get a full 60. Realistically, that's the truth. If you want to end any contest of this game and not getting ran away from you, but Kismet's kind of breaking through fire. See, wrapping around and wrapping back, and he gets 2 members of the Stallions. So that obviously opens up for General to push through that lobby side and get 2. So now, even though General is the last alive, he has Bressy there in fire, and Stallions do spawn in the back. It doesn't even matter. Because Texas Nation broke the push, and they are set up for that early rotation to new. So, although a little bit scrappy there, Alan, Stallions still got a little bit of time and still inched their way forward to be more contested.
That's the first convincing win we've seen for Stallions on a hill. That's really what it comes down to. So now it's down to getting into one of the more difficult hard points to hold on to, and Yuli quickly moves forward for a double. Simultaneously, 2Real's in the back, flipping the spawns around. So now it's down to a bit of a hide-and-seek game, where you don't know where each other are. If you're Texas Nation, you're completely amiss of any information. But Havoc once again hitting the route around the back, not going to get the double, but still is able to do enough to flip the spawns and push Stallions out of the hard point with 35 to play in the hill.
Yeah, Havoc was huge in the back there. I don't think 2Real knew he was going to be back there so fast, and General opening it up for the front, but again, there's only 25 seconds left, and 2Real's going to look. The kills do come in for Stallions, but it's still the Texas Nation that hold on, and Cryptic, although able to inch by, thanks to Kaiser in the back.
Big scrap.
Very big scrap time for the Stallions.
Both teams. This is win condition for Texas Nation.
Never mind.
And for the Stallions, this is also getting you back to within essentially a 50-50 game. But the favorable spawns for Texas Nation allow them an opportunity to overwhelm, get the scrap, and put them within striking distance of winning this game, whether it be on this hard point or on the rotation towards lobby as we see it again. But the Stallions very aware of both of these elements. Send 3 players around the back. They win the spawns, and simultaneously 2Real from the front keeps the hard point neutral. This is a perfect moment here for the Stallions, but you have to be cautious. You cannot allow a route to be hit. And as Texas Nation find a favorable kill feed of their own, they start to hit those routes around the backside of Docks.
Yeah, and Bressy's already set up there, and ultimately they have Jordan on the point, but does push off. Regardless, they have somewhat of a control here as all the kills are coming in favoring of Texas Nation. 20 seconds left on this point. This scrap time is definitely going to put them closer to that. But Kaiser, huge 3 from him to the stop. And now this is going to be very number 7, number 8. Cryptic and 2Real winning these gunfights on the new. They do it.
This comeback is in the face, by the way, of Brezzy and Kismet going from double and triple neg, respectively, through the first 4 hills into now positive stat lines. But the hit from the front is all that Texas Nation have to work with. Office opens, 196 to 236. Kills coming through. Heroics now necessary, and 2Real's the last one standing. Can't do anything. And the Stallions spawning out in Narnia are going to be hard-pressed to even see this hard point, let alone touch it with the ARs gunning through the windows. The nades come forward, but it's not going to be enough to break, and how appropriate it is that Havoc finds the final 2 kills. Largely what was his map definitively turns into a Texas Nation win. Stallions did what they could to stay into it, but this Texas Nation team behind Havoc is just too good.
Too good. I mean, you said it. Texas Nation is just not that team that you reverse sweep. It just does not happen. And I mean, we see why they're so dominant. Havoc there every single time to stop the push. And even when you thought you cleared out the back, I mean, we just saw it in that last P4 rotation. Too Real thought that he had the back cleared out, and he did just that. But Havoc just immediately there, right away. He's just constantly splitting the push for the Stallions. That forced them to fight for the scrap the whole time, it felt like.
There are so many numbers that are significant on this scoreboard. I don't even know where to start. I'll just lay it out. I'll let you decide. Do you want to start with Havoc going 28 kills, 21 untraded? Would you prefer Jordan General with nearly 3 minutes of hardpoint time? Or would you like the collective damage between Brezzy and Kismet to be so significant that they evened up with their teammates even though they had a slow start? You pick.
Honestly, this is just a good team, and I honestly commend Havoc for just staying on this squad even though he had opportunities. This is the squad, okay? I don't want to see this squad break up because they are so good across the board. They trust each other. You can see that. They communicate. You can see that. They pick up lanes, and they do it across the board efficiently. We can see that. So, yeah, Alan, honestly, they are just a good team.
I really don't know
they
how
all
you beat
do
these
it.
guys. I really don't know how you
individually.
do it.
It's just they are veterans, and they know this game, even it's just their playground. They know what to do. I personally, last stage even, I think these guys have what it takes to place top 4 in that Minnesota event and play against those pros.
I mean, it's been light work. It's just tough. Like, in my mind, I'm going through like what Rocker Academy has done successfully. I still think they get beat up by this Texas Nation team. I don't know. Helen, they're damn good. Like,
they are.
I'm about to say something hot, and I can't. Give me the bracket right now, Clay, before I say something that gets me fired. Grand Finals for Texas Nation. No one was surprised. And now you get a battle again, a rematch between Stallions and Bear Claw Esports for the lower finals. An affair that went 5. The Stallions able to avoid a reverse sweep by Bear Claw Esports. That's going to be a good one to kick off NA tomorrow, Dream Crazy.
Oh, absolutely. And of course, you'll be joined by your duo, Austin, by the way, Visions. That's going to be amazing. I cannot wait because I don't know. I don't know what to expect this time around. We know Stallions took that the semifinals, but the losers round 2, Bear Claw had to have picked up on something. So
yeah.
the anticipation for that match specifically, oh, I can't wait. We already know Texas Nation what they bring to the table, but this match is going to be my personal most anticipated match.
And we've got a fully loaded day of European challengers as well. Keep in mind that will happen first to kick us off for Grand Finals Day for Season 2. Pumped about that one. Don't miss those matches. If you've enjoyed tuning in tonight, you need to come back tomorrow to watch European challengers because the teams that are left are really, again, super good. It's going to be difficult to find teams that beat Texas Nation in North America, but there may be some options out in Europe. But that concludes our evening, and what an evening it was. Opening sets of map 5s all over the place, surprises left, right, and center outside of Texas Nation doing Texas Nation things. It's Bear Claw Esports and Stallions to kick us off tomorrow. You're not going to want to miss it, so sub, hit the notification bell, do the things YouTube wants you to do, and come back as we crown a Season 2 champion.